just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. I hope you were able to get some rest today and we're all charged up, full of energy for another full and engaging day here at the Zero Waste Forum 2025. When we look at yesterday, what we tried to do was set the compass, right? But today we're going to be moving from ambition to practice. And we're going to be starting off with value. And in the next hour, hour and a half, we're going to be asking a very blunt question. And that is, if what we measure is what we manage, then why is it that our systems, they price materials so cheaply, yet they treat nature as expendable, right? And we're going to be exploring how, if we shift our incentives, can we produce better outcomes for communities? This is one of the things that we're going to be looking at. I'm going to be introducing a very distinguished gentleman to the stage here. He works at the intersection of affordability and circularity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Vice Chair of the UN's Secretary General's Advisory Board for Zero Waste, José Manuel Moller. Good morning.
Thanks for having me. Hello, welcome everybody. We're here now. So I won't take that much time because we're quite late, so I will save the time for our keynote speaker today. But I'm José Manuel Moller, as they were saying, that the Vice President of the Advisory Board on Zero Waste, which we're working on several topics for the last 2 years and a half. One of them trying to define what even zero waste means. And yeah, I'm really happy to have you all here. What I'm glad to do now is introduce, I would say, one of the few champions or real champions that we have in zero waste in the world, with a business that is working and is scaling and is showing that we will have two impacts: economic benefits, but also changing the zero waste movement and showing how people could be engaged with zero waste solutions. So I don't want to take more time of our next speaker, which is Mette Luca, the CEO of Too Good To Go. So please join us on the stage and give an applause.
Hi, everyone. I'll need to get used to this. So, show of hands here. How many of you grew up in a home where your parents would tell you to eat up what was on your plate? Thank you. How many of you tell your kids that? Thank you. I'm happy that I get today to talk about how we at Too Good To Go try to really create change, not just create awareness about the issue of food waste, but really change habits. So let's see if we can get the slides to work here. In a second. Maybe I'll just start out with a personal story here. So as many of you probably, I studied political science. I was then lured into business by McKinsey, spent a little bit of time there, and then started feeling like I missed having like a real impact. I wanted to feel like it really made a difference when I went to work, especially because I put a lot of effort into it. So together with 2 colleagues, I left McKinsey to start a company called Endomondo. This was one of the first running apps in the world. It was one of the first apps, really. This was before the App Store had been invented, so we built it for Nokia phones initially. I worked with it for 10 years. The vision was to make fitness fun, help people find the motivation to exercise. And then after 10 years, I was on a bus in Copenhagen. And on this bus, I got to sit next to a woman. And this woman showed me an app on her phone. 10 years had passed. Apps were now mainstream, as we all know. We can't really live without them anymore. We can barely think without them at this point. But she showed me this app on her phone in 2016. And that app was called Too Good To Go. I didn't really like the look of it, but I absolutely loved the idea. So right there in the seat, I fell in love with this idea of giving food a second chance. I just thought that was brilliant. So I reached out to the founders, congratulated them on the idea, and asked them if I could help. They had been out for 9 months at the time, so it was still new. They were looking for funding, and they were looking for sparring from someone who had app experience. I invested a couple of weeks later, and a few months later, they asked if I would take over as CEO. So it's been 9+ years now, and I want to share with you a little bit where we are at and how we're going about this. First, a few things about food waste, and I think this is one of the rare forums where I don't have to spend a ton of time on that because you're all aware that this is a big issue. It's actually in top 3 amongst actions that we can take to tackle climate change. I think there's also a paradox in that if we look at our society, we talk a lot about our aviation and how much we fly, and there's some shame and guilt associated with that, when at the same time we happily throw away food every single day, most of us. And actually, the food waste issue is emitting 4 times as much CO2 as the aviation industry. And at least when we go somewhere, we get something out of it. Like when we come here, we get something out of it. When we throw away food, it's just super dumb. I like to say that it's the dumbest issue we have, because nobody wins. 40% of all food is wasted, so we look at it from the 3 different perspectives, where you have the environmental aspect. Around 10% of greenhouse gas emissions come from food that we waste. Then there's the social aspect. This is also the paradox of food waste. We talk about how can we produce enough food for everyone on the planet, when in fact we already do. Still, 733 million people go to bed hungry. Just a quarter of the food that we waste could actually feed everyone hungry. That's really the paradox. And then economically, it's a massive waste. More than $1 trillion a year we throw away in perfectly good food. So when we look at where in the value chain this waste is happening, at a global level, about half of it is at the production level, and then 17% in processing, 14% in retail and distribution, and then 22% in households. Now that's at the global level. If we kind of look at it across different continents, these numbers look very different. So in Europe, for example, it's about half of it that happens in the households. So it happens for different reasons. And I'll come back to that. I think another thing that shocks me is if you look at fresh water usage, because it's not just about the CO2e, right? It's also about all the resources that went into producing that food that we then end up wasting. So in terms of fresh water, it's 70% of the world's fresh water that we use here, and a quarter of it is then just in vain, you can say. And then it's half of all habitable land that is used for agriculture, and the food or the land we use to produce food just to waste it is greater than China. So any way you look at it, it doesn't make any sense. Enter Too Good To Go. So we're a social impact company fighting food waste. What does that mean? Well, first, let's start with the vision here. We dream of a planet with no food waste. That's our vision. For me, a good vision, if you run a company, is one that's in service of others, but also one that you will never quite get to. There should always be work. You should never get to a day where you can lean back and say, I'm done, we did it. And I think this one definitely fits the bill. So this really is our North Star. It definitely sets direction. And then the mission is to inspire and empower everyone to fight food waste together. So here, Inspire is about creating awareness around the issue. So when we see different surveys, and we do quite a few ourselves, consumers don't think about food waste as an environmental issue. They just never framed it that way. So we want to change that. But we also know we have to change habits. If we only change awareness, we haven't had any real impact. It's only when we get people to change the way they act and treat food that we have actually had real impact. So Empower for us is about giving people the tools to do something about it. Whether it's the consumer, or the supermarket, or your local baker, or it's a food production company like Unilever, we want to make sure that they have tools to actually do something about it. And then everyone together here speaks to this idea that because the food value chain is long and complicated and you have so many stakeholders, and because the food is wasted for so many different reasons, it kind of has to be a bit of a movement, and it starts with the mindset change and the motivation within all of us. Just a few words here on us as a company and kind of our journey. We have been growing exponentially, so since launching late 2015 in Denmark, we basically in 2016 we launched a lot of new countries, more countries than we knew what to do with. To be frank, it went very fast in the beginning. Then I joined late 16. We took a pause in all the new things, just spent a year focusing on our foundation in 2017, and then since then we've gradually been adding new markets. And then we've also launched additional models. So I'll talk a little bit more about them. But we basically have a couple of different business models today and different tools for people and businesses to reduce the waste. And just to give a sense of kind of the growth we've seen, and we measure success in how much food have we saved. Meals saved is the metric that matters the most in Too Good To Go. That is an impact metric. It also has the advantage of being linear with our net revenue. Of course, we're also a business. We cannot ignore the financials of this. It actually needs to make sense. So with meals saved, we can kind of combine those two. But it took us 6 years to save the first 100 million meals. Then it took a year and a half to get to the next 100 million. And then it took 2 years to add another 300 million meals. So we're now at a point where we've saved more than 500 million meals from going to waste through Too Good To Go. Now, thank you. I'll talk more about how it works, but by now we are in 19 markets, so we are in 16 markets in Europe, then US, Canada, Australia, and we have announced that we are also looking to enter Japan in the near future, so that's very exciting. With 1,300 people on our team, or waste warriors, as we like to call ourselves, and we have more than 130 million people who've registered on our platform, signed up to the community, and 190,000 stores. And these are stores that are active on a monthly basis, so actively putting food up on the platform for sale. And you can see here some of the great partners that we work with. Of course, this is not our food, right? We are a marketplace, so we're really dependent on being able to partner up with a lot of great food companies. So we work with the likes of Starbucks, Carrefour, Pret a Manger, 7-Eleven, Migros, and others. A lot of these are more global agreements where we work with them across many countries. This one I'm proud of. Too Good To Go is the 5th most downloaded food and drink app in the world. The 5th most downloaded. And if you look at some of the brands above us here, I think it's fair to say they have a bigger marketing budget than we do, by a margin. So I think in terms of efficiency, we probably win that game, but quite happy with that. In 23, we were awarded by Apple as a winner in cultural impact and one of 14 apps in the world who got this recognition. Okay, but let's talk about the different models we have and how do we then actually create this change. So we have 4 different products addressing different parts of the value chain. So we have parcels, and I'll talk about each of these a little bit more, addressing the earlier part of the value chain. Then we have surprise bags and platform that work within the retail part of the value chain. And finally, we have our Look, Smell, Taste initiative, which is addressing food waste in the household. But just before I dive into those, I also just want to share a little bit about how we think about impact, because we are a marketplace, and there are quite a few marketplaces by now out there, and not within food waste, but within other areas. So that's a well-known model, and I think it would be perfectly acceptable probably for us to just say we are a marketplace, we're business, we'll do our thing, and we'll go home, and that's it. We could definitely decide to do that. But we have been quite intentional about the fact that we want to have more impact, and we force ourselves to think about impact at different levels. And the reason is, I think the impact we can have directly in terms of the 500 million meals saved, that's one thing, and that's great, and we think of that as our direct impact. But we can actually, with all the users we have, 130 million signed up, 190,000 businesses, we can actually have an even bigger impact, like a halo impact on top of that, if we can help change mindsets around food. So we have the food we help save. That I'll talk about, and that is definitely, that's our direct impact. That's where we spend most of our time, to be sure. But then we also have food that we influence to getting saved. So I want to talk a little bit about that as well. And here we take advantage of the reach we have by now. And then the last level of impact is a little bit more, some things it's a bit hippie-like, but that is more about if we can inspire any businesses to change their habits, then we've had an even greater impact. Let's say we inspire one new entrepreneur to do something similar in our industry, in another industry, then we've just doubled our impact, even if it's more indirect. So that's how we think about it. So let's start with the tools we have and the food that we help save. So the starting point for Too Good To Go was the surprise bag concept. Any of you familiar with the surprise bag concept? A few? Okay, I'll explain it. So part of the reason why we have so much food waste in retail and in food service is that sales is unpredictable. On any given day, you don't know exactly what you're going to sell. Now, AI is making it better and easier to forecast, but I don't think, regardless of how brilliant AI gets, I don't think we can ever accurately estimate what the local baker around the corner is going to sell today. There will always be something left. Because it's unpredictable, and because the stores are really squeezed on margins and on time, it needs to be super easy for them to deal with this. So with the surprise bag concept, we basically put in that bag whatever that baker ended up having left by the end of the day. And that gives the store flexibility. He doesn't have to declare it in advance. It's perfectly fine. He knows someone will come pick it up, buy it, it's all good. And on the consumer side, the trick is to set expectations, because that also means as a consumer, you don't know exactly what you're going to get, but you know you're going to get something. So let's say it's a bag from Starbucks. Most people will know what's in the assortment in a Starbucks coffee shop. So you'll get something that's in that assortment. So finding that balance is really key for us. And we've found that people are actually willing to live with that surprise aspect, also because there's a great value here. So we typically sell these bags at a 50 to 70% discount. So does it really matter? What's the impact of all of this? And I think our approach is every meal matters, and the only way to solve this is bite by bite, quite literally. So just one surprise bag, if you look at the environmental impact there, that actually allows us to avoid 2.7 kilos of CO2e, 2.8 square meter of land use, and 810 liters of water. And that's the last one I particularly find mind-blowing. Like, how can you fit all that water into 1 kilo of food? But that's the science of this. So it really does make a difference. Every meal matters. So how does it work? You download the app on the App Store as a consumer. You open it. You can see what stores are on the app nearby. You go in, you reserve the meal, and then it will come with a pickup time. So we don't do delivery. You have to go and pick up this bag in the store, and we'll tell you what time to show up at. And then you pick it up, and on the store side, it's super easy. They can see during the day how much has been reserved. They make it ready, and they hand it over, typically around the time they're closing the business for the day. So if it's the baker, there'll be someone kind of cleaning a little bit, making ready, and then you'll have, say, 10 to-go users coming by just to pick up what's remaining. So pretty simple. Here's just a few examples of what it can look like when users unwrap the surprise bag. We have a lot of viral moments on social media with these unwrapping videos. It's very popular. And sometimes you really get overwhelmed, and that makes for good free marketing. So that's the surprise bag. Then a few years ago, we thought, there's so much food going to waste earlier in the value chain by the big food production companies. We wanted to help save that. And we also have a lot of users on our platform who are literally hungry for more. So we introduced Too Good To Go parcels. This is a model where we buy the surplus food that big producers have. This could be Unilever, for example, other big, small companies. We have, lots of companies that we work with now. So we buy whatever surplus they have, and then we put it out for sale on the Too Good To Go app. This is a different model. It may look similar, but it's quite different. And here we have to do delivery, because these companies don't want people in their factories to come pick up food. So here we have to do delivery. So it's quite different in that sense. But there's a lot of food to address here. And that food is wasted for a few different reasons. One of them is demand volatility. It's just hard to predict exactly what's going to go. And you'll have weather and events and other things. Product changes. Sometimes we get huge volumes of a product where they change the branding and they no longer want that old brand or old logo on the product. Or cosmetic standards. It's been, maybe it's a palette and there's something wrong at the bottom, but the economics of unwrapping it and repacking it doesn't make sense. Then we take it. Or there's just mistakes being made. And of course that happens. So that's the parcel model. And then the last tool we have here, or the last business model we have now, is more of a SaaS solution, so software as a service. So it's a little bit more technical, but this is where we have created an end-to-end solution for food retailers, so specifically for supermarkets and convenience stores, to keep track of what are the products in my store that are about to run on the date, and then how do I deal with that. So it consists of a few different products, or modules here. One is figuring out what products are about to run on the date. Then we come with a recommendation. So let's say we have a cheese about to run on the date. We can recommend one of 3 actions. One is to discount it in store. If the retailer decides to do that, we have AI discounting module, which will optimize the discount and make sure the store gets the optimal value, or they can put it on Too Good To Go in a surprise bag, or they can donate the product. So those are the different modules we have in this solution here. And this is relatively new, and it's live in more than 1,000 stores with different setups across countries. So that was the food we help save. Then we have the food that we influence. So this is where we take advantage of the reach we have now. So I want to give a couple examples here. One is our Look, Smell, Taste initiative. So we saw this insight back in, I think, 2019, that half of all consumers don't know the difference between use by and best before. Anyone here know the difference? In most countries, those are the two different date labelings you see on a product. And because we don't know the difference in general, just to be on the safe side, we throw away the product. You know, I don't want a piece of that, and I have a meeting tomorrow, and let's just throw it away, and that's that. But in reality, use by is a date you absolutely want to respect, and you should toss the product if it hits that date. But best before really means often good after. Best before is the day the producer guarantees the optimal quality. That doesn't mean that the oatmeal or the pasta or the rice cannot be consumed a day or a week, in many cases months later. It's still perfectly fine in many cases. The point is you need to use your senses, look, smell, taste, don't waste. If you do that, you can also use your common sense after and make an informed decision. So if it's bad, you will know after you've looked, smelled, tasted, and you can throw it away. If it was all okay, it's fine to eat, and there's no safety hazard. So just getting that kind of education out to consumers is something we took up on us a few years ago. And we did it by creating a coalition with a lot of producers. So we now work with some of the world's largest producers, and we've created this little label you'll see on the screen here. We have different versions of it in different languages, but basically it's educating consumers on this. So it's now on 6 billion products a year across 550 brands in 15 countries. So I always enjoy when I'm traveling and see, the yogurt on the table or whatever it is, and it has that little Too Good To Go logo with the look, smell, taste. So, and we do surveys now, and we can see it is actually changing impact. It is actually changing habits and making a difference. Another example I want to mention is that we have kind of decided that we want to see if we can educate kids as well. I think my generation is a little bit lost cause, and so is my parents' generation. Something happened, by the way. So I have both of my grandmothers still. The older one is 101, and she grew up during the Second World War. She grew up at a time where they didn't have enough food, and her relationship with food is completely different than that of my parents or my generation. But I think for kids, we think there's still hope. Let's try and instill this respect for the food early on. So we've done different educational initiatives with kids. One is a project in France with 2 ministries where we have 6,000 schools using educational material to teach kids about the food and the value of it and how not to waste it. And we've also made material now available in many different languages on our website for schools, teachers, parents, whoever, to download and use. On top of that, we do public affairs work. We've done open letters in the UK together with the whole food industry. In France, we've helped create a certification around food waste. And at EU level, we're also advocating for new legislation within food waste. And then last, we have the business we inspire. So here, what we've mostly done is we're publishing business cases with a couple of business schools in SEAT and Copenhagen Business School for now. We have one more coming in France. And this came out after realizing every time I go to an event like this, and especially if it's open for younger people, I always have a few people come over and be like, I love this, I want to write about it, or I want to do a thesis about Too Good To Go, and they're inspired by the way we've combined business success with impact. And so we thought, why not make it scalable? And so we also do Q&As now. Next one is with Berkeley. If you know anyone who wants to write about us, we do Q&A where I answer the questions that our students have. So that's another example of it. But I think overall, just wanted to share a little bit about how we're thinking about impact across different levels. But then I think fundamentally, kind of the foundation for all of this is that we change our mindset around food and bring that respect for food as a resource back. We literally can't live without food. So let's give it the respect it deserves. And I just want to show a short video at the end here. And you always get nervous with a video at a conference. But just a pretext to the video is, some years ago, a guy reached out to us. He loved Too Good To Go. He was an avid user. He was also a video photographer, and he asked if he was allowed to make a video about Too Good To Go. And we didn't have any marketing money, and we were like, yeah, fine, do what you want. So he kind of produced this video himself and sent it over and gave us the permission to use it. It's old branding. Our communications team don't love it when I show it because it's not on brand anymore, but want to show it anyway. So, just don't look at the last logo. But I think it really captures the essence of this respect for food. So let's see if this works, and then thank you. Thank you.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Done.
Maybe...
That was it.
That was it, okay. Maybe, can we keep you on stage for a little bit?
Yeah.
If anybody has questions. The reason is the deputy minister who's going to deliver the keynote right after you is still tied up in a meeting.
Yeah.
I'll let their people know that he's expected here immediately. So maybe if you have any questions for me, just raise your hand. We'll have a mic going around. See, quite popular. And I'll be calling the deputy minister.
Okay. I think, can we have a mic over here? Is that... Thank you. Sorry, one sec.
Thank you for that inspiring presentation. I just want to ask you, I just working zero waste and working with dumpster divers. What do you think about dumpster diving? So I have interviewed with one of the dumpster divers from Norway, and he explained me that the grocery stores really helped them to do it. But one of them in the United States, they didn't allow to do it.
No.
What do you think about the dumpster diving? Is it helping to reduce the food waste?
So it's not a yes or no answer. I think I have a lot of sympathy for why dumpster divers dive into the dumpsters. I totally get it. It's frustrating when you see all that perfectly good food going to waste. At the same time, I think there are a couple of complications. So one is, some of that food actually ends up in the bin for a good reason. Maybe it's a recall, there was glass in the meat or something. You don't know about that when you just dive in, right? Because they throw it out assuming no one will ever consume this. So that's one thing. And another thing, it's frustrating for stores sometimes because that area is not always left super neatly, and so there's a lot of cleanup for them to do after, and they have to handle it again. So I think it's a complicated thing, and I think it's better to have something more organized, but I fully understand why people get frustrated.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for that. My name is Amapo. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Molu. We are too good to go for surplus fabric from Thailand.
Excellent. We need that too.
So I've been doing my startup for 7 years, and I would like to understand your thinking on the strategy of the implementation of finding business models and in terms of economy of scale and economy of scope.
Yeah.
How do you think about that? In your experience.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So in terms of kind of starting a business and business development, I think it has to start with solving a real problem. If you're not solving a problem, if you're just doing something slightly better, it's not gonna be a thing, and I don't really care. But if you solve like a real problem, then there's something to actually look at. And then when we now introduce new models, we kind of beyond the problem, we look at what are the assets that we have by now. So a good example is with the Too Good To Go parcels. The problem is a lot of food producers throw away a lot of food. That's the problem we want to solve. But then when we looked at our assets, we have a really big user base now. We have a lot of daily traffic, and we have users who are basically looking for food, and we don't have enough food on the platform. That's our constraining factor for growing now. So with the parcels model, it's a different business model, but there's a big synergy with some of the assets we already had. And that means that, first of all, it's easier to get off the ground, the likelihood of success is higher, and speed to market goes up, so a lot of things can come with that. But start with what you're really good at and what are the assets that you have. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, have another one? Sounds like we have to be here a little while with, over here, Philly. Oh, right there.
Good morning, everybody. This is Ibrahim Birkam from Atılım University. I am head of tourism department. In hotel industry and in food and beverage industry, we always teach our students and our industry experts that restaurant business is saving a little bit of everything because we are working with a very little profit margin and we cannot afford to lose any money, including wasting food. So we do several techniques. Maybe you should also take these techniques into consideration and do some consultation for the companies you are working with.
Yeah.
For instance, we work on menu engineering. Like in a hotel like this, when you prepare a dish for a banquet, we usually prepare a certain amount, but the food will be left over, and then that food maybe will be special of the day in the restaurant.
Yeah.
Then maybe it will be served for another banquet. Then maybe the latest it will go to employees' cafeteria and serve there. Yeah. So we cannot really afford to lose any food, any waste, any food, any money, not because we are very sincere on food saving, but also in profitability, because in restaurant business, out of 5 restaurants, 4 of them will face with bankruptcy in 5 years.
Yeah.
This is the highest mortality rate, and really industry needs your help to support them in food saving for that purpose as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think in the restaurant business, and when we look at the kitchens, they are actually quite good at kind of going back to the old deeds and making sure that you rethink every resource. And if they do end up with something left, I think Winnow over here will be happy to help with that. But that is definitely a good example of an industry where I think they're closer to the food and it's more natural. It's a little bit different in supermarkets where it's packaged, you have a lot of temp workers, a lot of rotation among staff, and it's just more complicated and at a bigger scale. Yeah. Yeah, over here. Oh, sorry. Yes.
I am Mahesh Nakadmi from Nepal.
Hi.
How does your this system could be replicated in the developing countries? Because developing countries has a lot of food security issues, and it will be what is really your recommendation to do replicate these kind of things in the real third world where the food shortage is very high?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good question. I don't think we've fully solved it yet, and we'll probably have to make some adaptations to the current concept. So one of the challenges we sometimes have in less developed countries is that the price of food gets too low for our model to make sense when we're done with the payment fees to our payment service providers and our salaries and our hosting and all of that, then it ends up not being good business. And if we don't make some profit, we're not in business anymore. So we haven't fully solved that yet, but I think probably need to rethink it.
Okay. So my another question is, like, we have a good to go to textile, good to go to food. I think there another area we have to do is good to go to the medicines. Well, a lot of medicines has been expired and keeping in the many of the countries. So we have to. Do you have any idea about that? Anyone doing that? Good to go to medicines. The pharmacy, the medicines.
Okay. Yeah.
Any idea?
Yeah, it's not something we've looked at yet, but we're eager to find more solutions than what we have in place now. Yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see, where's the microphone? One more, yeah?
Yes, good morning.
Hi.
I think you're doing a great job. I'm also the same in the food waste, water waste. I think the young students and children from schools through sensitization and awareness. My question is that in conflict areas now, where we always go, sometimes because we are humanitarian aid as well, food, water, and shelter, and those kind of things, you will see that a lot of food are wasted, especially in Gaza. What do you have in your mind, and how can we solve that issue as well? Thank you.
Yeah. So I think the model we have built now works well in some parts of the world and under some conditions. And then there are definitely other parts of the world and some extreme conditions where it doesn't work well and where you need a completely different model in place. So I wish I had the great solution for that, but unfortunately, we're not quite there. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful presentation. I'm hoping that you'll be part of the panel discussion in a little bit. So if we have more questions, we'll be sure to continue a little bit later on. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we're getting the stage ready for our next speaker. Continuing with the theme of food waste, we're going to be hearing from a gentleman in the format of a keynote address. Mr. Ahmet Bağcı is the Deputy Minister for Agriculture and Forestry for the Republic of Turkey. In a moment, we'll be hearing from him. He is a policymaker that has worked to advance circular policies when it comes to across the food system. And it is my pleasure to invite him to the stage, Mr. Ahmet Bağcı, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture for Food for the Republic of Turkey. Hoş geldiniz. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for giving the floor. Good morning, everyone. Distinguished participants, esteemed guests. When we look at the theme of this panel, it becomes clear that solving the dysfunction in our food system is not enough. We must also heal a deeper deficiency, namely our global conscience. Because every bite wasted in truth, a child's meal, a farmer's labor, and a nation's water. Every time we sit down for a meal, we should remember this striking fact. 1/3 of all food produced globally never gets eaten. In Turkey alone, around 18 million tons of food are lost and turned into waste annually. This is not only an economic inefficiency, it's a moral failure and an environmental emergency. Food waste alone produces 8 to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Each wasted meal also represents wasted land, energy, water, and human effort. Each ton wasted food corresponds to about 1,500 tons of wasted water. Therefore, the fight against food waste must stand at the heart of our water management policies. As the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, we have adopted an approach called water-centered agriculture. We now know that the question is no longer simply, what should we produce, but rather, how much water we have available to produce it. Through our basin-based production model, we determine crop patterns according to each region's water capacity. We promote water-friendly crops in arid basins instead of high water-consuming ones. Agriculture planning is now guided not only by production quantity, but also by sustainability and water efficiency. Distinguished participants, the institutional framework for this transformation is our water campaign launched under the leadership of First Lady Mrs. Emin Erdoğan. This is not merely a technical program, it's a national awareness campaign calling upon all sectors for society to rethink how we use water. We have prepared water efficiency guidelines for all sectors. In agriculture, our ministry implements digital irrigation systems, sensor-based monitoring technologies, and remote control irrigation infrastructure, achieving up 40% water saving in this field. Through the water footprint labeling systems, we ensure that the water used in production of each product is transparently traceable. This campaign extends beyond agriculture. It includes cities, industries, and households, creating a culture of responsibility. Artificial intelligence-based demand forecasting system also help supermarkets, hotels, and restaurants prevent overproduction, reducing waste by 15 to 20%. Moreover, under the circular economy approach, unsold products are converted in soups, sauces, animal feed, or biogas, reducing waste while cutting carbon emissions and contributing to our climate targets. Distinguished guests, the role of the private sector in combating food waste is vital. In Turkey, the Food Banking Regulation and Income Tax Law grant tax deductions and exemption for food donations. Thus, companies can channel their surplus to those in need rather than discarding it. However, we observe many businesses are still unaware of these advantages. Therefore, as the ministry, we are enhancing communication with the private sector and developing new models to incentivize food donation. Yet none of these systematic solutions can endure without cultural transformation. Most food waste happens at the consumer level. Globally, about 70% of total production is wasted in homes and retail environments. Therefore, consumers must learn to see food as a value, not a commodity. In other words, the solution starts at the table. In our culture, food is blessing and secret. However, in the modern world, the labor and resources behind food are often forgotten. Distinguished participants, our resources are limited and they are depleted. As a global community, we have no choice but to adapt and implement the zero waste approach. We must take responsibility for the sake of our future, our children, our grandchildren. In line with the saying, a tree is bent while it is young. We must raise our children with awareness and responsibility. To this end, about 15 days ago, we signed a cooperation protocol with the Minister of Education, Minister of National Education. Under this protocol, which will continue until the end of 2029. We will implement 7 important initiatives together with the Ministry of National Education. The project on agricultural education, protection of our green homeland, water efficiency, living in harmony with nature, digital transformation, and school-based farming. These efforts, we aim to raise awareness among our children, teach them to care for nature, and to avoid wastefulness. We also developed a national strategy document action plan on food loss and waste prevention, reduction, and management, and we are currently updating it. This document clearly defines the roles and responsibilities of all stakeholders, from producers to consumers. Preventing food loss and waste is a long-term struggle. Our Save Your Food campaign is a crucial component of the Zero Waste movement, which has become a global initiative under the leadership of Ms. Emine Erdoğan. Our goal is for these efforts to grow beyond a campaign to become a lasting cultural habit worldwide. Distinguished guests, every year, the food we throw away could feed more than 700 million hungry people around the world. To prevent food waste is to protect water resources, and to do so is to uphold human dignity. As the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, we are proud to lead this transformation through our initiatives: water-centered agriculture, water efficiency mobilization, and Save Your Food campaign. Our mission is to build a world that feeds people, not landfills. Thank you for your patience. By the way, I am sorry, I have to leave here because of my busy schedule. Thank you very much.
Çok teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun efendim. Ağzınıza sağlık. Çok teşekkürler. Sağ olun. We're going to get the stage ready. A very big thank you to Mr. Ahmet Bağcı for his presentation. He has to run off to some meetings as we get the stage ready. We're going to be moving on to our panel discussion in just a moment, and we're going to be looking at innovation. We're going to be looking at governance, and we're also going to be looking at collaboration and how we can use loss and turn it into an opportunity. Moderating this session is Carlos Silva Filho. He is a leading voice when it comes to Latin America's waste transformation policy. Joining him are three voices, one of which you know quite well. Metelik is going to come back on stage. She is the CEO of Too Good To Go. Joining her is Sergio Villalba Gomez from Gensha, and Shobita Sur, the founder and CEO of Legendary Food. So we have 4 places ready. Carlos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'll try it again. Good night. Good morning. Bom dia. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I'd like to invite our special guests for this session to discuss about food waste, feeding people, not landfills. We are ready? Yes, please. Shobita, Sergio, we are just, and Mete, please. You are quite like used to this. Yeah. This morning. Thank you for joining. So, the theme of this panel is food waste, feeding people, not landfills. We've already heard about some data, about some figures, but this is a very, very important topic, and I want to re-emphasize some of these figures. While almost 800 million people are hungry, and a third of humanity faces food insecurity. In 2022, the world wasted 1 billion tons of food. Picture that. 800 million people hungry, and a third of the world's population facing food insecurity, and we all together are throwing out 1 billion tons of food per year. Most of the food waste in the world comes from households. Out of the total 1 billion tons wasted in 2022, households were responsible for 631 million tons, or 60% of that. And this is, for me, the most impactant number. Households waste at least 1 billion meals per day. On average, each individual in this world wastes 79 kilos of food annually. And it's not a problem only of the rich countries. This is something that really doesn't affect the income level. High-income countries, upper middle-income countries, lower and middle-income countries differ just a bit in terms of individual wastage of food. So, therefore, governments, cities, municipalities, businesses, all of us as individuals should work collaboratively to reduce food waste and help householders to act. We are here to listen and to learn from those entrepreneurs who are leading the way to revert this trend, who are leading the way to bring new approaches towards this huge challenge. Because as we heard from Meti, it's not about hunger, it's not only about climate, it's about people's life, it's about economics, it's about social development, so it's about a just and equitable future. So, without further saying, I'd like to invite our first speaker, Shobita Soor, to share with us this innovative approach in terms of feeding people and not landfills. Thank you, Shobita, for joining us.
Thank you. If we could just get the slides whenever. But good morning. My name is Shobita Soor. I am the CEO and founder of Legendary Foods. Legendary Foods is a biotechnology company that produces protein, nutritious food from edible insects. You'll be happy to know that we operate in markets where there is an existing demand and market for an edible insect, so your lunch is safe. But really, what we have found and the opportunity that we are looking to take advantage of is that on the one hand, we have large amounts of agricultural waste, we have large amounts of waste that's also coming from agri-processing, particularly on the African continent. Most of the organic waste is really coming from the food value chain. Yet at the same time, on the African continent, we are spending billions of dollars to import protein-rich food. And so we, like I said, have really looked at how do we take this agricultural waste and transform it into protein. And so the insect that we have started to work on is called palm larva. Palm larva, the picture that you see with the yellow background on the screen, is a meat that traditionally comes from palm trees, date palm trees, coconut trees as well. It's rich in protein, micronutrients, fats. It's really a superfood, and it's been consumed indigenously in West and Central Africa, in Southeast Asia, as well as certain parts of Latin America. And so until now, it has not been farmable. It has been foraged in the wild, if you will. And so what we're able to do is we're able to take local agricultural waste. So we've catalyzed a few green entrepreneurs who go to collect certain agricultural waste substrates that we require for our process. And at the same time, we use industrial agricultural waste as well to produce protein. We then take this larva, we sell it whole, live, fresh, moving around to the captive consumer. But beyond that, we also transform it into a powder that acts as a raw material for biscuits, for condiments, for cereal mix. And here we're able to mitigate a large amount of imports for fish powder, shrimp powder, milk powder, which are very commonly used protein ingredients for food. We also produce waste because we are a farm, and so we take that waste and we convert it into compost, which is sold to many smallholder farmers regionally. What I would say is that we've taken a very market-based approach, and what I mean by this is that taking lessons from the alternative protein industry or the alternative dairy industry in other parts of the world, we've seen that we cannot ask the consumer to compromise taste or to compromise quality. And so our cookies need to taste just as good as our primary competitors' cookies. Just because it's more sustainable is not really going to be a long-term driving factor for purchasing decisions. And so we take a really market-based approach. We're working with insects for which there is already an existing market, and we're producing products that are at the end of the day delicious and at the end of the day very cost-effective. Of course, the impact of this extends beyond just the conversion of food waste, agricultural waste into protein and into more food. As I said, we use the byproducts to produce compost, but it's also a great way to create a new value chain. So we've created over 60 jobs. We've mitigated a lot of greenhouse gas emissions because it's much more efficient to produce insect protein than other forms of conventional livestock, much less water even than many forms of plant protein as well. So yeah, thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing your questions.
Thank you very much, Shobita. Very interesting how we are able to really apply nature-based solutions to tackle some of the largest challenges that we face currently. Congratulations for Legendary Foods initiative. Thank you. So now we listen from Sergio Gomez about another innovative approach to tackle food waste. Sergio, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlos. Good morning. Well, first of all, many thanks to Zero Waste Global Forum and Zero Waste Foundation for organizing this spectacular event and 100% necessary. Well, I'm Sergio Villava. I'm co-founder at Yensa, a startup that acts following the zero waste paradigm, and we valorize used vegetable oil into soap. This is our idea. I know that all of us think that we should recycle more, but I think that we have to recycle less, or at least at Yensa, we think that. Because I'm sure that we must rethink our recycling model, because it was designed in the 20th century, many, many years ago, and with different necessities and concerns for now. And I think that we need to complement this new model, and in one based on zero waste paradigm. Maybe zero waste is not perfect, it's not the only solution, but I think it's the only answer, the only way if we want a sustainable future, a sustainable world. Because the problem, I think it's huge and is urgent. Here you can see on the slide some figures. We already generate billions of tons of waste all over the world. Water pollution are increasing. Plastics are everywhere, contaminating everything. And we have low recycling rates in general all over the world. So at least from Gensa, we think that we have to work at a source, reducing or eliminating waste before it's created. And due to all of these factors, we think that we don't need perfect strategies or endless plans. And we have to focus on real solutions that we can implement now, even imperfect ones. Like, for example, our solution that I'm going to explain in a minute. Maybe we need to start small, to start somewhere, but we think that we have to start right now. Because once something goes into the recycling bin, it's completely out of our personal control. And once we start the recycling circle, negative impacts are inevitable, like landfills, carbon footprints, etc. So if we're doing the same thing over and over again, we can expect different results. So we have to change. So let's start doing things differently. For example, valorizing waste instead of just recycling, like in the current model, treating waste on site, at home, at companies, the public institutions, trying to achieve a zero carbon footprint in the process, prioritizing action over endless planning and perfection, implementing advanced technologies already developed, and focusing on local and personal approaches. For instance, at Gensa, we are putting this into practice, following all of these points. We valorize used vegetable oil in this equipment, transforming on-site it into soap for immediate use. We recover 100% of used oil with zero footprint and zero waste, and just using electricity and water. We can reduce with this solution tons of plastic consumption. And as I've said before, we are applying a patented technology to make zero waste real, at least with this product. That's not perfect, but at least it's an imperfect solution put in action. So I invite you to join us in adopting this paradigm, following these simple points, very simple in our minds, but very, very complicated to implement. Because if at this Gensa, we think that if we are not part of the solution, we will be part of the problem. So, well, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sergio. It's very interesting to see this, like the concept of zero waste being put into practice. And we know, as José Moller mentioned at the beginning, we still do not have a perfect concept of what zero waste is. So we don't have a perfect concept on how to put into practice, but all these initiatives that we heard this morning from Too Good To Go, Legendary Foods, and Yangsa show us that there is a pathway to be really pursued towards a better future. So we all listened the incredible presentations from Mette earlier today, and I want to invite you, Mette, to join our panel discussion with the first question in terms of like how we could really ensure that entrepreneurship and innovation drive the necessary change?
Yeah, I think while we need better regulation in some areas, I don't think this is something we can ever regulate ourselves out of. And large, big corporations, they play one role, and of course they have the ability to scale something and get it out there fast if they decide to go for it. But I think a lot of the new solutions are going to come from the startup community and from entrepreneurs. And there's maybe especially kind of one misconception around the concept of social impact companies. It's a popular one, and most entrepreneurs prefer to lead a social impact company versus just a company. But I think we tend to forget a little bit that it is still a company, right? So it's not like you get a break on any of the fundamentals you need to deliver in a company. You mentioned your products have to taste just as good as the conventional products. If you take in investor money, which you typically have to if you want to get to scale, and I like to say if you want impact, you also gotta want the scale, because it's cute and nice if you can build something beautiful, but if you don't get it out there, it hasn't really made a dent. So if you take that investor money, which you have to, then you have to deliver on the exact same things any conventional company would have to deliver on. They have KPIs, they have metrics, and they do expect their money back with a decent return. So I do think sometimes entrepreneurs go into it a little bit naively, thinking, oh, they'll give me a break here because it's such a nice purpose. There's no break. It's like you have to deliver all of that and do good at the same time. And it can be challenging, but I think there are also advantages as well.
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you very much. And this reminds me that not only in terms of startups and entrepreneurship, but also to make these solutions happen, we need a behavioral change. We need a mindset change. So I'd like to ask the same question to each one of you. What strategies can be used to raise awareness about the importance of this change and foster genuine engagement? Because at the end, like a very good idea cannot be an excellent solution if individuals do not engage to it. If you don't have consumers for the protein, if the people do not engage at the app and Too Good To Go, and if they don't use the Yangtze solution to transform the oil into soap. So this is something that makes me always think how, and we see that it's not mainstream yet. So what strategies do you think we need to use in order to make these become mainstream? Let's start with you, Shobita, please.
Yeah, sure. So I think we have to make it easy, and we have to make it cool, for lack of a better word, as well. So I think, for example, in the context of food, as I mentioned, our products have to taste just as delicious. What we saw with meat analogs, so like a lot of the, fake meats or plant meats, is we were really just increasing our consumer base with people who already cared a lot about the environment, and they were willing to make a compromise on taste. But I think, as you said, for solutions to become really mainstream, they have to be a good choice on its own merits. And so, for example, we have a condiment that we sell in Ghana that has the palm larva in it. The branding is completely different and fresh than every other condiment on the shelf in that product category. And so we're building traction, not just because it's eco-friendly, but because it's cool to buy that brand. It's cool to have that jar sitting on your dorm room desk. I think the other one is also gamification. I think gamification also really helps consumers to engage, feel competitive, have social dynamics that really help to create that long-lasting behavior change.
Thank you, Shobita. So, making things cool, attractive, and competitive. So,
Yes.
gamification. Very good. Thank you. Mette, please.
Yeah, very aligned with those points. So when we build product for our stores, our partner stores, the thinking is it needs to be as easy to save the food as it is to throw it away. Might not quite get there, but almost as easy. And then on the consumer side, it really needs to be fun. So this idea of delight is a big thing for us when we build products for consumers, that the surprise bag aspect, that, you know, getting wowed that there was a lot more there than I asked for, but then also kind of instilling a little bit of educational, you know, nuggets of information, and here's some tips, and this is the recipe, and just trying to kind of use the bag as a bit of a Trojan horse in then educating and making sure it's still fun and value-adding. But I think that's really important. And then eventually, I mean, at Too Good To Go, we are very focused on being positive and, you know, empowering our stores and our users. I do think we need to get to a point where there's not that much stigma around it. You know, it's still frowned upon a little if you go to a restaurant and you ask for a doggy bag, at least in some countries. It's normal now in the US, weirdly, but in many other countries, it's not that normal, right? And we probably need it to be a little bit socially unacceptable to throw away the food.
Great. I like very much that, like to make things easier and normal, as not something that you have to think to do it, but it's natural from our own daily habits. Excellent, very good. Sergio, how to engage people to bring oil to Yangtze solution and use the soap? So what's the strategy behind it?
Yes, I think it's very difficult, at least from our point of view. And I think there is still a long way in collective awareness, at least in terms of real and daily actions. Because I think that in idea it's very easy to have a zero waste or a food waste mindset, but I think that it's very, very difficult to put it in action. So I think that we have to use every tool. I think that every tool is important because we have a very, very large work to do. So if I have to choose, everyone is perfect, yes.
But what, Yangtze is using, like a social media, how do you engage people to?
Well, we try to do it via social media, but I think that is not enough, at least for us. And because our clients, our customers, maybe are not in the social media yet. So we have to use everything. Social media is a very fantastic tool, but yeah, we have to do all the effort that we have.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. So I'd like to open the floor to some questions. Do we have any questions to the participants? One there. Any other? Otherwise, I'll keep another one. Otherwise, I'll keep monopolizing and another one there. Okay, 3 questions.
Okay.
4. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really very good ideas. I'm coming from Bilkent University. My name is Ayşe Collins. I just want some straightforward tips for students to make them aware of the waste food at the university campus. And what can we do as professors to create this, besides giving the lessons and etc.? I'm asking 3 of the speakers.
Thank you very much. We have a second one here. Let's collect 2 first, and then we have the other 2.
Thank you very much. Ben Türkçe soracağım. Çevresini lütfen.
I'd like to ask the question in Turkish. Erzurum Atatürk University. My name is Zeynep Ceylan. Especially, you talked about turning waste food into protein in forms of pills. When pharmaceuticals are synthesized, they go through a long process. And in terms of the health of human beings and other living organisms. When you consider what you do in terms of hygiene and human health, do you do any work on that? Do you analyze the impact of your protein? And I have a second question. And there is an ethical side of this things, or morals are involved in this process.
Just a minute, please. Can we have an assistance here with the translation equipment? Just a minute.
Or maybe just a translator.
Yes, or a summary, a brief summary.
Can I shift to the other question? Meanwhile, they bring us the phones, and then I come back to you.
Thanks.
Okay?
Okay.
Do you have a mic there, please? Thank you.
Where's that?
Yes,
thank you. I represent Inter-Parliamentary Speaker Conference. We are partner here in this forum. So my very short question is, very inspiring and innovative ideas you shared. So just short question, while large corporation and agriculture companies are easier to reach through policy, what pilot projects, innovative ideas being implemented at the grassroots level, could you share any inspirational local practice that stands out in addressing food waste? Where we're listening, it's a very easy that your ideas goes to large agriculture company and then more corporate house, like big hotels. But what about the households and then the small stakeholder? How you reach? There is any ideas that you, in your knowledge, that best practice in the world that you can share to us?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think Mete have some examples, and Shobita might have for small communities in terms of the legendary food. Mete, please.
So it was best practices in the household.
Yes.
That's it, right? Yeah. So I think the first is just understanding the date labeling, best before versus use by. Best before means often good after. Another big one is around planning. You want to plan your shopping. You want to actually look in your calendar before you go shopping. If you're going to be out 3 nights in the week, you don't need as much food. Having some go-to recipes is another big one. And that varies by country and by food culture, but things like, can throw everything... sorry for any Italian here, but you can throw most things on a pizza, or you can make a pie with, different things, just having those go-to things. And then I think another thing popular in my household, at least, is to involve the children around it. So, sometimes, if you don't want to cook, you just get everything out on the table, everything you have in the fridge, and then you come up with something and involve the kids with it. I think, that again makes it fun and makes it something that you can talk about and have a real moment around. Yeah.
Thank you, Mete.
Yeah, I think connecting the two questions on university students and best practices, I think that, so our research center started out on a university ground. And I feel university students are very driven by data. I think social media, access to information, I think data is very exciting. And I think perhaps creating, data metrics around how much food waste is the school wasting. I think that causes an emotional reaction and is very compelling. And then to see that number decrease and to create collective responsibility around the reduction of that, I think is very, very engaging. I think also when students benefit, students are always on a budget, and so showing them how much money they can save, or showing them how the food waste can be, turned into compost, grow their own food. I think things that allow them to save money is also very powerful. I think in terms of best practices, I can probably speak more on the side of the producer of food, the producer of manufactured food. I think we definitely do have cases where we do have excess production or production where it doesn't meet compliance standards, right? And the regulator is usually acting in good conscience, right? So they have certain standards you have to meet. If you don't meet those standards, you have to discard that food. You cannot lawfully sell it. And I think, we've done interesting things of, having it given to our employees, our neighbors. It just sort of finding a way to reallocate that. We also sometimes have in our biscuit line of production, for example, we have biscuits that maybe come out broken or cracked, and we sell them to animal feed, farmers as well. So it's just, I think, building that conscientiousness. And where I see my responsibility as a leader of the company is to really reward that behavior. So the employee that finds the animal feed producer to give our excess or broken cookies to, it's my job to publicly reward that, to incentivize that, to create the company culture that allows for us to have more of those ideas surface.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Let's see if it works now.
Yes.
We all have this. Can we have the mic there?
Thanks.
Is it working?
No.
No?
Bas.
Is it working for you? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Şimdi ilaçlar üretilirken dedik.
I was asking you about when pills or drugs are made into the pill form, they are going through a long process. And in terms of their effects on the human health or the living health of other living organisms. And they are really careful about that. And these pill form proteins that you mentioned before that you produced or other protein products that you produce, do you have any kind of work that you do analyzing their effects on human health, in terms of hygienic standards and different parameters? Because when we go through these processes with the medicines, for example, pharmaceutical products, whether you give it to a human or animals, it will definitely go to humans, right? At the end of the day, I was concerned about if you have any analysis about, their effects on human health or other living organisms' health.
Okay.
Shobita, please.
Perfect. Yeah, thank you so much for the question. So the question was drawing an analogy between pharmaceutical industry and the food industry when we have a new drug or pill or protein supplement in the pharmaceutical, nutraceutical industry. It's well backed by science and data to show that it's safe. But then on the other hand, do we still have the same standard with food, particularly food produced from the protein of insects? So yes, I think it's a great question. Yes, I think, again, going back to the idea that this has to be a market-based solution, it is in the best interest of my company to show the safety as much as possible, because there is some stigma around the consumption of insects. So yes, we have done a lot of testing around the safety and also the benefits. So the digestibility of our protein is 90%. That is close to whey, which is sort of the gold standard when it comes to digestibility. But I think your question brings up a very important nuance, which is that not all waste can be used for all things. So in our case, the waste that we collect comes either from an industrial use. So we have an understanding of the quality, consistency of that waste. And then we also have a certain part of our process that uses coconut shells. And so that's really for when the insect goes from a larva to the next stage. And that one is, sort of a community-based collection. But the the food that the insects are eating is quality controlled. And I think that this is, very important. And then lastly, I would just say that as human beings, we have actually been eating insects since the beginning of our evolution. And in fact, all of us have eaten insects. It's just that we have done it unknowingly. So, for example, when you are sleeping, insects can enter your mouth if you're an open-mouthed sleeper. But even the US FDA has an allowable amount of insect parts in flour. In anything that comes from the earth, you will have, insects in it. So, But yes, no, we do a lot of testing, and it's very important, and it helps us to drive the marketability, and our process will be ISO certified as well shortly. So yeah, thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you for this answer. And this reminds me of one point, that it's also a problem of perception and a problem of terminology. Because if we keep saying those materials, substances are waste, we keep preventing more people to engage to the solutions. And I think that this is something that we all need to discuss among ourselves. Because at the end, what we heard here this morning is not about waste. It's about feedstock. It's about product. It's about edible food. So I think this is another advancement that we need really to adopt when promoting and disseminating and engaging people, saying as you mentioned, it's not insect, it's protein that we are used to. So it's not waste that would be thrown out. It's edible food that it's consumable and good to be used. And the same for the oil. So let's not throw it in the sinks, because it can be transformed in another product. So I think also we need to start framing it differently and stop saying it's garbage, it's trash, it doesn't serve for anything, because it's material and substance with a good use afterwards. We have another question there. Can you have the mic at this side, please? Any other question from... Oh, the mic is there. Here.
Benim bir sorum daha vardı ama.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Nizar from International Entrepreneurship Association. My question to Mrs. Mehta is very great idea. My question is it for profit application? Do you have certain conditions for participation within the application? The owners of restaurants and food stores need this application very much. Can it work in Turkey or other countries? Is it support the language? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so we're a social impact company, but we are a company. So we are a for-profit, even though it took us a while to get the first profit, to be fair. But we are a for-profit. And then, in terms of languages, I mean, we're in 19 countries now, soon to be 21. Turkey, unfortunately, right now is not one of them. Maybe we'll consider after these days here, but it's not currently on the roadmap. And we need, for us, there's a lot of work associated with entering a market. So there's a lot of legal work, and we need to check a lot of regulation and legislation before we can move in. And then we need to start building networks of partners and of consumers. So it's not currently there, but maybe future.
Thank you, Mete. I just want to build on your answer. Is regulation usually an obstacle to adopt to good to go?
It's not usually an obstacle, but it's something you have to be mindful of. And you have to do a bit of due diligence every time you go in on food legislation, things like that. What is that in this country?
because this is also a forum where we have a lot of government officials, legislators. So what would be your suggestion to this audience, this very special audience, in order to make things easier to avoid food waste?
Yeah, so I think there's a general thing around regulation and startups where a lot of these new ideas and this innovation will kind of arrive in a little bit of a gray area where, you know, when they made the law, they hadn't thought about this yet, right? And now it doesn't fit perfectly, so how does that work now? So I think that willingness to engage in a dialogue with the entrepreneurs and the startups in a country and the good ideas, and just make sure that we can adapt the legislation so it doesn't block good solutions. It's a general thing.
Perfect. Thank you. Do we have other questions from over there? Okay.
I am.
Yes, please.
Okay. I am Sandra Pinzon. I am founder and CEO Global Zero Waste. Will you be interested in becoming certified under circular economy enterprise and allowing external auditor for the companies and the process? We offer certification with expert external evaluators. Certified companies include food and beverage companies, some of which are listed on the Dow Jones Index in the world. For example, the companies in Colombia and Guatemala the more important is the company open doors and auditors include community in general for showed good practice and good results.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this question. So just to summarize, is there any your experience or interest to be certified as zero waste company, or do you think the client, and I think some of the brands that are part of the Too Good To Go platform, do you think that this is something that would be interesting for them?
So Too Good To Go itself, we're B Corp certified. I know that in France, and I don't know the specifics of this certification, I know that in France we work with the government to introduce a certification, but happy to have a look at it and get more info.
Thank you. So I'll have a final question. Is that okay? Over time? Thank you. Because I think that this conversation is very, very interesting. But I have one question in the back of my mind that I cannot miss to ask each one of you. What's needed to accelerate the change? Because what we've seen today is the change is happening. It's progressively happening. We see more and more solutions coming, and you have developed very, very interesting and innovative solutions. But the clock is ticking, and we really need to expedite our progress. And for example, just to picture, I've been working since last year with a new concept that I've called it towards a 3D future. What is the 3D future? To decouple economic growth from waste generation, to decontaminate products and the environment, and decarbonize the economies. So it's kind of like putting our 3D lenses and looking how to integrate it. And this is urgent. So from your perspectives as entrepreneurs, how do we accelerate this change? I'll start with you, Sergio. Okay. You are too quiet for a while.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I think that we have to believe in private and public collaboration, because sometimes governments, public entities, are not as slow but not so agile that they should. So I think that if they work with startups, like, for example, these three that we are here, we can at least work on real adoption and real solutions. Maybe it's not only, I'm not thinking about technological solution as our solution or our product, but I think that innovative solutions, other technological solutions, can be applied if we collaborate public and startups. So startups could be one of the ways.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Mette, please.
Yeah, and I think in the public sector, the legislation, making sure that it supports new innovation, and then partnerships, I would say, also between the large corporations and the startups, because they bring different things. One has the scale, the other one maybe has the more nimble innovation. So combining those, and then on the consumer side, I think it needs to be a little bit more of a moral thing as well, without the finger, but we need to figure out how it becomes natural for us, that it's just not something you do, wasting food.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think particularly on the African continent where we work, infrastructure is a big component. And so just if road connectivity was greater, if we could foster more trade between one African country and another, we would see a massive reduction in post-harvest losses in food waste. And then I would say secondly is financing. So financing for that infrastructure, but also financing to accelerate solutions like ours. We need bigger marketing budgets. We need, to be able to act with the urgency that you've spoken about. And so in order to do that, you need financial resources.
Perfect. So thank you very much. I'll ask a round of applause to our speakers. I hope you enjoyed this panel. I learned a lot. And as we've seen, the topic doesn't stop here. There is still a lot to do, and each and every one of us needs to take a next step. So let's talk with Shobita, Mette, and Sergio. Let's talk among ourselves. Let's bring collaboration and move forward towards a better future. Thank you very much.
And a very big thank you to you, Carlos, for moderating this engaging discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, just one small announcement before we move on to our next session. In the next half an hour or so, we could experience an influx of people. It's partly due to the popularity of the next session, but it's also got to do with the fact that the First Lady will be touring the outdoor art gallery outside, and because of security reasons, I don't think anybody will be allowed outside, and all the people outside in the foyer will be forced in. Okay? Not to worry, but it's also a very popular topic as well. Textiles. We're going to make a bold statement, and that is the future of fashion is circular, right? When we look at textiles, I think it's fair to say that it defines creativity, it defines culture. Yet at the same time, there's a huge amount of waste in the industry. If I'm not mistaken, it has one of the highest environmental costs when you look at modern industry. And in this next session, we're going to be looking or exploring how concepts like innovation, like design, and regulation can weave, sorry for the pun, weave circularity into the fabric of fashion. Yeah, and use waste as a resource. That being said, let's move on to our first keynote address of this session. It was supposed to be delivered by Her Excellency Sheena Ansari, the Vice President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. She also heads the country's Department of Environment. However, she's currently tied up in a high-level ministerial meeting, and we've received word from their delegation that her deputy, Arman Horand, will be delivering the keynote, and then we'll quickly move on to the session. Arman, can we invite you up here? Fantastic. Thank you very much.
So, how we are doing this? I'm standing in the middle, or? Okay. Thank you very much. Merhaba, günaydın, and good morning to all of you. First of all, I want to extend the apologies of Her Excellency Vice President Dr. Sheena Ansari, because at the same time with this meeting, there is the ministerial meeting with the presence of the First Lady, so she was supposed to be there. And on her behalf, I will deliver the speech. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the merciful, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and friends, it is an honor to join you here in Istanbul, a city that stands at the crossroad of cultures and ideas, to discuss one of the defining challenges and opportunities of our era, building a world where waste no longer defines progress, but circularity does. The textile and fashion industry, as well as all know, is one of humanity's most creative achievements, but also one of its most resource-intensive. Behind every garment lies a long chain of production that consumes water, energy, and raw materials, and often releases pollutants, dyes, and microplastics into the air, soil, and oceans. It is an industry that mirrors both our innovation and our excesses. Today, we produce more than 100 billion pieces of clothing every year, while millions of tons end up in landfills. This is not simply a waste of fabric, it is a waste of nature's gift, of human effort, and of the planet's resources. But the solution is within reach. Around the world, we are witnessing the transformation of fashion into a circular system, one built on the principle of designing out waste, keeping materials in use, and regenerating natural systems. From recycling fibers and reusing fabrics, the eco-design, repair, and share ownership, circular fashion represents a new economic vision, one where beauty and sustainability reinforce, not oppose each other. This is why gatherings like today's are so vital. They remind us that zero waste is not only a technical goal, but a moral one, a commitment to life, to balance, and to future generation. Achieving circularity in the textile and fashion sector requires shared global commitment. No country can succeed in isolation because pollution, waste, and climate change knows no boundaries, no borders. The fabric of sustainability must be woven through international cooperation, technology transfer, and equitable access to resources. Developed nations must support developing economies in building greener production systems, improving waste management, and adopting sustainable materials. It is only through such partnership that we can ensure the benefits of circular fashion reach every corner of the world. Iran, despite facing numerous challenges, such as unilateral sanctions, has taken meaningful steps toward integrating circular economy principles into its nation's environmental and industrial strategies. Through initiatives led by the Department of Environment, Ministry of Industry, and research institution, Iran is promoting eco-friendly textile production, wastewater recycling in dyeing industries, and the recovery and reuse of fabric waste. National programs on zero waste cities, green industry certification, and sustainable consumption and production, SCP, are creating a synergy between policy, innovation, and community engagement. These efforts reflect Iran's commitment to align with regional and global sustainability goals, demonstrating that even under constraints and unilateral actions, a nation can advance toward a cleaner, more circular, and resilient future. A truly sustainable future demands that we leave no country behind. Every nation, from producers of raw fibers to major consuming markets, plays a role in the global value chain. We must promote inclusive participation, where all voices, especially those of emerging economies, are heard and respected. The zero waste movement is not only about eliminating waste from materials, but also about eliminating waste from opportunity and potentials. Together, through shared responsibility, innovation, and solidarity, we can create a future where the global textile industry becomes a force for regeneration, equality, and lasting peace. Let us work together, governments, industries, and citizens, to make the textile sector a model for circular transformation. Let us ensure that what we wear reflects not exploitation, but respect for nature, for workers, and for peace. From the looms of ancient Anatolia to the sustainable ateliers of tomorrow, from the heart of Iran, one of the mothers of civilization, to all of you, the thread that connects us is responsibility. May we weave it with wisdom, creativity, and compassion. Thank you very much, Shina Ansari, Vice President of Iran. Thank you very much.
Arman, thank you very much for that. I do appreciate you stepping in.
I leave the...
Yes,
okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's great hearing, to see what's going on in Iran as well. Thank you very much to Arman. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move forward with our panel discussion. It will be moderated by Tom Domen. He is a board member at the Krinkwinkel Antwerpen. He is also a sustainability strategist, best known for advancing repair-based economies. Joining him on stage will be Pedro Bulnes, the co-founder and CEO of Remfra. And we also have Adam Berukowitz. He's the co-founder of Return to Vendor. And rounding off the pack is Arnold Krielhuber. He is the Director of Europe and Central Asia for UNEP. Tom, the floor is yours, and you can bring on your speakers as well.
Good morning, everybody. So, yeah, we're switching the topic from food waste now to the world of fashion. Fashion, an amazing industry indeed because of its creativity, its cultural impact, and it's so present like food in our everyday life. First, a quick intro about myself. Indeed, been mentioned, I've been working within circular economy for about 20 years or more, mostly looking into opportunities, circular business models. How do you make money out of shifting away from single use to models like reuse, sharing economy, repair economy, and recycling. And within that role, I'm also then part of the board of Krinkwinkel, which is indeed an organization that gives life to what otherwise would be waste. So a second life to what otherwise would be waste. And so we can have a thrift shop / second-hand shop with multiple stores in Belgium. And our key fraction actually next to furniture and so on is actually the textile fraction. And what Krinkwinkel started to do is to work a lot within the European context on some pioneering projects on how can we improve textile, first of all, textile use, textile collection. How do we improve the collection rate from people? Then how do we sort in order to sort for the highest value, meaning that we sort first of all for reuse, then for recycling, and only if it's not possible towards landfill, which is a big issue, and we'll get to that. It's a social economy, so we also apply people with a distance to labor market to help us within that quest. We're also not shying away from using high-tech technology like smart sorting, AI, camera detection, in order to get us to better reuse rates and recycling rates. Again, coming to fashion, I'm personally also, from personal perspective, quite passionate about fashion from two areas, basically. I'm a ultra runner, hiker, so I loved all the technical gear. I'm kind of gear geek and looking into all the kind of technical fabrics and love that. Like what they can do with fabrics today is amazing. The type of fabrics, also realizing that because there's so much technical fabric out there, the variety of textile is becoming crazy. And again, we'll get to that. And secondly, I'm from Antwerp, Belgium. And I don't know how many people know, but Antwerp is quite famous for its fashion designers. We have the Antwerp 6, so Fit 6.
pretty well-known fashion designers, so I love the world of fashion and the creativity they use, but also the quality they use to put within their garment. But then, as I started to love fashion and the way fashion helps you to express yourself, the way the fashion helps you to protect yourself, the way that fashion helps you to do certain things like hiking, running, also start to realize that fashion is actually the poster child of consumption going crazy. Indeed, the numbers have been told. We produce over 100 billion garments a year. I think it's about 100 to 150 billion garments a year. The numbers vary a bit. And the second fact is that's twice as much as compared to the levels of 2020. So the volume of fashion is going out of the roof. So we're over-flooded with fashion, and mostly quality of what we're getting into is getting worse. Which gets us to the three topics that we want to address with our panelists. And the first one is the fundamental question: is there something like a sufficiency-based economy for fashion industry? Meaning, how many jeans, how many t-shirts one needs to own? Do we all need to own like a closet full of t-shirts and jeans? Or maybe if everybody has 2 t-shirts, is that enough? It's a very hard question, a tough question, and the key question there as well is there an economy that we can build on? Is there a viable business model in selling less? Which is a challenge I work on for multiple industries, but fashion is indeed one of the more challenging ones. How do we shift away from ultra-fast fashion to maybe reduce our consumption a little bit? And what's the effect on businesses, and what's the effect on people producing garments often in the global south under poor conditions? But what if we reduce the volume? What's the effect on that we have on that global economy? And how do we achieve that kind of just transition, producing less? Which is the first topic. The second topic is going to be about reuse. So how do we embrace and kind of almost exponentially grow reuse of fashion? And actually reuse, that's good news. Reuse, the numbers of reuse and second-hand textiles are growing almost as much as the growth in production. But the bad news is, because of the quality that gets worse and worse, actually multiple of those collection and reuse companies are under threat. Because what they need to collect, whatever they collect, they need to put a lot of effort in collecting and sorting, and they used to get quite good value for that quality they collected. Quite a lot of the things they collected, they could sell at a relatively okay price in the second-hand market. Today, what we see is, because of the quality of clothing getting so bad, because of the pricing of t-shirts for €1, you cannot sell a t-shirt that you buy for €1 on a second-hand market. People will not just buy that. There's no value in it anymore. So it ends up in the waste fraction, which gets us to the third challenge, which is then the recycling world. And again, some good news and bad news. Good news is that there's a lot of new recycling technologies out there. We have now chemical recycling, which helps us to kind of sort certain fiber mixes in the end. Now, chemical recycling is not always the best answer. But the bad news is maybe it's about 1% of textiles actually do get recycled, which is incredibly, stupidly low. And that's a thing we need to change. So we'll discuss those 3 topics with our panelists. And first, maybe I'd love to introduce them one by one. So starting with Adam.
Hi, I'm Adam Barukowitz. I'm the Chief Recycling Officer.
Presentation. Yeah.
I'm the Chief Recycling Officer of Return to Vendor. I've been recycling clothes for the past 20 years based in New York City. Before it was fashionable. It started off as a project when I saw a bag being left on my building floor and thinking, it doesn't really make sense to collect one bag at a time. What if we could place a bin inside this building? This building is a community in and of itself. And so one of my friends and best friends was hit by a car and paralyzed, and we started a project to collect clothes to raise money for spinal cord research. So it's very thinking about New York, thinking about convenience, coming up with a solution that really requires convenience. We placed bins inside of buildings. We started making a partnership with the New York City Pharma Market program, and we also made tons of partnerships and drives with schools across the city. Wherever people would convene, I thought was a waste management solution opportunity. And so we've diverted over 35 million pounds of clothing since the inception of the company. Not to bore you with the details of the economics around textile recycling, but when it happens in volume, basically it's a market price. It's a commodity. It's treated like a commodity, just like plastic, paper, and glass. Within that commodity price, when I bring a load to a sorting facility, they expect my load to meet the industry standard. And that industry standard is about 50% to be reused as secondhand, while the other 50% can be reused in some form or another. The 50% that's the secondhand is the economic driver of textile recycling, while the other 50% can be reused in some form or another, either as shoddy or as acoustic dampening items or as cushioning. It really has little to no value and is taken off the sorter's hands for little to no value. And so while a lot of people have been focused on finding more value from the second-hand clothes component of the industry, I've been obsessed with this second part, the 50% that has little to no value, thinking if we could just change the value of that 50%, we could change the commodity price value. And if we change the commodity price value, then we change the incentive to collect. And if we change the incentive to collect, we can probably up the diversion rates. So I became obsessed with the bottom 50%. And through thorough investigation, I came to a conclusion that why does this 50% go away valueless? Well, it's because of the blends, mostly of spandex, which is an unrecyclable item, and because of accessories, because the cost of deconstruction makes the regenerated fibers hard to match the virgin prices. And so with that in mind, I locked in on the concept of monomaterial design as a way out. I had the good fortune of running into a neighbor in New York who was working on a monomaterial shoe. And that does happen in New York. I don't know if that happens where you guys live, but when you walk around a neighborhood in New York, when you're having a coffee, you never know what kind of interesting entrepreneurs you run into. And together we locked in on the concept of monomaterial as a way. He was a material scientist, and he was working on a monomaterial shoe. And so together we locked in on the concept, and we found our third partner who had 25 years in fashion. So between the three of us, we had a material scientist, we had a recycler, and we had a fashion designer. And we decided to raise money on the concept of a monomaterial circular platform that we call Return to Vendor. This platform is based off of utilizing a commonly used regenerated material, nylon. We can actually convert fishing nets through chemical recycling into a perfectly viable, if not equal, to virgin nylon material. And through science, we have a dedicated science team that is lifting what can be done with this nylon. So not just the yarn, not just the fabric, also the buttons, the trim, the labels, every component of the garment needs to be made with this one material. But through our dedicated science team, we're also increasing the performance of what can be done with this nylon. So we're adding stretch to it. We're adding adhesive, which is, you don't really realize it, but there's a lot of glue in the apparel that we wear, and also membrane. So there's an incredibly wide array of products that we can make, and we're offering this turnkey circularity solution to the biggest brands in the world. We have 4 brands in joint development agreements currently. Fashion takes time to sell and also time to get into the market, so I can't really mention them at the moment. We are a venture-backed company from Coastal Ventures, and we're out to prove that circularity is possible today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, give the word to Pedro, and if you can also get Pedro's deck on the screen, thanks.
Thank you very much. I wanted you to follow me in a small game. It's a small activity. So all of you that own your house or your apartment, please stand up. Can you please stand up? Please. Yeah. All right. Do you love your house? Do you love your apartment? the one that doesn't love his house or her house or your apartment, please sit down. No one. You see, you all love your house, your apartment. Earth is also our house, is our apartment, is our common house. So we have to love Earth. I know you all love Earth. And just see you. You all love it. So let's keep trying to save it, okay? So please sit down. I wanted Earth to be next to me. It's a game, it's an exercise, but what would Earth tell us, you know? And several years ago, I had to say goodbye to my father. He died of cancer, I think because of pollution. So when I was saying goodbye to him, he told me, be happy. And also, he told me I tried to do the best I could, okay? So that phrase shaped my future because since that day, I'm trying to do my best for the world, for people, because we have a little time here, so let's try to do Too Good To Go, okay, you know? Thanks for Too Good To Go for inspiring us. So I founded this company. It's a big company called Remfra. It's an acronym for responsibility, environment, mining, because in my country, Chile, we have a lot of mining industry. Then biotechnology, recycling, and energy. It's an ambitious dream to leave the world a bit better, okay? But using business as a transformation tool for the world, okay? So I saw the landfills, which are an invention of us. Nature didn't have landfills. Nature don't have waste, doesn't have waste. So we created waste. We created this cancer called landfills. Oh my God, they are so awful. I don't know. It's really also an opportunity. How can we do business and transform and eliminate that? Maybe with business, maybe convincing banks to put money, to build infrastructure, to transform waste into raw materials. Can you, the next slide, please? So I think there is hope in textile, in the textile industry, because textiles are very good materials. I completely agree that we have to use monomaterials, and I hope we all help those companies to accomplish that. The next slide, please. And we have, through that, we have developed a lot of business models using the different kind of yarns and the different kind of garments in order to add value to the product, thank you, to the product, but also to the surrounding communities, you know, because there is a lot of garments and a lot of textiles all around the world. I don't know if you have seen the photos of the Atacama Desert in Chile, which has clothes from all over the world. I don't know why we receive them, but we do it, so we are trying to solve that problem. And how? Through communities, to add value. So there is a power, ways to balance. If we join power of the industry and community, we can change ecosystems. How? Making money through business. So business can help the environment, can help nature. We are in the 4 arrows. I don't know if you know this butterfly, this butterfly graph from the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. But we have to solve many problems: collection, separation, then we have to take apart the bottoms and old stuff. And then we designed different products that will last a lot. They will not be single-use products. These products will last at least, I don't know, 20 or 10 years, like a laptop bag, like a punching box, like a yoga mat, or insulation. We are processing mattresses. We are processing T-shirts. We are processing many materials because we have to address the problem that there is hybrid products. We use a lot the cradle-to-cradle approach. So in hybrid products, you have cotton, but you have polyester, polyamides. So it's a nightmare. Those are the hybrid products. So what we are doing with that, we are not using chemical recycling because it's too high in CapEx. All what we do is low in CapEx. This is very important because to change the world, we have to use startups. Startups don't have that much money, and banks don't believe in them. Because many of us maybe are too hippie. We love nature. So banks don't believe in us. So what we have to do, we have to use numbers to convince banks, to convince investors. So if you see 4 products, I show the EBITDA, the earnings before interest, tax, and amortization, of each of them. So for the laptop bags, 32%. For the punching bags, we have an alliance with that company, 15%. Yoga mats, 21%. Insulation, 17%. So is this really solving the problem, this downcycling process? Not very much, but at least for 10 to 20 years, these products will be very useful. And afterwards, I hope we will have the technology to sort it and to separate it in an economical way. But the thing is, we recyclers or upcyclers or downcyclers, we need buyers. And sometimes entrepreneurs don't think about that. They only like the beautiful idea, the sexy idea, but at the end, they burn a lot of cash, and the idea dies. So it's very important that you understand and you help the entrepreneurs in your countries that they have to sell. They have to have profits. It's very important. They tell me, hey, you are in the system. You are a banker. No. I love the world. But let's use business as a tool to change the world. And for that, it's important that the entrepreneurs for recycling, upcycling, or downcycling understand their market. Because if they have customers, they will survive. So in Chile, here is the Chilean ex-ministry, we have the EPR law for textiles. It's beginning. And this has been a game changer. And I advise you to encourage your countries to go for the EPR law for textiles. It's so important. Now all the retail companies are contacting us, the hippies. Now we are useful because of the EPR law. It's amazing, the change. It's a game changer. But now what happens? We have to go back to what we had. Actually, 70 years ago in Chile, we recycled yarns. But then industrial production raised so high, so the garments are so cheap that it's not a good business to recycle the yarn. But guess what? With the EPR law, this is coming back. So we had beautiful machines, very good machines, old ones, that are now being again in use. So we have to build the muscle to recycle again, to upcycle again. We had that. Our parents had that. And garments last a lot. A jacket could go through generations, and that was great, not bad. For example, I bought this jacket for $5, and I'm proud of that. I'm not ashamed because I bought a second-use jacket. So there is hope. There is hope in circularity for textiles. Thank you very much.
So yes, Arnold as our third guest.
Thank you very much, Tom, and it's a real great pleasure to be here. I do not work in the fashion or textiles industry. I work for the United Nations Environment Program, and I'm the regional director for Europe and Central Asia. And in UNEP, I have seen over the years the increasing attention to circularity, the increasing attention also to textiles. So there is hope, right, as both of you have already said. It's a particular pleasure to have this discussion today also because Zero Waste Day, which we celebrate every year on the 30th of March, this year focused on textiles. And Tom, you asked what is needed to change the growth model? Because we have realized, and we realize very strongly every day pretty much, that our linear economic model has reached its limits. And we know much more about the impact the textile industry has on climate change, on biodiversity, on nature, on our resources. These might be resources that we all have in our backyards, right? The rivers and the creeks that flow by our houses, they might be impacted by the textile industry. But we also have increasingly data and evidence that show the impact on societal values in terms of achieving, what we often refer to as the just transition to more circular models, right? Bringing all the workers, bringing the different parts of society along. But so concretely, what do we need? And I think fundamentally it's changing the narrative that underlies this linear model. And we need to bring marketers on board. Communication is still very much geared towards this linear economic model. You can have what you want when you want it, and you use it as long as you want it because the alternative is already out there. It's cheap. You can use it. It will be made for you. You can buy it. You can take it, and then you can throw it away. And so we need to make circularity much more aspirational and highlight the emotional longevity of textiles. Pedro, you spoke to it, right? Emotional connection with what you're wearing, right, is also important so that we are not, inclined to just throw it away when we don't need it anymore. Design needs to also further this longevity, and the products need to be designed intentionally for circularity. Tom, you mentioned, a $1 T-shirt. What are you going to do with it afterwards, right? Where is the inbuilt value? So design also needs to shift and make sure that consumers are then more likely to extend the usability of a product. EPR has been mentioned, so the policy regulatory environment is critical. And that's, of course, something that UNEP works very much on in terms of highlighting best practices. We do this also in the context of supporting the Secretary General's advisory board on zero waste. What are best practices around the world in terms of the policy, the regulatory schemes that can help us get to this circularity? We've already referenced the numbers. Every second we throw the equivalent of a garbage truck of clothing away. And yet only 1%, Tom, you mentioned it, of textiles are being recycled. The strain on water is enormous. And incremental changes to this take, use, and discard model are not enough. We need really a wholesale change, and that, again, we believe very strongly relies also on changing the narratives. And so I'm really looking forward to exploring some of these aspects with all of you during this panel today.
Thank you. So yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, we're going to go down the R ladder, as we call it, so rethink, then into reuse, and then into recycling. So starting with the kind of rethinking fashion as an industry, fashion that's nowadays basically build on the dynamic of every season there's a new collection, but now it's even a lot faster. Like the fast fashion goes, like it's not every season, it's almost every day. If you look at the new entries in the market, like a Shein, they have like collections, I think, every day. So there, indeed, the fundamental question, and I'm sure wonder how do you look at it, is can we find some kind of model in buying less and buying better? And so what are the options there, and how do we kind of avoid any unintended consequences if we try to reduce consumption? So maybe, yeah.
You know, I think that's a tough hill to climb, the buying less one. I mean, I'm all for it. I like to put a little bit of more of the responsibility on the corporations, to tell you the truth. And I think that consumers only can do what is provided to them by corporations. So if they're driven to these low prices and provide it to the consumers, then the consumers are obviously going to be interested in purchasing at such low prices. So we have to think about that race to the bottom first and foremost. And, you know, as Arnold said, we have to build in, with the EPR laws, we have to build in the externalities into the costing of the material. So I think all of that's important. And then when it comes to the producer responsibility, because we're offering this turnkey circularity to brands, and so I have a lot of experience, you know, discussing this with you know, fashion companies. And like I've investigated for a while, and then really there's 30% waste almost baked into the fashion industry model. Like they know they're not going to sell 30 to 40% at retail. And so we're paying that price. The people that actually pay retail are paying the price of that waste. And it's built due to the inefficiencies of building out production 2 years and 3 years into the future, trying to predict the future. So that is the fashion industry. That is the legacy fashion industry model. So, you know, I'm not one to toot the horn of Shein, but there is something to say about on-demand production. So we do have these tools at our disposal now. And so I do think that legacy fashion could steal a little from that idea of shortening the time frames and producing the right amount at the right time. And right there, you have a 30% savings. So think about that.
Yeah, indeed. So indeed, it's not about like buying less. Indeed, already if you already address the 30% overproduction through using indeed like Shein is
would be a massive achievement, right, to start with.
Yeah, the on-demand idea. Curious on your perspectives on that, Arnold.
Well, like I said, we need to, you know, make sure that everybody understands that the current business is not good business. We will all suffer in the end, and increasingly the figures show us that. I mean, $100 billion alone can be saved from within the textile industry if we change that business model and have proper management of textiles. And doubling the number of times a garment is worn, just doubling it, you know, would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 44% on average compared to garments that are only worn once. And so we need to make sure that everybody understands this. And increasingly, I'm driven by hope. I believe we're going to get there. And that's why, you know, the signals that we have, 3% of the market is now circular. It can grow to 23% by 2030. So there is a trajectory, but we need to stay on track. We cannot jump off the train, and we need to bring more people, more businesses, more policymakers, more regulators onto that train towards circularity. So I think it's a lot has to do with having discussions like the one that we are having today, bringing all these different stakeholders together and challenging this business sentiment that what we currently do in the textile industry is good business, because it's not. And if we keep doing that, then I believe we will get there.
And Peter, you mentioned, of course, the importance of EPR, which by implementing EPR, I guess the pricing of an item also will be slightly higher because the internalities are included in that price, which will also drive a little bit, manage the consumption down. do you see risk in EPR and the social impact of course, indeed, like cheap garment is also, of course, I mean, a lot of people depend on cheap clothing as well, which can't afford any more expensive clothing. Do you see risk in, if we include all externalities now, that the price of clothing might be outpriced for certain population groups?
I don't think there is a risk. I think there needs to be a change in the mindset of people. You shouldn't buy cheap. You have to buy costly things, but less. And those things have to have a lot of design, eco-design, in order the product is able to evolve too. You know, for example, in cars, we can make evolution a bit in the cars. We can change suspension, and I don't know, the screens. We can change that, so you don't have to buy a new car. Why we don't do it with a jacket, for example? Why we don't increase the amount of thought in each garment? So I think there is an example, and there are many examples that give hope. For example, this US company called Patagonia, they have this campaign, don't buy this jacket, and they sell a lot. And they have another program to come with your old product and we fix it. Or we give us the old one and we give a discount in the new one. So I believe in that, and if you see the cost of those garments, it's very high. But they last a lot. I have a jacket of Patagonia that my father gave me 30 years ago, and I still use it. And actually, I went to this store, and I don't work in Patagonia, by the way.
I love Patagonia.
And the guys told me, hey, you have an ancient garment. Congratulations. The guy selling. Can I take a picture of the garment? Because I never seen this one, which was the first of, I don't know, recycled pet. Yes, of course. And he took a picture, and it was amazing the culture there, because they don't want to sell more garments. They want to have the best garments. I think that's why I am not afraid of raising the cost, because at the end, if you buy better quality, you will buy less and will spend less money too.
No, fully agree. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Has anybody explored like new business models like rental and like leasing jeans? You know, mud jeans, for example, where you don't buy the jeans, you lease it, and it's kind of take back. It's included. And I've worked with Rent a Runway, which is kind of a rental place for clothes. So you don't own your clothes, you rent them. Usually the business model works mostly in the more expensive, like gala clothing and stuff like that. But I wonder if there's a business case as well in shifting also a bit more to rental models. And again, it's challenging. People are not used to rent clothes instead of buying, whilst it could be actually a good alternative.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my wife has, for big events, she's used the Rent a Runway, so I've seen the value, and actually overheard at a cafe the other day that women were using Rent a Runway for their daily stuff. So, like, I do think it's having some effect. I don't know how well the
they're still very small, but
is doing,
but
you know,
it's
at
in
this
the niche,
moment.
but
But there's ideas that we toss around at Return to Vendor of creating a new model. People are familiar with software as a service or different types of as a service, and implementing a model to the brands of circularity as a service, where they're just kind of borrowing the material for the lifetime of the material. We're stewarding it through the sourcing, the science, and then the system. And with take back, they actually get a discount on future purchases of the material because they've kind of supplied us with the feedstock. I think it's something to say about building a model that kind of like implements all these strategies. I think it's possible.
Great, which I want to move into the world of reuse, which links to that. And one of the ideas to me where I could see where reuse could have a much more radical shift is that because of EPR, indeed brands are needing to become more need to take responsibility for the items they put on the market. Can we move brands to really take on second-hand and resale, re-commerce? And Patagonia is a good example. They do that already. They have within their stores, also second-hand store. But what if we could have the big brands like an H&M and Zara and so on, have like move them to indeed into e-commerce model, and what would that take?
H&M is moving. I believe in. I think these things are currently happening. I think they're becoming pretty popular. As a textile, someone who's very experienced with textile recycling, and who's watched it over the years, there is a little bit of a threat to pulling the reusable clothes, and I think we're seeing this actually happen right now, and I was concerned it was going to happen. The more that people understand the value of their closet and can create more value through reuse and different resale models, which is great, and I love the extension of use and life of any product. I promote that. However, when you pull the reusable out of the hierarchy of clothing donations, now you're left with the bottom 50%. And so what you're seeing is textile recycling, I believe in Europe, it's kind of collapsing because this bottom 50% doesn't have enough value to maintain the entirety of the collection. So we're seeing like a shift happen, and it's not being balanced out right now. And until we have more solutions for the bottom 50%, we're going to maybe have less incentive to donate.
Yeah, I think indeed the value question, the value challenge is both in the reuse actually as in the recycling world. I don't know if you have any remarks on how do we, because currently it's both the value of reused items because the quality is going down, as a value of recycled and the fibers. There's no value in it anymore because of the cheap fibers that are coming in. How do we preserve the value of textiles, and how do we create a local market, whether it's in Europe or anywhere else, that textiles are being circulated, whether it's in reuse or recycling, but not being dumped in the desert of Chile, for example.
Yeah, I mean, Tom, circularity is all about keeping the product in the value chain as long as possible, right? So innovation, new ideas is what we need, and hopefully they will take hold. I have, personally not tried yet renting clothes, but I would be very much open to it. I don't like to go shopping very much, so if that could be taken out of, my responsibilities, I would love it. But no, to be a bit more serious, I think what we need is these new business model coming up, right? And the previous session had also, startups that work very much, around this whole zero waste issue. Textiles is a unique case, but again, it's about this innovation. It's about changing our behaviors. We've been told for decades it's this linear model. What you buy, you use it, and then you throw it away. And what that has done, unfortunately, the recycling industry is not yet as viable as it should be. And so we need to really equip the recycling industry with, steady run of, feedstocks, and mechanical recycling needs to be made financially viable to really give us a chance. In addition to, new business models that can extend, the amount of time that a product stays in the value chain. And if I rent something and then I give it back and I get another one, and so basically in one way or another I outsource the responsibility of keeping that product in the value chain to a company, and the company will have interests also to keep that product viable for as long as possible. So if we have that innovation that more and more moves us to, well, it's a good thing if a product is still viable after 2, 3, 4, 5 years, then I think also the recycling industry will get an uplift because there is an increasing demand for keeping products in the value chain.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing for me now, you have companies like for example ThreadUp. I don't know if people know ThreadUp, which is basically a re-commerce as a service model. So they've invested indeed in really efficient collection and sorting. So through image recognition, through camera detection, through like high efficient sorting, they're able to offer e-commerce to brands or to consumers. Indeed, as a consumer, you can give them your clothes and they will resell it, or as a brand, they build you a private, almost like a white label e-commerce website. Which I do think in the end, if brands would take the ownership of second-hand, almost should not compete with recycling, because then the collection should get better. In the end, even a used item will need to end up in recycling, and need to get there. So I'm wondering also for Pedro, from your side, I mean, what I hear constantly from the world of recycling, whether it's in packaging or in textile, is you can't invest because the current virgin material is so cheap that whatever we do as an investment in the recycling world, there's no return on investment in recycling anymore. How did you overcome that kind of value challenge? Because you have found the market in recycling.
Yes, I have raised a lot of money from investors, talking about a lot of EBITDA. Yeah. Okay, they talk in that terms, EBITDA, and I learned that language, and I also think we have to teach these large companies like H&M or any other that what do they want at the end of the year? Earn a lot of money, okay? Not sell a lot of garments, it's earn a lot of money. So what if we tell them, you can earn the same amount of money renting, for example. For example, when I got married, I rented my suit because it was very beautiful, expensive, and I will use it only once. So I rented it. And I was thinking, how many guys use this jacket? It was beautiful. And I think I paid a quarter of the value if I had bought it. So I paid a lot. So that company is making a lot of money. What if we tell these big retail, large companies, hey, you will win maybe more money, but you have to be brave enough to prove, to change, to evolve. This old-fashioned, fast fashion model is out. Young people don't want that. So I think, following your question, in countries we have to build the muscle or the infrastructure to do the last option, which is recycling. I totally agree. Recycling is the last option. You shouldn't, hopefully we don't recycle because it was so well, the eco-design, it was so good, so it could be reused. But I don't know, imagine a dog teared apart a garment and it's useless, maybe. Okay, then you can recycle it. And for that, you need machinery, you need the muscle, and for that, you need to talk about EBITDA to investors. And for that, you need your countries to have EPR law. And that's fair for them because they won't win less money. They will have to adapt, to evolve.
Before I open up to the floor, maybe last question for you, Adam, indeed, because you're trying to influence the beginning of the chain, to design your clothes very differently, need more material. How successful are you, like, in convincing the big brands and need, like, to shift, completely rethink the way they produce their clothes?
Yeah, I mean, we could have more success. It's just a long cycle. There's a long sales cycle dealing with them. Yeah. One thing that is clear, and through all the discussions, is that circularity is a North Star in the conversations. Everyone desires it. They just don't know how to get there. And so the problem with, when you're pitching companies is that you're pitching the product team. There's just so many departments. And so circularity requires a lot of departments together to be on board. And that's the opportunity of circularity. So it's really more of a business decision. It's not a product decision per se. It's the C-suites that got to make the decision that, yes, we want to go in that direction. We want to commit to that. It's not a one-off. It's not a one-time collaboration. And so I think that's been a little harder, is, just getting to those people. And, you're dealing with macro things like tariffs, and so they have priorities to survive in the first place. So to balance that with their stakeholder needs of, risk mitigation over the long, you always got to try different different attempts at different models, different conversations, and I think we're doing a great job, and we're feeling very good about our current position. But everything takes longer than you'd hope.
It's a long cycle. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Maybe open up the questions to the floor. Yes, I see one there. And there's a microphone that's swirling around. Yes. Or otherwise shout.
Shouting, I think.
It's on. Now it's on. Great. Thank you very much. I'm Nora Sophie Griefan, the founder and CEO of Cradle to Cradle NGO from Germany. And I'm really interested in what you're saying. Especially, I would be interested in, Arnold Greilhuber, if you could maybe mention a bit more on policy practices, because what we see in Europe right now is that a lot of companies have a problem that they don't have policies, or they don't know what kind of policies will come, and regulation is stepping back, but they really wish for regulation, or they wish to know what is happening in the next year. Can you maybe talk a bit how you see that in different parts of the world as well?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I'm a lawyer by training, so this is what I really spend a lot of time working on, not particularly on textiles, but
No worries.
working with governments around the world
That's so
to
funny. Sorry.
advance, this regulatory security and safety for the marketplace, yes, but also for the people ultimately. And unfortunately, what we're seeing is that, as you have said, short-term business interests are challenging the long-term interest that is often encapsulated in these laws and regulations. So I think what we all need to do, and ultimately people have the power, right, at the election booth, to make sure that the right people are taking these decisions, and that we, push back a little bit on these short-term perspectives. But it's not easy, because there is a lot of economic pressure also on regulators, parliamentarians, and then it really becomes, a very, hopefully a very principled conversation about where do we want to take this. It gets even more complicated at the global level. Tariffs have already been mentioned, right? Different interests that nation states have that play out in the context of the United Nations, right? You may have followed the plastics treaty negotiations, right? This is where, these different interests come to the forefront. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, of course, but ultimately, if we want to push, towards circularity, then we need the regulations also to support this, because otherwise businesses will not do it. It's not in the interest of shareholders for a business necessarily, unless you have outliers, like Patagonia that has mentioned, and there are many others. But on the broad scale, we need to make the case for EPR legislation, for this safety for investment. UNEP also works a lot with investors, because that's also where a lot of the power comes from. We teach them where to invest and how best to do it. We have an initiative called the Finance Initiative, where we work with banks, insurance companies, pension funds that have a lot of money globally. And if they demand from the legislators that security, that predictability, then it will happen. But, like we have said, ultimately people have the power, and apathy is deadly. So we need this engagement from all different sides. And the current geopolitical environment, but also the economic environment, is particularly challenging to move forward rather than backwards in terms of giving into short-term interests. And that's where, we need everybody, hopefully leaving this room, will keep this message very high on the agenda.
But if I could add to that, I think as Mayor Palmer said yesterday, in his city, they had a lot of regulations. Nothing was successful to change the behavior of people until he made one other definition to put a quarter or I think half of a euro per dish or per glass. I would say that if we wait regulation, we will die waiting. So we need startups, we need innovators to prove the world business models can change the world. Business models can change the world. How? With EBITDA. We entrepreneurs, we must gain money. With the idea and the dream is not enough. Being sexy with your idea and that stuff, it's not enough. You have to gain money so you can talk with those funds. So you can use their strength to solve this problem, I think.
Yeah, I think creating a safe investment space and using indeed the investment is great. I have one more question, maybe looking at that side of the room. Last question, sorry, because then we have to give people some lunch. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
So, thank you very much. I will ask, we have a new continent, that Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So we are talking about laws and regulations. I am asking, really this is the sad thing, will there be the global agreement for this continent? I mean, it is not the recycling, it is not the reuse, and that is the reality. I'm asking all the speakers, in the future, will there be the global agreement for this Great Pacific Garbage Patch, which is a new continent, the garbage continent?
I can address that. And I know many of you won't like my answer, but I think we have to build business models for that. How can we convert that problem into an opportunity? I don't know how. There is a Netherlands guy doing that, I think. Boyan's lad, I think.
Ocean cleanup. Yeah.
But he's trying. I believe he's trying. But how can we convert problems into opportunities in the positive way? I think if we do it in a positive way, we can change it. But with science, with business models, with financial evaluations. Because do you think any country will take the whole cost? No. That's wishful thinking. So what if we convert that into a business opportunity? How? I don't know. But there are many guys intelligent.
I'd like to just add, like since we're talking about textiles, like what's kept me in this textile game for so long and why textiles is so important. First of all, it covers a wide array of materials. You have synthetics, naturals, and animal. And what I have seen and experienced is when I place a textile recycling bin, waste management is very formulaic. Inside a building, now you can do e-waste, now you can do compost. So waste management is actually very formulaic, but textiles is something that people know that they spend a lot of disposable income on. They live their life in it, they take pictures in it, they have a nostalgic attachment to it. I've been at farmers markets collecting clothes where people have given me a bag of clothes and said, bless you. They're actually giving me money. That's my business. So I do think that you can flip and integrate a model where, and I just can't emphasize enough how important textiles is as a leader in shifting models. It's a $2 trillion industry.
Yeah, and I think it's about turning off the tap and about cleaning up, and it was there. And I do think in view of global systems, there is the Plastic Pact, which is looking into that, which is a global initiative trying to look at the plastic problem as a holistic solution. And indeed, they try to bring everybody together. The downside of trying to talk to everybody and bring everybody together, it's a super slow process. And there's always people trying to kind of, let's say, slow down the process. And I think that definitely we need to address. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I think we have to close it here. Thank you, everybody. Like I said, I want to get back to those 3 principles that we all need to take away when we go home. Indeed, try to work on the influx of materials. Indeed, try to reduce consumption where possible through new business models like rental and leasing. Indeed, try to create a market for reuse as much as possible, getting the brands involved in reuse or e-commerce models, and indeed create a market for recycling, for investors, and not forget something we haven't addressed, and I'm sorry about that, it was more a matter of time, like the just transition and the social impact indeed of textiles. I know, yes, I should have, yeah, but it will be for another panel discussion, I think.
But hopefully you can bump into Tom and to Pedro and to Arnold and to Adam out in the hall, and maybe you can continue your discussion there. Tom, thank you very much for moderating this engaging discussion. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Arnold. Appreciate it. Pedro, thank you very much. Tom, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to be swiftly moving on to our next panel discussion. And it is perhaps one of the most practical and arguably one of the most inspiring discussions of this forum. Are you ready for some alliteration? It's use, reuse, repeat. The return to refill. Lots of R's there. But before we get into our discussion, in just a bit, it is my honor to invite to the stage who will be delivering the keynote address for this session, Mr. Nail Olpak. Mr. Olpak is the president of the Foreign Economic Relations Board for Turkey, or DEIK for short. He'll be delivering his keynote in Turkish. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Nail Olpak. Sayın Başkanım, hoş geldiniz.
Türkçe devam edeyim.
Aynen öyle, aynen öyle efendim.
Thank you so much, but I'm going to continue my speech in Turkish. So for the one who doesn't have, will you please put on your headphones? In fact, my friends told me that it's better to prepare in English and Turkish, but I prefer Turkish this time. Öncelikle 3 gün süren bu güzel forumun ikinci gününde
I would like to thank you all for I have another observation, and I have watched the other section with you. With this interest where it's managed good and it's really great. We actually wanted to join yesterday, but I just wanted to give you an information where our president and 26 heads from Africa a program. It was Wednesday and Friday, so for the first part of this program we weren't together, but today the head of Zero Waste Summit, Mr. Summit, I would like to thank him. And when I got invited, I asked myself why I was invited. There are specialists, they're going to talk about it, but business conglomerate, why would he be invited? And my answer is, I guess what's expected of me is to make a welcoming speech and increase the awareness in business world and to give you our vision. So what's DEIK? And with a few sentences, DEIK is the window and guiding star for Turkish business world, and we've been in business for 40 years. And we are operating in 153 countries. And let's return. We had this pandemic that affected us deeply because there were really great shifts in paradigm. And when you think of economy, when you think of business, there's warfare, economic corridors, and today trade wars. We are following these together. Some of these are short-term, and some of them are, although seem short-term, but they are quite painful. And I hope that they will last with everlasting peace, and the ceasefire in Gaza is one of this, and we want also ceasefire in Ukraine. So in zero waste, sustainability, human, and economy triangle, what's the place of economies here? As a businessman, these should be tackled in more long term. And for this vision, it's quite valuable. I would like to thank our First Lady for all her hard work, and for all of the panels here. There's a vision. And what is your take as a businessman? As a businessman, not only it's the transformation of resources, it's the transformation of the vision. Not only following it closely is not important, but waste. We are seeing this as a consumption, but more than consumption, the production is also important. Because for business, what's our business model? What's our business model's role will be in this? We had a great time. I don't know how we followed. Our president, in order to follow this procedures strategically, has issued. Because such vision, not only with its one side, but from the lawmakers to people and to business world, has to work in a and for this forum and such events, they will supply it. And for my short entrance, I would like to say that as the business world, for the business people around, in US, in China, in Germany, in Africa, regardless of the country, we have to cooperate each other, regardless of the border. And the first question that comes to mind is environmentally related topics, and it's about zero waste. What we should do is we should do more, and we wanted to touch on this. And we have to sustain it with international cooperations. And with these thoughts, I would like to end my speech with these thoughts. And I would like to thank everyone for creating this forum. And for the first time this year, I would like to celebrate everyone that was nominated by Ms. Emine Erdoğan.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very big thank you to Mr. Nain Olpak. All right, let's move into our panel discussion. We were talking about use, reuse, repeat, right? The return of refill. When you look at it, we're going to be exploring one of the simplest ideas and how it is being redefined here in the 21st century. When you look at it, by definition, at its heart, refill is using what we already have, right? But today, as we can imagine and as we know, it's being used as a powerful tool that sort of combines circular design, it combines smart retail and technology to get rid of, to eliminate single-use packaging. And here's what's important, at scale. That being said, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage Christina Jager. She is the co-founder of the UNEP Environment Hub. She has a small announcement to make, and then we'll move on to our panel discussion.
I will also moderate.
Pardon me?
I will also moderate.
Yes, and she will also be moderating this next session. Christina, thank you for stepping in. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, merhaba. Can we get the slides up, please? So Jose Manuel had to go for a meeting, hence I will be chiming in as the moderator for the session, but also for an announcement that the two of us wanted to make. And as introduced, UNEP Environment Hub is a accelerator for social business entrepreneurs that are working on zero waste. And Jose, as the founder of Algramo, has created a social business 15 years ago in Chile, where he implemented, as one of the pioneers, refill solutions for personal goods products.
You need this? The clicker's here.
Yeah, thank you. So here you see on the picture how these containers look like. And I'm very excited to be here today to tell you more about Open Reuse, a collaboration between Jose Manuel and UNEP Environment Hub. And before I tell you what Open Reuse is about, we need to talk a bit about the problem. Most of you are aware about the packaging-based crisis that we have. Over 140 million tons of plastic packaging are being produced globally each year, and only half of the world's population has access to waste management services. This leading to a lot of mismanaged and unmanaged plastic waste, often ending up in the environment, large quantities in our oceans. And only a very, very small fraction, about 9%, is recycled. And if we are looking at closed-loop recycling, it's even smaller, this amount. Yet at the same time, the global plastic waste crisis and the pollution is set to triple by 2060, as we are seeing plastic production scaling and increasing every year. So reuse models have been identified as a key driver to cut waste, emissions, and the virgin material use. Especially ocean plastic leakage can be reduced through reuse by just shifting 10% of plastic packaging to reuse models. That would result in cutting ocean plastic by half, which is an immense potential. So together with Jose, we were sitting together and we asked ourselves, why are reuse models not existing in more places, why they're not being implemented or why they're being used. And there are many different challenges to reuse. And we are not tackling all of them, but we are looking at one very big barrier that we identified from implementers, from entrepreneurs, such as Jose, but also many other entrepreneurs that we consulted and we worked with at UNEP Environment Hub. And that is operational barriers. The infrastructure, the logistics that you need in order to set up a reuse system. And what we did is we gathered, based on the deep experience of Algramo and Jose Manuel, and designed a practical use platform, an open source platform, where we are bringing all of the information that you need in order to implement a reuse model. And this platform is for any entrepreneur, it's for existing reuse companies, it's for retailers, it's for brands. And how it works is, it's very simple. You go to the website, you set up a free account, and then we implemented a digital self-diagnostic tool that helps you to identify whether refill or return is the best model fit for your context. And then, based on that, you get the decision, refill or return. And for both those models, you can then dive into in-depth guides that give you different themes and sections with 50+ resources, including case studies, reports, and also insider tips from Algramo on understanding how to build a sustainable reuse model. And then you can go to the implementation and turn what you learned there into action by applying those practical tools. And we have also implemented a supplier directory that will give you the links to trusted partners on validated hardware and software providers that you might need in order to implement those solutions. So feel free to scan the QR code here to receive, so they're going to be the first ones to receive access to that platform, and also let us know if you want to collaborate. I know that many of you here in the room have experience with reuse. So please also leave your contact details there if you want to collaborate. We have the platform there also to link to existing resources. So please let us know, and we can include all of this into open reuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. Do you want me to invite your guests up, Christina?
Yes, please.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. Christina, you stay on stage because you're moderating. Let's get Eben de Jong up there, the founder and managing director of Sonke Retail. We also have a familiar face from yesterday, you may remember, Tim Brecker, the CEO of Vital. We also have Rajneesh Kumar Patel, the CEO of iRefill. And rounding off this pack, we have Celia Renaison, the co-founder and general director of Reso Vrak et Remploi. And Christina will be moderating the session. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks. Welcome. It's great to have so many practitioners with me here on stage with amazing entrepreneurial stories, and we are all excited to hear how you have implemented reuse in your local context. And we start with Eben, with your presentation, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I am the founder of Sonke. I'm South African. And I started Sonke to solve a very specific problem. And the problem is that it's expensive to be poor, especially in South Africa. So to demonstrate this, the poorest people in South Africa currently pay up to twice the price for their fast-moving consumer goods and generate up to 1,200% more waste because they can't afford to buy the bigger pack sizes. And as you trade down in pack size, it becomes significantly more expensive. And that's called the poverty tax. So if you look at an example, Sunfoil is the leading oil brand in South Africa. If you compare the 5-liter bulk price point with the 375 millimeter smallest pack size, that's 96% more expensive, 1,200% more waste in terms of number of pieces of packaging. And you see the exact same thing, whether it's Sunfoil or Sunlight, which is a Unilever brand. This is the leading dishwashing detergent. That's 75% more expensive and 2,400% more waste, and that little sachet is not recyclable. So it's the worst of the worst. And even on something like Coca-Cola, you get the exact same thing happening. So really a lot more expensive and a lot more waste. So to solve this problem, you have to do two things. Firstly, you have to get the bulk price point. And by bulk price point, I don't mean the 5-liter bulk price point. I mean the 30-ton full tanker price point. We do that through our trader-to-consumer model. And secondly, you have to eliminate the plastic packaging. If you do those two things right, you end up solving the environmental and the sustainability challenges. And you have to do both. You cannot only focus on the zero waste, because if it's not economically impactful, then you won't ever get the adoption. So our legacy part of the business is placing automated refill stations like these into formal retail partners where people can bring their own packaging, select their pack size, press start, their bottle will fill up and stop at the right point. We print out a barcode label, and they would pay for that at the till point. And we own all of the IP, so hardware, software. And while the hardware is great, the magic really happens on the software, where we've got live automated sales tracking, we've got automated replenishment alerts, we've got live stock holding, full traceability, so we're legally compliant, and all of that information is summarized onto a dashboard that then helps you drive efficiencies going forward. So a metric that we track here is our cash flow is really important, so we can hold a lot less stock than our competitors, because one, we're only trading in bulk. I don't have to have stock of every single pack size. And secondly, I know how much stock is throughout the value chain. And unlocking that cash is what drives the economic advantage further. In terms of traction, we're currently active in 3 countries, so South Africa, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, over 100 refill stations. It's currently sitting at about 120. But this is really the legacy part of the business. So what's next is vertically integrating. And we launched Skubu, which is, to my knowledge, the first fully automated refill store globally. We launched this in May of last year in a township in South Africa called Diepsloot, where we now offer shoppers up to 60% discounts versus formal retailers and eliminate plastic waste. So this was the vision, and that's the reality. That's the team inside of the store. And in terms of how it works, you arrive on site with your own packaging. You load cash onto your store card. The store card is linked to your profile, so we build data on our shoppers, so we can offer them specific offerings that's good for them. And then you scan your card and you refill for up to 60% savings. In terms of the timelines going forward, so in May of this year, we launched our first fully automated refill store, which is called Skubu 1.0. We partnered with Unilever and Coca-Cola. Second store is launching in about 2 weeks. We're going from 16 products in store 1 to 35 in store 2. Store 3 will have over 50 products and some really exciting partnerships coming up. And then by the end of next year, we hope to get to 20 refill stores. And that is us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we'll move on to our next speaker in the next presentation, Rajneesh Aifil, please.
So, hello everyone. I'm Rajneesh and I'm founder of iRefill. So basically, we are doing similar as 1K, but in the different geography, right? They are in South Africa, we are in India. And our main goal is to develop the technology. So if you talk about Asian countries like in India, where the development of technology is less as compared to the Europe or US, wherever you go. So like our goal, basically, we started iRefill with only one goal, to develop affordable, accessible refill and reuse solutions. We've only focused on the technological sectors, how we can reduce the cost of these dispensers, how we can make more affordable dispensers so that wholesalers, like local retail shops in India, they can install these dispensers. So we have developed fully automatic dispensing solution for all the FMCG items. You name it, just home care liquids, we have dispenser for vegetable oil, we have dispenser for your dry fruits. So like any traditional shop who is selling these products in packaging, they can have these dispenser at their shops and attract their customers to come and refill the products. If I give you an example of vegetable oil, so we have 10 dispenser live in India. Around 500 liters of the product has been refilled every day from these dispensers. And as Sonke is doing the same thing, so we also have a tracking and monitoring all the dispensers. So there will be dashboard which will be shared with the customers, our direct customers. They can track their inventory, they can track real-time data, how much product has been refilled, who has refilled the product. They can track their sales, they can track their inventory. So specifically in India, like in retail shops and wholesale shops, they are not very big. They are little small. So that's why they have to manage their inventory. They can't keep the inventory for 1 month or 2 months. So they have to keep tracking how much product has been sold. They have to check the forecast, how much inventory they have to manage for upcoming next week or next 15 days. And also environmental impact, like they can track like carbon footprint and also the plastic impact, how much plastic they have saved. So we are benefiting customers, like our direct customer, your local shops, retail shops, wholesale shops. We are benefiting our consumers who are refilling the products from these dispensers. They are saving around 20% to 30% cost every time they are refilling. And most of them are lower and middle income communities because they went to the shops, retail shops, wholesale shops to buy these products. In last 6 months, this is the last 6 months data, we have 10 dispensers installed, around 10,000 liters of the product has been refilled from all of these dispensers. Approximately 500 customers refill the product. They visited these shops. These are local shops. So we don't have our own shops. Like these are shops where we have installed these dispensers and customers are coming up. We have saved around 10,000 of the water bottles, 1 liter water bottles. These are live, like these, as you can see, this is small retail shops and a small wholesale shop in India where we have installed these dispensers. These dispensers are installed in the society, also in the saloon shops. These saloon shops are providing the dispenser at lower cost. Basically, they are giving at 30% discount to the end user who is refilling these products. And one is organic store. Thank you. Join the refill revolution with us. Like you can contact me at this email ID and reach out to my number. Thank you.
This one.
Can we have the presentation for Celia up, please?
Okay. Thank you. So you just saw some solution providers. We are a professional organization, a trade body association that gathers more than 400 companies in France, from producers to distributors to retailers and solutions providers like you, but in France. 9 years ago, when we created this association, the market of refill and reusable packaging did not really exist in France. So what we did is that we created the conditions for this market to develop. So we worked with a systemic approach on all key stakeholders: the state, the government, the deputies, the companies to create the offer, and the citizens to create the demand. We first started with the public bodies because, as surprisingly as it can be, refill did not exist in the French law. So we created it, we wrote the definition, and now it is in our consumption good law. Now also, we also created some targets, some obligations and prohibitions to develop that. For example, we had those two major laws in France, anti-waste law and climate and resilience law, in which we put a lot of targets. And those two French laws inspire the European regulation PPWR. All those laws are already in force. I'm just going to give you a couple of examples that we set in the French law. For example, by 2027, French producers must have 10% of their effort delivered in reusable packaging. And big supermarkets, they need to dedicate refill station aisles by 20% of their surface for people like you. And also for restaurants, fast food especially, we do not want any more disposable tableware. So now it's forbidden if you eat on site. And also we ban single-use plastic packaging that is useless by 2040. After working with the state, after having those laws, those targets, and those means, we worked also at the same time with companies. Because if you want the market to develop, you need to give confidence to the consumers, to the states, but also you need to harmonize the practices. Because at this time, nothing existed. So we defined the rules for hygiene, for washing, for labeling, and also for reusable packagings, working with many stakeholders. And also, we developed a kind of one-stop shop event, international event, because we wanted this offer to accelerate, not to take ages. So we created this international trade show that happens in Paris in order to be a one-stop shop for solutions, like you can find under one roof in 2 days all the solutions for refill, reusable packaging, but also the reuse of products such as computers, iPhone, etc. And it's also a one-stop shop for knowledge, because we invite the best experts to have masterclass, conferences, return on experience, and best practices. This is how we foster innovation and we accelerate the market. So I really invite you to meet us in Paris, 19 and 20 of May. You can scan the QR code and you can come to see me afterwards. I will give you an invitation. And now the third pillar. So we saw the body, we saw the legislation, we saw the offer. Now we need to see the demand. We need to stimulate the demand. Because if you have rules, but nobody knows about it, if you have some offer in the supermarket, in your restaurant, but the citizen doesn't know how to use it, how to change a bit, then it won't work. So we worked also on the demand. And for that, we created two main events, Refill and Reuse Month, that happens every year in March. And we work with professionals. They created events all around the French territory, but also in Belgium this year. Thousands of events happening on site, so consumer can go and try refill, try reuse. And a company with a 360 media campaign that we translated in many languages, Dutch, French, English, Portuguese, and Spanish. So if you want to have it for free, please come to me and join us for the next campaign. We will be happy to have you on board. And then, on top of that, that happens in March. But we know that we need to repeat the message so people can change. So we created another event in September because we have this law in France that says if you buy a drink, a takeaway drink, then the coffee shop must apply a reduction. But what we noticed is that a lot of coffee shops and consumers didn't know about this law, while it is in force for 5 years already. So we created this event, like a fun, nice event, and we went to see many coffee shops and say, hey, why don't you offer a coffee for the consumer that come with their reusable cup? Like that the consumer has the incentive to go for a free coffee, and once he tries this habit, hopefully he will keep it every day. And if he does that, he can save money. He can save more than 70 euros a year. So it's a win-win situation. And this is a short movie, but I will show it later. So now, having said that, you understood that we already did a lot for refill and reusable packaging. What we need to know is to change the whole mindset. From brand new to reuse, from single use to multiple use. And we need to have that in all sectors. Because why? Because reuse is everywhere. Of course it's in packaging, but it is in products. It has different names. We can talk about repairing, reconditioning, remanufacturing, but what we need to understand now is that every time we try to produce something, a packaging or a product, we need to make it last because our resources are limited. So we need to make with less materials. And reuse is really our salvation, is really what will make our economy last again. So if you do agree, sign the Paris Call and take part in the reuse economy movement. You will find after this QR code the 10 levers, the 10 magical ingredients that will help to scale reuse and make it profitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Celia, for this insightful presentation and very encouraging to see the progress that is being made in France. Thank you. Over to you, Tim. We already heard a bit about you and Vital yesterday. Tell us more about the business model.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. It's a great honor to be here on stage again and share a little bit more about what we do with Vital, so I can also share some of the details and some of the learnings that we have generated so far. Because in the end, and that's something I want to highlight, is that we need to use technology and data like these two gentlemen already presented, right? Otherwise, circular value chains don't stand a chance in the current regulatory environment to outcompete single-use value chains, linear value chains. So that's one ingredient. then I think Celia really did a great job in highlighting what has happened in France, and indeed France is a great example for leading the path towards reuse as the standard. At the same time, I think France, Germany, the Netherlands, and many other European countries made sometimes a little mistakes in their regulations, because they think that when you create supply, demand automatically follows. And that's not necessarily the case. As we heard from Boris Palmer, the mayor of Tübingen in Germany yesterday, right? A tax that increases the price for single-use packaging for consumers creates a monetary incentive and thus demand for reuse, which really speeds up adoption. And I think this is something in the broad scheme of things to keep in mind. Now, as Vital, we have started the company, as mentioned, about 6 years ago, and we are recognized internationally as thought leaders. And why is this the case? It is because from the get-go, we said technology and data is needed for all of us on this journey towards the circular economy, because the circular economy is complex, right? And we need to understand, we need to learn as we go. Like, we didn't come up with the best reusable packaging solution when we started, but we are learning on the way, we are tweaking and we're developing and we are adapting to local cultures, to local context, and so on. And you can only do this efficiently if you have data on what is actually happening. Because guess what? If you ask people, if you ask businesses, what do you think about reuse? Their answer will be positive, because that's the socially accepted, socially wanted answer. But if you look and observe their behavior, they're still in the habit of grabbing the single-use coffee cup, right? And who are we to blame them? But it just highlights that in order to really develop and find good solutions, we need to maybe talk a little bit less to the people and observe behavior, create experiments in the real world to observe what is actually happening, how are they behaving, and then brings me back, we need technology and data to do that. And Vital, as a tech platform for reuse, we provide all this data to many universities so they can use this data also for their research purposes and so on. And we're very happy to have such a good connection to the Harvard University and so on. And the way we generate this data is on multiple parts along the circular value chain, but the key element for us, for Vital, is the smart reusable packaging items. So a cup, a foodware container, a sushi container, a reusable pizza container. And we make them smart by putting an individual serialized QR code on the packaging and or combined with a RFID tag, which is also unique to the individual cup. And this way, we can follow the cup, we see what are the consumers interacting with it, and so on, and really maximize the value of reusables. Because in the end, from a business, from an entrepreneurial perspective, it's quite simple how you maximize the value from reusables. You bring the cost along the circular value chain down as much as you can, and you unlock additional values for your customers, right? This is what we use it. So focusing on the cost, right? So I'm from Germany. My co-founders are German. We love efficiency, right? And if you have a circular value chain, efficiency is a key cost driver. So this is what we use the traceable containers for, that we know exactly what is happening around the value chain, when are they washed, on which machine, at what temperature, and so on. And we make the whole process transparent, which benefits all the different stakeholders along the value chain. And this is, for example, one thing I mentioned yesterday, also interesting even for the producer of reusable packaging, because they can switch to a pay-per-use business model instead of just continuing to selling more volume, but really benefiting economically on the value creation of their products, keeping ownership of the material. And in the end, also Celia mentioned it, hygiene, safety, that's a big issue. A big challenge, because people are not necessarily used during COVID. In the beginning, everyone kind of went to single use because they thought this is more safe. Then they saw the trash volumes in their homes. Suddenly they realized, no, it's safe to use reusables. Let's do that. And I can guarantee it is safe to use reusables, right? But the transparency we create with data, that builds the trust to underline that. Technology is also important for the handling of reusables, right? At the point of sale, how do we motivate returns of reusable packaging? There are many different ways. Deposit, a library fee if you don't return it after a certain time frame, and so on. But technology makes it really easy to implement this with RFID, QR code, and so on. And then I think this is something that we see across the different use cases of food and drink packaging. Manual labor is kind of, being replaced by a more flexible, more technology-based solution. I think you provided a great example for that as well. And so this is something that we also think about when we think about really making a convenient user experience for both the businesses and the end consumers that are using Vital, that we use technology to do exactly that. And now from the cost reductions and the efficiency perspective, let's switch to the additional benefits, right? Because a reusable packaging item is something that stays in the hand of the people, right? So why not put a sponsor logo on there? Stadiums, we work with a lot of concert halls and sports stadiums. They love to have more sponsorship revenue because that's their business model. So we provide them the physical asset, the cup or the footwear as one sponsorship item, and then with the QR code, people scan it. For example, if something happens in the game, you scan the QR code, you get a free beer, free drink, discount, whatever, right? And you have a whole digital world behind the QR code that you can leverage for consumer engagement, for driving retention, driving sales, and all of that. And that creates monetary economic value for our customer and hence provides incentive to really make reuse the standard. And this is how Vital has been growing for the last couple of years and how we have managed to already be available across more than 21 countries globally, serving more than 7,000 consumers, while continuing to achieve a very important high return rate that ensures the efficiency of the system. If you want to learn more, please reach out and hopefully you join me, because Vital for the planet, that's reuse.
Thank you very much, Tim. You mentioned observing the consumers and their behavior is very important, and to see it as a learning journey to make sure that reuse is implemented successfully. Let's do a short experiment here in the room. Can I ask everyone to raise their hands if you think that reuse is a useful solution to zero waste? Raise your hands up. Okay, maybe half of them, not everyone, but majority. Okay.
So I did a terrible job. I'm sorry.
Can I ask, raise your hands if you have ever used a reusable product or service, return, refill? Okay, quite a lot, less than the ones that they're there. And who of you practices reuse on a day-to-day basis? You always use this as the option. Okay, great. So we do have a practitioner community here as well. Question to the panel. If the majority thinks that reuse that is useful and everyone wants it, why are we not seeing more reuse solutions at scale?
So I can jump in here. So I think the existing models have a lot of inertia behind them, and changing behavior is really difficult. I think historically there's been, people have tended to make reuse more expensive, and then you're just fighting a losing battle, really. You have to offer the efficiencies with the technology that it provides. And even then, you're still expecting a lot from the shopper. So in my context, I expect the shoppers to change retailer. I expect them to, in some cases, change brands. And I expect them to bring their own packaging. So it's not an easy sell. And to do that and expect them to pay more, you're not going to win that battle. And then the second part is, I call it being half pregnant. So often I see refill being used in an existing retailer where now, instead of getting the advantages of refill, you get the disadvantages of the high capex cost of refill with all the disadvantages of the existing retailers. And I call that being half pregnant. It just doesn't work. You have to commit, and that's what I've seen, and that's why we've decided to vertically integrate and commit to offer the best prices to drive that behavior change.
Reuse is often more expensive, less competitive than single-use single-use or brand new cheap products, because those systems have been optimized for many, many years, like the industrial lines, the logistics, etc. So they are kind of artificially less expensive than reuse. And reuse, it's a kind of new loop, new logistical, the scheme that I showed you about that. You add some different stakeholders, and this has a cost, labor cost. Actually, reuse, it's an economy of labor, and labor is not that cheap. So that's why it's expensive. It's expensive, as you said, for the CapEx, the capital expenditures, because you need to change, adapt the industrial lines, or you need to build some new structures. So if the states, like we have in France, I didn't put it in my slide, but what we brought also in our law, it's not only targets, obligations, or prohibitions, but also we brought the financial means to accompany the companies to shift. And this kind of money isn't given to other countries. So the law needs to be there to adapt the system, the financial means to accompany the CapEx for the company to shift, but we need to work on the OpEx also. And this is, at the moment, to me, the main pain point, because we haven't found the right economical tools that will minimize the gap cost between single-use and reuse. We know at some point we need to move at scale, and at scale we make it profitable. But this is not enough. We will need at some point to have financial and economic tools that will reduce the difference between single-use and reuse and balance it. Because cost, at the end, or price for the consumer is the only driver, especially when you change the whole habits, the whole customer journey.
I think the last point is really what's important. We all know in this round, I hope, that reuse is cheaper than single use, right? Because there are lots of externalities not priced into single use. And at scale, even though we don't have the externalities not priced in yet in single use, at scale, reuse is still cheaper. But the problem is reuse doesn't have scale from day one. So we need to finance the journey towards that. And we need to overcome and finance kind of the switching costs that are involved in this process. And I think, governments and regulators can do a much better job in changing the context in that we operate to entice this transition, provide investments in public-private partnerships into infrastructure for reuse, provide incentive to both businesses and consumers to start making the switch. And also get taxes, as we heard from the city of Tübingen yesterday.
Thanks for pointing that out, and also how we can overcome and get there to reuse at scale. Is there any common excuse that you often get when you talk to people why reuse would not work, and how do you debunk it?
Well, I think there are many excuses for reuse. The price point is something, it's too expensive, it's too complicated. Sorry, I just forgot to use it, right? I think we're all humans. We are all like people of habit, so we know that there's a journey to be completed. But in the end, being more conscious, and I think we heard about textile waste this morning as well. I think more conscious consumption is a very good starting point, and take it from there.
If I can jump.
What's your
sorry.
The experience from
So
India?
I think one more reason is quick commerce and e-commerce. So a lot of people say that now in India specifically we have 10-minute deliveries. So whatever I want, it will be delivered to me within 10 minutes. And also e-commerce. So why they want to go step out of their houses and refill the products? It's like challenging to convert those customers to come and refill the products. But some points like some like lower and middle income communities, because at their points they can't buy these, they can't use these e-commerce or kind of quick commerce. They go to shops, they refill their products because it was their habit. Like they used to refill, they used to reuse the product, they used to reuse things. So it depends upon the customer also. See what category of the customer is, which class they belongs to. It's middle income communities or higher. It depends upon them also. You want to add?
I think sometimes fear is a really good motivator. So if I look at my stakeholders, the shopper is really important, but brands are also really important. And changing the brand behavior is the catalyst that can change the shopper. And what I find is that if you show a corporate brand a PowerPoint and a dream, it's unlikely that they'll believe you. But if you show them a working model, that fear of missing out really is a great behavior mechanism to change the behavior. Because if they don't do it, it becomes a cannibalization. It goes from being a cannibalization conversation where they say, oh, people might buy the refill, it might be margin dilutive, to, oh, they might buy the competitor product. And then we lose the shopper forever. So the fear aspect is really important to change the behavior of the bigger brands.
Legislation has been mentioned a couple of times now as a driver, incentives, mandates. If you could choose one rule tomorrow to unlock growth, which one would you pass and why? Let's do one round. Maybe starting with Rajesh.
So, I think maybe to start off, real prices. I think really putting a lot of effort into putting the externalities in the prices of single use. I think this is something that can be like a very good first step to level the playing field for circular value chains to outcompete linear value chains or reuse against single use. Egoistically, from being the founder of Vital, of course, I would love to have these taxes that Tübingen has in every city, right, globally. But I mean, that's just maybe too selfish to put on such a panel.
To add to what Tim said, single use for glass is really the worst thing we can do environmentally speaking, because now we have the whole studies and we know that reuse for glass is the best solution. So one law that I would pass in addition to the laws that we have in France is to make all glass containers reusable and give no choice, because like that it will be also very quick learning, and consumer will understand it, because they will understand that if it's glass, we not throw it away, we will bring it back. And at least I will start with this.
Very simple to communicate, yeah.
Which
rule would you pass?
In Asia, basically the sachets, like small pouches, which is very difficult to recycle, which is very difficult to collect. And they are the most polluting thing in the Asian countries. So I think that those 1 ml, 2 ml pouches should be eliminated, like it should be banned at any cost. And the bigger pouches and having refill stations, or rather than that, right, if customers should have an option of buying in 50 mls or multiple SKUs. So for those alternatives, we can have refill stations, but I think banning sachets will be what I would love to have.
I'm going to echo Tim. I think, model answer, that's it. It has to be a level playing field. The only way to do that is through taxes. I mean, the cost of this disposal cost of this product has to be incorporated in the cost of it. And until that's done, it's not a level playing field.
Okay.
And we could even level it, tilt it towards reuse, because Absolutely. It would be in all of our interest. But I think we made some good suggestion for a potential plastics treaty if it comes.
Definitely, for sure. Let's take some questions from the audience, if we can get the microphones. I saw the first one getting up here, and I didn't see here in the back those two ladies. This one first. Well, let's hear the question here until the microphone comes to you.
I'm Sabine from Global Zero Waste. I have a question specifically for Cécile, but I think it's applicable to other countries. How confident are you that the legislation that exists in France, I mean, you have some fantastic things like the repairability index. Do you think that will survive a change in government?
Let's take the other two questions and then we answer in the panel. And then a mic over there.
Hello? Yeah. Hi, my name is Alejandra Warren. I am the co-founder of an organization called Plastic Free Future. We do a lot of intersectional justice work, and we work on equity in zero waste and reuse systems. So I was very thankful for Evan. We talk a lot about the poverty tax and how it impacts communities, low-income communities. So we have a beautiful opportunity in reuse and zero waste to bring social justice and equity and food systems. It is all related to reuse. So my question to all of you, or to anyone willing to respond, is how can we make sure that social justice and equity is at the front of reuse and zero waste systems? Thank you.
Thank you. Very important question. Can we get the microphone to her, please?
Hi. There's a question here. The back. Here. Hi.
Okay. But okay, let's take one more, but then over there, and then we go back to the panel. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the presentation, by the way. I was wondering if this system could be adapted for universities, like in smaller ways, more affordable ways, maybe, for students. Are there pilot programs or simplified versions that could work in campus settings? And other thing that I wanted to ask was, how do you ensure hygiene and safety standards are met in refillable systems, especially for products that come in contact with skin or are ingested? Thank you.
And now you. Yeah. Microphone, please.
Hi, yeah, I'm representing an organization in Sweden. It's called Malmö, and they are doing the zero packaging style. And it's a shop where also try to build a community around the idea of zero packaging. And you bring your containers and you fill and you refill. And in Turkey, I also live in Turkey, and I am seeing these disposable or like reusable things are still in a very how to say, outdated style, and even like there is a will, I don't feel like there is so much governmental or like legislative support like in France. But even in Sweden, there is the governmental and legislative support. I still see the people are not using these reusable things. And I see this as a challenge, and I would like to ask our participants, especially the innovative perspectives, how to make people more interested, because I never seen any government official or like any person who is like carrying their own containers or like their bottles. And I think it starts from this type of idea, oh, this makes me look bad or poor, or I am not like, where am I going to put this now? So maybe the fashion, also I'm in the fashion industry, also could be like, how do you say, re-wearable things that you can also put it in your packets. So it's actually very much connected, but I wanted to actually do the question towards this challenge where the inequalities are a lot, like in countries where there are a lot of populations are suffering because of poverty or other things. I feel like these things are becoming very, how do you say, oh, am I going to also think about this? So this is also very important. But the places like wealthy countries, like in Sweden, this is very feasible. You can make it, but still it's not happening. So.
Thank you. Thank you for this question. Who would like to start?
Shall we start? Okay. How can we not be afraid that the French legislation will change with this political instability that we have? We can't be sure, but this is why we are here, this body, to make sure that all lobbying is there day to day. But the best proof to me would be that we developed the refill and reuse system very quickly, and that it worked economically speaking, so that we cannot go back, because industries will have already shifted, they will have already invested a lot, and it works, and that way we can't go back. That's the best proof that we can bring. This is why we need to work with a systemic approach, bring all those stakeholders together and do it really quickly. We have no time.
Thank you. How to include social justice in reuse?
Okay, I can jump in there. So I think we focus specifically on the social justice first before the environmental, because if you don't fix that, then you'll never get the environmental impact because you won't get buy-in. It's actually linked to the question over there as well. So the big problem is you don't want people to feel poor. And we've launched the first store about 4 months ago, and we're getting feedback now that it makes some people feel poor and feel shame. And even though you're cheaper, it's still not enough. Okay, so we're doing fine, we're breaking even, but you're not seeing this mass adoption yet because of how it makes people feel. So it's not just a technological and a supply chain problem, it's actually a marketing problem, because the tech exists. You've got the best, the cheapest tech, the tech is there, but now it becomes a marketing problem. And I think
let's talk about that, because what we saw when we started in a business district in Cologne with reusable foodware, so food bowls, was that suddenly they looked very stylish. They were like, we always choose like a black and white kind of combination, and people really like brought them and carried them proudly. They didn't put it in a bag. They had it in their hands because they wanted to show to all the other co-workers in the business district, hey, I care for the environment. I do this. And I think, and I hope that maybe about choosing the level or the leveraging the packaging, because packaging is branding. That's what single-use packaging is all the time anyways, right? Maybe we can create this kind of iPhone way into mass market, where you start positioning reuse as something that is exactly the opposite, right? It's rather privileged and like conscious and so on, and can then kind of trickle down to the mass markets.
Yeah, also it depends upon...
No. Okay, go and I finish.
It also depends upon the customer segment you are tackling with. Like in India, there is a loose market. It's around 60 to 70%. So a lot of retail shops, small retail shops, wholesale shops, they sell the products in loose. Now, it's not hygienic, it doesn't look good. We are working with them to provide these dispensers, and they are installing it at their shops. Their customer is already refilling the products. We are not doing something different. We are not bringing any container. We are just providing these dispensers to them so that they can sell their customers. And their return rate is really, really high, right? Around one of our dispensers is installed. They refill around 500 liters of vegetable oil per day. It's per day data from one dispenser. So it's also about the market customer you are tackling, you are going with. You can't just reach out to the high class peoples and tell them just come and refill. It's also, it will not work out there. Right? So, yeah.
I think it comes. Okay. What often people forget is that with refill, as you do not have any packaging, it enables you to choose the right quantity. And choosing the right quantity make you save money, because you do not buy more than what you need, so you do not throw away. And we know that we always often buy more than what we need, and that we throw away. And when you throw away food, you throw away money. So by buying in bulk, or with packaging free or refill, you save money. So it's also a social advantage like that.
Then the question that we had about how to make university campus, how to introduce reuse there, and the hygiene aspect.
I mean, I learned yesterday that at Turkish universities, everyone sits down for lunch, and I think that's great, and we don't want to replace that. We've seen in a lot of other countries that there's also a takeaway culture for university campuses and lunch, be it the food or coffee and drinks and so on. And I think there it's a very easy place to start with reusable packaging.
Yeah, so answering to second questions about hygiene and the dispensers. So basically whatever material we use in these dispensers, it's food grade, like we use SS 306, 316, and plastic also, which whatever is coming in contact with the product, it's food grade. It's whole dispenser is airtight, so no contamination will go around. And then we are also tracking every time, monitoring the maintenance, when it was refilled, when it was cleaned, and it's all the data we are collecting.
And zooming out a little bit is that what reuse enables, especially when you track the individual packaging items, is that you can really keep a closed loop for that particular item, meaning that, for example, our cups, of course, are food-grade PP, right? And we can really create a history of each cup and return the food-grade PP material back to the supplier. And similarly, in value chains of cosmetics, because you mentioned skin contact and so on, it's similar, right? If you track the individual container, you have transparency and you can ensure that it's only reused for the same type of product, so you don't have misuse or quality problems on that end.
In France, students are the second customer for refill. Because they want to manage their budget, as I said, you can choose the quantity, so you can choose to buy a few of everything, but at least you can buy, and that's how they control and manage better their budget. As for hygiene, this was really a problem that we addressed in the first place 9 years ago in France. We created the whole framework to train the retailers how to sell in bulk, how to maintain the refill station, the right gesture, because if the consumer does not have confidence in the product, he will never buy in bulk. Now, our work is to make it obligatory in France, mandatory. So we wrote like a very big guide that we gave to the French government, and now we're waiting for the stamp of the French government. And once this hygiene guide for refill station is released, then we could go to see our deputies and say, nah, hey, make it mandatory, so that retailers will maintain properly the refill stations and everybody will be happy.
We're reaching the end of our session, and I would like to thank all of you for highlighting 4 very diverse and different examples of how reuse can look at scale. We also covered the challenges that still lie ahead. I think it also shows us why we need collaboration in order to work towards zero waste. And I know that there are a lot of policymakers and mayors here in the room, and we also heard examples from policymakers yesterday on how to drive that change. So I really want to encourage everyone to use the forum here as an opportunity to come together and join forces on how we can solve the plastic waste crisis and hopefully make reuse the norm in the future. Thank you so much for your inputs.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Christina, for moderating this session. Thank you very much to all of our speakers and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a fast-paced morning. I'm sure we've worked up an appetite. Go grab some lunch. We need a break, mostly because of our simultaneous translators. They've been speaking nonstop since 9 a.m. this morning, so thank you to them. Also, our sign language interpreters, give them a break as well. And our technical team, we need to grab some grub so we can work in the afternoon. We'll be continuing at 2 p.m. sharp, so it's shorter than scheduled lunch break, half an hour. We'll start again at 2 p.m. here, looking into academia and zero waste. We'll hear from Dr. Simran Talwar, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, and we'll have a keynote address delivered by the head of Turkey's Higher Education Board. Thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch, and we'll see you at 2 p.m.
That's me in the corner. That's to my knees failed? What if all these fantasies come flailing around? Now I've said too much. Oh, life, it's bigger. It's bigger than you. You are not me. The lengths that I will go to, the distance in your eyes. Oh no, I said too much. of a job. You're looking for somewhere to belong. You're starting all alone for someone to guide you on your way. No one forever. I just wanna be here beside you. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life. It's a beautiful life. We're living in different ways.
I lost my way somewhere and now another galaxy. Too much to take, these memories ending in tragedy. In all of these places, all of these places, I didn't wanna let you down. And all these mistakes of mine, I can't replace it. I gotta move on somehow. Healing energy on me, baby. All I really need is one day. Healing energy on me, baby. Can you make a wish for me? Healing energy on me. Pain is a land that I had and I need it. Healing energy on me, baby. Can you make a wish for me? I lost my way somewhere and now another galaxy. Too much to take, these memories ending in tragedy. In all of these places, all of these places, I didn't wanna let you down. And all these mistakes of mine, I can't replace it. I gotta move on somehow. Healing energy on me, baby. All I really need is one day. Healing energy on me, baby. Can you make a wish for me? Healing energy on me. Pain is a land that I had and I need it. Healing energy on me, baby. Can you make a wish for me?
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all of you. We're going to kick off the second part of the day by looking into academia and zero waste. So in some respects, we're actually going to the heart of knowledge. We're going to be looking at how science, education, ethics are merging to transform sustainability. We have an interesting format. Bear with us. We have some big names. So essentially, it's going to, think of it this way, we're going to have 3 keynote addresses. The first one will be delivered by the president of the Council of Higher Education for Turkey. It's called YÖK. The president is Professor Erol Özvar, and he'll be delivering the first of the keynote addresses. So with your permission, I'd like to invite to the stage Professor Erol Özvar, the president of YÖK. Sayın Başkanım, hoş geldiniz tekrardan. Buyurunuz efendim.
Nasıl?
Ayakta durabilirsiniz. Oturmak isterseniz de ben sahneyi size bırakıyorum.
Her ikisi de olur.
Tamam efendim.
Saygıdeğer katılımcılar,
Esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen,
konuşmamın hemen başında
at the beginning of my speech, due to the zero waste
bir araya gelmekten, Türk Yüksek
Forum, we are happy to be gathered here, and I am really pleased to be here talking to you on behalf of
gelen devlet adamlarının,
universities of our country and
yapımcılarının,
policymakers, scientists, and representatives of public and private sectors come together here in order to put forward a conscience and a will to change our world. And I think this is really meaningful that we all came together for this aim. And in the organization of this great event, I would like to thank the Zero Waste Foundation and Environment and Climate Ministry and Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry and all the other institutions who put their effort into organizing this event. And with the auspices of our First Lady, Emine Erdoğan, our movement was started and it quickly turned into a global conscious on environment. And it is not just about environment, but it is also building or establishing sustainable and healthy relations between the nature and human beings. And our First Lady, Emine Erdoğan, has not only called upon the people of Turkey, but also brought this issue on a global scale in the UN, and she made sure that we all started taking action. And the General Assembly of the United Nations, March 30th, was announced as the day, Zero Waste Day, and this is an indicator, a great indicator of this success. And our First Lady, Emine Erdoğan, she was elected as the chairperson of this organization in United Nations and put forward a great example in this sense. And she is pioneering the work still. And this shows us that it is not only for Turkey, but it is also helping Turkey become a model country for the whole world. Valuable guests, zero waste approach is for production, technology, and other systems are all encompassed in the same arena, and a real transformation in this arena has to be impactful and sustainable and stable. And it is only possible with the education and also the dynamism of the participation of the whole communities. And it is not just about talking about these issues, but also as institutions who have impact on the society, we also pay great importance to raising awareness and becoming examples. And in terms of the environment, a collective understanding and global scale cooperation are really of crucial importance in order to be successful. And of course, local acts are important, but global acts and objectives should be brought together with the local efforts. That's the only way that will bring us the success that we require. and universities, public institutions, and private sector companies should all work together in close cooperation, and also international. They should be involved in the international activities. And environmental sustainability, green transformation, and zero waste programs are our priorities in our education system. And with this regard, with our campus projects, we are trying to put in more effort in taking actions in terms of protecting the environment and also decreasing carbon footprints. And these efforts will yield their results. And in our universities, zero waste management systems are established, and also recycling infrastructures and separation of waste implementations are also seen in our university campus now. And in terms of renewable energy and sustainability, we also need human resources, and university programs, new university programs to be opened on these subjects are really something that we pay importance to. And renewable energy, circular economy, environment, and resource management and similar subjects are intensified to be opened as departments and lectures in universities and in many different areas in order to integrate these subjects into our curriculums at universities. We are still working, but we can see that we have protocols such as the one that we signed with the Zero Waste Forum. We are trying to make sure that especially students and other parts of the academia are rewarded when they are working in these areas as well, in these subjects as well. And also, we are going to continue supporting our universities in terms of green transformation projects or zero waste projects and sustainability projects. We will keep our support as always. As of 2024, zero waste applications, carbon footprint, decreasing carbon footprints, and green campus planning, and many other efforts, projects are still ongoing. And among these projects in our university campuses, we have also their own research projects. And in addition to these projects, we have TÜBİTAK, European Union, ministries, and national and international institutions. And some exemplary implementations are also visible in our university campuses. And also international cooperation. 423 international sustainability projects are still ongoing in our universities, and workshops, symposiums, student awareness campaigns, and similar sustainability-focused events are also taking place in our university campuses. And from NGOs to local administrations, there is an active participation in these projects, and this way environmental consciousness is not only limited to the local arena, but also to the campuses and to all the other institutions that we mentioned. And in our campuses, the direct carbon emissions per person is 93 kilograms. So in our 101 universities, this is below 100 40 kilograms. And when you look at the global average, it is about 4.8 tons. So when you compare these figures in Turkey university campuses, on a global scale, they are really exemplary. And I'm pleased to announce that. Dear guests, zero waste is not just an environmental policy. It is also a paradigm shift in cultural arena as well. We are aiming to turn our university campuses to green campuses, and from the idea of sustainability, we will move towards green innovation, and we will try to encourage our universities to share their good practices, and also researchers to continue to be supported for their research and for a better, livable and fairer world is only possible with the guidance of our universities and the guidance of science. And I truly believe that. And thank you very much for attending this forum. And I wish you a successful and fruitful forum. Thank you very much.
Çok pardon. Erken mi girdim?
I am sorry, did I interrupt you? No, not at all. Thank you very much for honoring our forum.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Professor Özvar. Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite to the stage Dr. Silman Talva. She is the research director. Oh, there you are. Okay, research director. And let me see if I've memorized this correctly. Also the circular economy theme lead over at the University of Technology, Sydney's Institute for a Sustainable Future. Fantastic. There we go. Please come on. I know that you have a short presentation, but you'll also be leading the conversation with one of the leading voices when it comes to sustainable development. Dr. Jeffrey Sachs will be on in just a moment. The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I have the clicker?
Yes,
please?
indeed. Clicker'ımız burada mı arkadaşlar?
And can we have the slides loaded up as well? Thank you.
Bir de slide gösterimiz de vardı. Thank you.
Fantastic afternoon, and really lovely to be spending this weekend in Turkey. Thank you so much for the hospitality, and lovely to see all of you here today. So before we get into a very interesting discussion with Professor Sachs, thought to give a little bit of an overview of the work that I do and some insights from down under. So lovely to meet you, Dr. Simran Talwar. I lead a research program within the University of Technology, Sydney, at the Institute for Sustainable Futures. And, right. So, why are we here today? Before we get into discussing the role of academia and research, really important to step back and think about the impact on consumption and resource use as the main driver for the triple planetary crisis. Also, while the energy transition is a key lever to addressing climate change, resource use, waste challenges, and the associated impacts on nature and biodiversity loss should not be forgotten. And despite circular economy agendas emerging globally, we've been hearing great insights at this conference, the linear economy is still prevalent, and a lot of the solutions that we've been talking about today still operate within the linear economy. And so really wanted to share about my own sustainability journey. I am a social scientist and a systems thinker with a PhD in management. I did research on circular economy approaches within heavy manufacturing, and currently lead a team of 20 researchers working across materials and sectors to advance systemic change towards sustainable production at consumption. Also focus a lot of our work and research towards implementing and scaling the circular economy with a focus on policy, business models, metrics, quantifying impacts, and evidence-based decision and policy making. Our approach towards research and applied research is to partner and collaborate on a range of circular economy and extended producer responsibility issues. And today I'll be sharing a few examples of what we've been doing.
So the institute itself, based in Sydney, we're around 70 odd researchers working across a range of sustainability issues. Like I said, resource stewardship is the team that I lead, and we have other programs looking across energy, water, climate change, international development. A huge focus of what we do is on applied research, and sitting within a university context really helps sort of find those cross-cutting solutions and leading-edge sort of approaches towards sustainability. And just to sort of ground the discussion today, I wanted to share a little bit more about the circular economy, which is my area of work. And really, we've been hearing about the waste hierarchy, the 3R strategies. And on the left, you'll see an expanded version of the 10R framework, really tracing that journey from linear to circular, and approaches that can help sort of prioritize upstream solutions such as refusal strategies, avoidance, reduction, the role of sourcing and procurement before we think about recycling and reprocessing approaches. And on the right is another framework which we've been working on and developing in the context of product stewardship and extended producer responsibility, really embedding sort of life cycle approaches across production, consumption, post-consumption, and what can be some of the ways in which businesses can sort of come along the journey of a circular economy. And the reason I included these two frameworks really is the examples that we'll be following will show how we translate some of this work in the research that we do. So some recent examples in terms of projects and research insights in the zero waste and the circular economy follow. I've picked 4 examples which show some of the research that we're doing internationally within Australia and really trying to sort of build that evidence base as well as education and training, which I think are key pillars in terms of the theme of our session today as to how research and academia can help scale the transition to a zero waste future. So the first example is research that we did alongside 3 Australian research institutions, 3 Indian research institutions over 2020 and 2023. This research, the Australia-India Plastics Initiative, was signed off by both the Prime Ministers, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Albanese back in 2020. And finally, we released a roadmap around a national roadmap for circular economy for plastics in India in December 2023 with endorsement from the Department of Environment and Science and a whole range of sort of issues that were investigated through the 3-year research project with around 40-odd researchers working across a range of metrics and data to understand plastics and waste flows in India, technology and systems, public policies to support and incentivize change, business models that can help shift consumption patterns, community and grassroots initiatives, as well as behavior and practice change. And why is this important? This research, as well as sort of circular economy and plastics in general, targets an enormous waste and pollution challenge, also addresses SDGs 9, 11, and 12, and has received high-level support from the governments. So there's a few public outputs here that I've included just as a means of showcasing sort of that education and training piece, and also to be able to translate all of those high-level sort of issues for a variety of stakeholders. The next project is quite foundational, really trying to bridge the gap between circular economy, climate change, and nature. So we, in Australia, and I'm sure elsewhere as well, we see that there's sort of policy agendas tackling these issues separately. And we worked with sort of 4 state governments because they came to us saying that we really want to be able to have tools internally to be able to speak to our other teams and for us to have like an integrated approach towards addressing these issues. And so this was sort of foundation research in terms of understanding what are the benefits of integrating a circular economy approach with climate change and nature, and where can that help? What are those points of intersection? And some of the benefits that we uncovered through this research were in terms of reducing land use can have multi-benefits, designing out waste and pollution, which is the core of a circular economy, enhancing biodiversity and nature conservation, rethinking how we design, manufacture, and use products, reducing demand for virgin materials, as well as supporting renewable energy transition itself. So there were 6 principles that sort of can help that policy integration, which are around systems thinking, thinking about the social dimensions, which we'll try and uncover through the panel discussion, reducing consumption, regenerative agriculture, drawing links between nature positive and net zero, as well as thinking about high-value resource recovery through the recycling and reprocessing system itself. The third example is, and follows very well with the panel we had just before lunch, which is around refill and reuse. And this is research that we did in Vietnam over a year, alongside 2 Vietnamese partners and a UK-based resource organization, where we tested 2 refill and reuse pilots in a university campus and in a village center, really trying to touch that mass use of refill reuse solutions and to understand what kind of behavior change is needed to scale such solutions. And so a whole range of that research really tackled understanding current practices, what were some of the challenges, where did refill and reuse fit within that spectrum of consumption, and how could you tackle the issue of overconsumption? Again, quite an integral sort of foundational piece in terms of understanding impacts on consumption and single-use plastic use. And lastly, I think just talking about sort of funding and how best industry and research can work together is an example of the Solving Plastic Waste Cooperative Research Centre, which is a mechanism by the Australian Commonwealth Government to help sort of tackle key issues and issues that are sort of going to be really emergent in the near future. So this is a cooperative research center that got up and running in 2024 with $40 million funding from the Australian government, has around 36 partners, including university, industry providers across the plastics value chain, community organizations, all of us sort of coming together to tackle issues around plastic waste. There's 4 research programs within the CRC itself. I'll leave this information here, but really a call out to anyone who's interested in knowing more about the CRC, but really such mechanisms being crucial to sort of directing funding and financing, and for industry and research to come together to think about cutting-edge solutions and technologies to tackle the issue around plastic waste. With that, thank you so much for your patient ear, and really wanted to showcase the breadth of approaches that academia and research can take in terms of addressing sort of issues around zero waste, in terms of evidence building, in terms of sort of education training, in terms of bringing industry and research together as crucial, actors to find solutions that can scale. And with that, would love to sort of move over to our next segment, which is in conversation with Professor Jeffrey Sachs. Let me just bring my...
How are you?
Welcome.
Good, thanks.
Lovely to meet you. And while you may not need any introduction, I've prepared a sort of short bio. So Professor Jeffrey Sachs is a university professor and director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University, where he directed the Earth Institute from 2002 until 2016. He is president of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, co-chair of the Council of Engineers for Energy Transition Commissioner of the UN Broadband Commission for Development, academician of the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences at the Vatican, and Tan Sri Jeffrey Chia Honorary Distinguished Professor at Sunway University. He has spent over 20 years as professor at Harvard University, and it is my privilege and honor to share this stage with you today, Jeffrey.
Great
Thank
to be
you so
with
much, and welcome.
Thank you. And congratulations to what you're doing
Thank you.
at ISF. Fantastic
Thank you so much.
work.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I have a whole list of questions for you, and I thought, so we have about 25-ish minutes. I'll open up to the audience towards the end. We'll keep about 10 to 15 minutes for audience questions. But before I get into my list of questions, Jeffrey, did you have any opening remarks on the theme of our discussion today?
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank our hosts here in the government of Turkey and in Istanbul for having us. This is a very, very useful gathering of a lot of very smart, dedicated, committed people and institutions, and so it's extremely important. We're way behind the curve, as you know. When Simran introduced her subject, we heard about the three great environmental crises: climate change, the collapse of our ecosystems, and mega pollution. And on all three of these, we're 30 years late, at least, as a world to address these seriously. They're all getting worse. None is really getting better. Maybe there has been some progress in some pollutants, which should be noted. But the climate change crisis is accelerating. The collapse of ecosystems is accelerating. In the country where Simran is working in Australia, the news just a couple of days ago from a major study in Nature is that the coral reef systems around the world are collapsing. We've probably reached tipping points in which the collapse may be unavoidable at this point. We came to this topic 53 years ago in a conference in Stockholm, and that was a conference that first declared that there was a collision course between the world economy and nature. It was the first time that that was recognized by diplomats and politicians as well as by scientists who had been working on it, but it was something new. 20 years after that, we had the Rio Earth Summit, and that was supposedly the breakthrough. 3 big treaties were signed. One was on climate change, the UNFCCC, the Framework Convention on Climate Change. One was on preserving biological diversity and the biosphere more generally, the UN Convention on Biodiversity. And the third was the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. So that was 33 years ago. In 2012, there was a 20-year follow-up to the Rio Earth Summit. And I always recall and can see today the page in Nature magazine which graded the 3 treaties. I'm a professor, so I give grades. And the 3 treaties got Fs. All 3 failed. 20 years after their signing, they had all failed in terms of implementation. If they were to be graded again today, we would just throw them out of school entirely because they're all failures. They're not working. Of course, treaties are agreements of governments, typically all 193 UN member states. Now, one of the UN member states, the dumbest, which is my own, the United States, has walked out of the climate change treaty and never ratified the treaty on biodiversity, and we're headed by the dumbest leader we've ever had also, who stood at the UN General Assembly and declared that climate change is a hoax. He did not take my class. He did not apparently take any class. It's sometimes said he paid someone to take his exams at Penn. I don't know if that's true. I wasn't there. But it's utterly believable, knowing everything we know about his character and his mind. So we are actually 53 years after the first time we've gathered in a complete mess. And it does bring us to our topic. The universities are a hope. They're a very important hope. They're not the end of the story, but they're really critical. I still believe in them. Our university is under attack in the United States by the US government. A couple of my students were arrested and thrown into prison for months because they happened to support the state of Palestine and They happen to oppose the genocide that has clearly been underway, and by the way, it's a genocide not only by Israel, but with its partner in crime, the United States government. And so we're under attack, but we're just the only places in society whose business it is to try to get at the truth about these issues. And that's important. At least the truth model, the business model of the universities is still peer review, and even though we're under a lot of pressure by governments, if you systematically tell lies, you don't make it in academia. You can for a little while, by the way, but you don't make it in the long term. Academia is based on reputation for establishing facts that are replicable. It's not a bad model. It's developed the modern scientific age over the last 500 years. I also like universities a lot because they bring together people of different disciplines, and Simwar's team is a team that's interdisciplinary, it seems clear. It's got engineers, it's got management specialists, it's got economists. This is also very important for the problem solving. It's not one disciplinary direction. It's actually, as Simwar said, systems thinking. This is the main point. That does not come systematically to a lot of politicians and governments, actually. Systems thinking means the interconnections are key, and that means many disciplines. My most fun of leading the Earth Institute for 15 years at Columbia University was I had someone who really knew something about everything. Nobody knew everything about everything, but somebody in the group knew something about everything, I would say. And what a joy it is to be able to call someone who is honest, decent, being paid to find the truth and teach the truth, and then to explain to you how things actually work. So this is, for me, the highest possible quality of life you can have. And I think academia uniquely brings that about. But we're in a dual relationship with government. On the one side, we're trying to help governments to think clearly, because governments are not designed for thinking, and still less for innovation. They don't have time even when they're properly motivated. A politician, when he comes in or she comes into office, just runs nonstop. There's no time for thinking. And if you're an academic advising a politician, do not go into the basics. Just give usable information. They don't have time to absorb this. Second, of course, it's not their business model. Their business model is power, not truth. It's quite different. Truth can be powerful, which is why they don't kick us all out. No country can survive without high-quality universities in this world. Governments depend on high-quality universities. You crack down on your universities, you're finished as a country. Every politician should know that.
Thank you.
So just to say, we're in a dual relationship with politicians, and it's a little bit tricky, but as academics, our absolute job is to tell the truth and hope for the best. It's not always going to come, but we have to hope for the best, and we're not going to solve any of these problems other than with a very powerful role of universities. I'll just conclude with one point. The number one research country in the world right now, in my view, is China. China has improved its research capacity to be in the absolute front rank. When I see the most dynamic economy in the world today, I believe it's China as well, and especially southern China, Guangdong province, the Greater Bay Area. When the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, listed and ranked its
regions of innovation, I think Silicon Valley may have come in 4th on this year's ranking, but it was Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Guangzhou that came in number 1. Why is that? It's because the universities are excellent, the governments have invested in the truth, and this has created a startup culture that exceeds Silicon Valley, it exceeds every other place in the world. So I just want to say to governments, don't crack down on your universities, even if you don't like the truth sometimes, because your countries completely depend on the quality of your universities.
Thank you. That's fantastic. Thanks, Jeffrey, for that very holistic perspective on the role of universities in truth-telling. I was thinking about sort of teaching and learning and how we can, embed thinking around zero waste or circular economy really from that stage and even sort of supporting that startup or incubating new ideas. What are the universities doing well and what can we do better?
I like to start with the concept of sustainable development. So that's the flag that I fly. And for those of you who were listening to me yesterday, I apologize to repeat, but repeating is a good part of pedagogy also. You say it, then you say it again, then you say it again, then you say it again, then you say it again, then you ask your students about it and they have no idea. So then you say it again, and you say it again, you say it again, and then they know. So that's pedagogy. Sustainable development means holistic systems thinking that cuts across 4 areas which are inherently interconnected: economic development, social inclusion, environmental sustainability, and peace and cooperation among nations. That's the idea of sustainable development. And the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals, incorporate that. And within the Sustainable Development Goals, the issue of zero waste is most prominent in SDG 12, which is the circular economy goal, if you can put it that way. Circular economy is a bit broader concept than zero waste. But it says, when we produce, don't wreck the planet. Don't wreck what we depend on. Don't deplete scarce resources. Don't destroy ecosystems. Don't pollute them to death. And since the relationship between the economy and nature is fraught with terrible gaps and imperfections, so that there is no invisible hand that protects the environment. And it's not something that Adam Smith, when he wrote about the invisible hand 249 years ago, had any mention of, not even once in The Wealth of Nations, because it wasn't an issue in 1776. We don't have an economy that naturally meshes with the physical earth. Nature was treated basically until today as a free dumping ground for toxic side effects of production, and it's treated as open hunting grounds. The global commons is there for the taking. And Donald Trump, for example, his main idea is take what you can. Don't be a loser. Go take. Which is why he's really keen to invade Venezuela right now, because it has the largest proved oil reserves in the whole world. So in his mentality, you take it. You're a fool not to take it. And that's how the environment is viewed by the economic sector. And it's why, you're in a country, very smart people, very nice people, wonderful society, but Australia's playing a role in its own suicide. It's the number 2 contributor to CO2 emissions in the world because it's a leading coal exporter. And while it sometimes talks about cleaning up its own act, it exports all of this destruction to the whole world. And if you ask a politician about it, oh, they won't talk about it because their job depends on the coal industry. And the media is owned by Rupert Murdoch. And so on. So this is the mess. I don't remember what you asked me, but
I was asking about the role.
It's just a rant, which
Yes.
is to say that there's no natural connection between the economy and nature. We have to construct that, actually.
Yes.
We should use, when we can, market-based tricks. I met with the mayor of Tübingen, who introduced himself today, who said that a carbon tax, or a reuse tax, actually, on plastics, has made a decisive difference in the reduction of single-use plastics in Tübingen. So that's a market instrument, but it required political leadership and will to make it happen. And so we should use market instruments when we can, but not to believe that the market solves the problem at all. Quite the contrary. And so the things that you're recommending in India, for example, are to correct disasters that otherwise will occur.
Yes, totally. No, well, it was really, really impressive to hear about the change that Tübingen has brought about, and from Boris Palmer's own talk.
Yes.
And yes, I guess one of the questions before I open up to audience was around sort of the role of teaching and learning, and how universities can embed zero waste thinking right from the start.
So one of the good things that's happened in the last 10 years is that universities are now rated on their contribution to sustainability. There actually are rankings, if you look at Times Higher Education or the other rankings of universities. So universities can't afford not to be in this activity. Of course, most universities want to be in this activity. And I'm lucky to lead a network for the UN Secretary General, which has been around for 13 years now, since 2012, since that 20th anniversary of the Rio Summit, called the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. And the idea is a worldwide network of universities. There's an incredibly strong chapter in Turkey, and the leaders are here. Please stand up. And there are 60 member institutions in Turkey, which is absolutely incredible, really remarkable. And this is one of the most beloved places on the planet where we are, one of the most famous crossroads of all of history, Constantinople, Istanbul. And so a place we urgently need to protect. It's the crossroads of Europe, Asia, the Middle East, Africa. Every place has been here, which is why Constantine liked it in 325. It's why Byzantium was here even before. It's why Istanbul is a center for all of us to come as often as we can today. So we need the education. The universities know it. When our network calls on presidents of universities to come together to discuss sustainability, I can tell you it's rather a joy, but we get hundreds of university presidents to stay on the line for 3-hour brainstorming sessions about how to incorporate sustainability into the curricula. What's the answer? First, make it part of your curriculum to begin with. The SDGs are a natural way to organize curricula. Master's degrees are absolutely wonderful. The hunger for master's level knowledge among people who work in civil society, in businesses, in government, in international agencies is huge. So put up a sign that you're teaching that. Second, interdisciplinarity. And this is not easy at universities, but I love the Greek word for university, which is panepistemio, which means all knowledge. So it's literally that a university is a place with all knowledge. And use that. It's a great advantage. Our disciplines hire according to the deep dive in a discipline, but the practicality of knowledge is its interdisciplinarity. You can't do without it, actually. And so universities should get organized for interdisciplinary units like your institute, like the Earth Institute, like many of the institutes represented around the table. You should have earth scientists, engineers, political scientists, economists, human behavioral specialists, social psychologists, for example, ethicists, working together on problem solving like zero waste. This really works. It's a lot more fun for the scholars, by the way. They're working on something practical. They're learning from their colleagues. Normally, you just compete with your colleagues. But if you're working in a cross-disciplinary way, you're not competing with them. You're actually working together because your team is the natural unit of success. And so it creates a lot of synergies and a lot of knowledge, and the students are hungry for it, as they should be. And you'll find that it tremendously empowers the universities. And as I said, every successful economy in the world right now depends on its universities. Startups are crucial. Startups are knowledge-based. Startups are incubated by the universities in the neighborhood. That's what Silicon Valley was, but now there are hundreds of such technology hubs around the world. And they can't function without a strong university base around them. And since sustainable development is where the markets are going to be in the next 50 years, make your universities support that. And by the way, sustainable development's not just doing the right thing, it's the future market of the world economy. The one that really figured that out beyond everyone else is China. So what's China doing? It decided 10 years ago it would get into electric vehicles. It's now the world leader in electric vehicles. It's the world leader in hydrogen economy. It's the world leader in batteries. It's the world leader in solar photovoltaics. It's the world leader in wind power turbines. Why? First, because it thought about it clearly. Second, because it put its academics to work. I can assure you of that. Third, it put our academics to work because a lot of the best Chinese scientists were trained also in the United States and Europe. Very smart. And they did that and they encouraged that. And now they're back home making the leading businesses of the world. So this is actually very, very clever. The United States thinks they cheated on everything. They cheated on nothing. All they did was think clearly and not elect dunderheads to guide all of this thing. They choose people who are very systematic and knowledgeable. I just looked at the cabinet of China. It has 37% of the cabinet has PhDs. You know how many PhDs there are in the United States cabinet? 0. Not one person with a PhD in the United States cabinet. Not one. We have one master's degree in a technical subject. I'll say no more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And totally support the idea of transdisciplinarity in sort of universities and breaking down silos. I don't think zero waste is something that a singular approach or a singular individual can really resolve. So thank you. And with that, opening it up to audience questions. I see we have quite a few hands up. Can we have a roving mic, please? Can we have a mic for the...
Is there a mic, a roving mic?
Yeah. Okay, sure. Do you want to go first?
If you stand up, someone will run to get a mic to you.
And can we keep the questions brief? We have about 8 minutes, and Professor Sachs needs to leave.
They should be yes/no questions then.
Thank you very much. I'm Nora Sophie Griefan, the founder and CEO of Cradle to Cradle NGO from Germany, and I also teach at the Technical University in Berlin. And what we see in Germany is that we have a huge problem that we only get paid for research that at the end shows that there's more research to be done. Because otherwise you don't have a new project. And so I think it's really important that we switch to a way of understanding that research needs also to help to get to all these problem solving, and that we can really go to a point where we don't have an academic that is actually only looking for the next project we can get to, but really solve these problems. How do you see that by looking at other countries and other research projects?
Yeah. So two quick points. First, Germany invented the modern technical university in the 1870s and 1880s. And just about every innovation in the United States universities came from people who went to Germany to see how Germany was running technical universities. And if you look at what the technical universities did in the 1870s and 1880s, they made German industry, because German industry became the high-tech industry across the board in so many different areas, and that was science-based, and that set a standard. So, first of all, the German economy, which is not in great shape this moment, the German government should understand that strong universities that are incubators of new businesses is very, very important, and that's the heritage in Germany. The second thing I would recommend is the German government is on a warmongering path right now. Mr. Merz wants to spend all your money not on research development and sustainable development, but on war with Russia. This is absurd. Give him my email address. I'll be happy to talk to him.
Thank you. We have a question here, two here. We'll hear all the three questions before we hand over to Jeffrey again. Yes, thank you.
Hi, Professor. Thank you so much for your interventions and your perspectives. It's very refreshing. And it reminds me of wanting to go back into academia. I just finished my master's and went into the real world and now want to go back because that's where truth is.
Always a good thing, too. You can do both.
Yeah, we can talk about how to do that later. My question is about zero waste and economic models. And it's great that you're a professor of economics because I've been waiting, I guess, to ask this question. But one of the key, points of the waste hierarchy, the most important one at the beginning is to refuse a product.
The what?
To refuse a product.
Yeah.
And with that comes decreasing consumerist behaviors. How does that fit in with the capitalist world system that we live in which growth is a priority and consumerism is a way to enable that? How does zero waste models fit within that economic model that we live in right now? And has there been any new theories or discussions about changes to the economic models that we are living in to actually enable this zero waste transition?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we live in a complicated environment and a complicated world, and our economy is really a complicated system of systems in which markets and privately owned businesses play a role, but government typically is spending, or it's taxing maybe in Europe 40% of the national income, spending something like 40 or 45% of the national income through transfers or through outright outlays on investment and so forth. We have nothing like a free market. We have a very complicated set of structures, as we need to. If you take a bad economics course, which is most economics classes, you'll learn about the free market economy. And if you stop there, you'd be very confused, because what you see in a textbook is nothing like the actual world. If you want to learn about the actual world, you go to law school or to business school, not to an economics class, because economics it's a discipline that has some very interesting, good ideas, but it's a kind of a cartoon the way that it's taught and the way even that we discuss it. So a solution like zero waste is necessarily a complex topic. Partly it is consumer understanding, partly it is business behavior, partly it is strict regulations on which chemicals can and can't be used, partly it is Tübingen's tax on single use or other such so-called market-based instruments. Part of good social science, smart social science, is to understand which instruments can operate in ways that are timely, scaled, and solutions. Part of the issue is that to solve the problems that we have, we also need technical innovations. The thing that's going to make the climate energy transformation work is the fact that a watt of solar power is now down to 8 cents a watt in China. And that is a series of innovations over the last 30 years, mostly process innovations, because the idea of photoelectric energy goes back to Einstein in 1905 and even before, but the process innovations have been coming. So none of this is pure market. All of it needs a framework, government planning, and then smart instruments. Even within business, you'll find a wide range of attitudes of business. A family-owned business with a name to the family behaves completely differently from a hedge fund-owned business by a hedge fund owner in New York. They'll both be called business, but one will be about reputation, responsibility, quality products, not tarnishing the family name, and the other will be about getting away with anything you can get away with. And so there's not one capitalism, is my point. We're in a much more sophisticated world at one level. We're also much more sophisticated in deceit, in hiding bad behavior, in self-exculpation, and so on. So we're not solving these problems, but big names like democracy, capitalism, and so forth are not our best friends in this. More sophisticated ways to understand that we need to stop killing ourselves through climate change or poisoning is a good starting point that transcends all of these labels. And then to ask the question, what is the problem? That's an earth science and engineering problem. What are possible solutions? That's an economics and financing and political problem to a large extent. And then trying to come up, therefore, with specific approaches that can work.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeffrey, and thanks for the question. I'm told we have time for one last question, so can you keep it brief? And sorry for the ones that we missed. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Zach. Your presentation was really, truly inspiring. I feel so lucky to be here, actually, and to have the opportunity to learn from you and be among all of you. I have a question. You've emphasized the role of universities and faculty in promoting sustainability. From your perspective, what concrete steps can students take to drive meaningful change on campus and beyond, especially if we don't want to wait for change to happen, but want to start it ourselves?
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, students should promote and learn to promote practical solutions to issues. They know a lot. They know more than their faculty in certain areas for sure, because they're studying the very latest things as part of their job, part of their dissertation writing, for example. But experientially, they have very little experience. And the world is amazing, but very opaque when you get started. You don't know how anything works. At least that's how I was. It took many decades to try to understand how certain things work. In my studying, I had no practical experience anywhere in my education, from bachelor's, master's, and PhD, and postdoc, until becoming an assistant professor. Then I started teaching. And then it was 5 years into my professorship that I did something practical. And I said, oh, that's interesting. Thank God it worked. It would have been the end of my career probably. But I did something practical that was useful. And I said, that's good, should do more of that. I think we should try to incorporate practical problem solving, experiential work from the start. Some things are rather straightforward. Greening the campus is within the ambit of a group of engineering and economics students. It's there. They can walk around the campus. They can measure carbon flows. They can debate whether solar, wind, other solutions are better. They can do diurnal measurements of energy use, all the technical things they need. They can measure the pollutants, they can measure air quality. So all of that is very useful because you are using instrumentation, you've got a problem, you can deal with something and you can try to come up with something practical. I'm a big believer that the same is true at the city level. So it's not hard for university students to work with the city government. And university students are a wonderful source of help for local governments too. Local governments don't have these resources. And if they go to consultants, they're quite expensive, by the way. The great thing about graduate students is they're free. They're free because they actually are paying for that experience, and what they say is really useful. And so make projects with the cities. Solve a traffic flow problem. Solve a greening energy source problem. The cities will like it. The students will get some really great training out of it. And it will inform their intellectual life in a very serious way.
Thank you. And with that, I think I'll have to call this to a close. So thank you so much, Jeffrey. It was lovely.
Thank you.
To have your insights. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks to all of you. Sorry that we couldn't get to all the questions. Feel free to catch us later on and have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Professor Sachs, as Sirman to you as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Sachs. I know you have an important meeting to run off to, so thank you for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to our next discussion in just a bit. I'm going to be very honest with you, very frank with you. The organizers have an extremely difficult task when it comes to sort of juggling all the agenda. What happens generally at these conferences is that you have important sideline meetings that are going on. So sometimes the schedules don't really sort of align up. But in just a moment, we're going to be hearing from our next keynote address. It will be delivered by the Minister of Industry and Technology for the Republic of Turkey. We're just waiting for His Excellency to come out of his high-level meeting. We've been informed that it'll be at 3:15, so just in a couple minutes. So if you just bear with us, give us a couple minutes. We have the stage ready for the minister.
This year we've had to lose our space, we've lost dancing. We've lost hugs with friends and for granted. We've lost dancing. We've lost dancing. If I can live through, we've lost dancing. This next 6 months, we've lost dancing. Day by day, we've lost dancing. If I can live through this, we've lost dancing. What comes next will be marvelous.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Minister for Industry and Technology for the Republic of Turkey will be entering in just a moment, so if you do take your seats, we'd appreciate that. Thank you. Please take your seats. The Minister is arriving. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could kindly ask you to take your seats. The Minister has just arrived, as we can see. Thank you. Just made eye contact. You know, as we continue sort of exploring innovation and sustainability, in this next segment, we're going to be turning our attention to perhaps one of the most important driving forces that is driving the zero waste revolution. Any idea what that might be? Artificial intelligence. So we're going to begin this session with a keynote address from His Excellency Mehmet Fatih Kaçır, the Minister of Industry and Technology for the Republic of Turkey. Mr. Minister, you're here. Thank you. Buyurun Sayın Bakanım, lütfen. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to the Minister. Sayın Bakanım, hoş geldiniz. Şeref verdiniz efendim.
Saygıdeğer misafirler, Sıfır Atık
Dear guests, I'm really glad to be here with you today. From the different points of world, I would like to say welcome to every of our guests. Dear Miss First Lady Emine Erdoğan, with her ideal of more cohesive ideal, now that it became more of a bigger idea, for the humanity, I hope it will bring us every good deed. AI reduces food wastes, it centers humans, and it creates environmental solutions. Dear friends, humanity for ages have measured innovation with numbers and development with consumption. This unfortunately has damaged our balance. The quality of water, the quality of air, it got reduced. From every corners of the world, people struggle to find water, but in another part of the world, millions have to evacuate their home due to rising sea levels. The mountains of wastes gathering in middles of ocean are a result of the unmeasurable consumption. Every one of us, almost 2 billion tons of wastes, we are seeing the social and environmental results of it. This load that is heavy to bear, not only we're going to bear it, but also our children and their children. Focusing on zero waste, beyond choice, it's a must.
verimliliği esas alan akıllı çözümler
We have to find smart solutions, we have to produce them, and we have to make them common. That's how we will survive. The new age technology, our lives, in every part of it, it brings innovation, and it creates a strong foundation for it. And today, in AI technologies, they've been created. 80 years ago, humanity thought, could machines think? And today, AI helps people to overcome their greatest obstacles. To reach zero wastes, the systematic solution for this, the AI is the answer. To create to fix the problems, to make things easy, to raise the efficiency in materials, it's the key. Gathering information and analysis, and to reduce this process, and in every part of the value chain, it makes it faster. For example, for PC algorithms, for waste flow, it's and with for zero waste, the target is not to lose it before, not to lose it after, but before. For AI with its analytic specialities, especially in food, for crops, to cold chain monitoring, the goal is to reduce the waste from its source. Of course, AI, with its great value, brings new problems, complicated ethical dilemmas, and critical problems. AI technologies, rather than being solution, it's being used by the tech firms who values money more. For human resource and inequality between workers, AI can turn into an instrument. There are countries that creates AI, and they can give. Or will it turn into a leverage? Our choices and our steps will show us. Of course, creating the national technology movement, our country is one of the leading countries in AI technology. For our AI innovation, we are using our human resource and our innovation system. Creating AI systems, creating the cooperation and strengthen it. We have created our AI Institute, world's biggest aviary and space fests. The technofests are being created in Turkey, and that's how we will meet our youth with AI technologies. Thanks to TÜBİTAK, in fields like environmentalism, we are enhancing the technologies. For AI, and their strong processing capacity, their applicability.
Gerekli altyapıyı da inşa
We are doing the
Bilgisayar
groundwork for
kapasitesiyle
it.
Dünyanın en güçlü 500 süper bilgisayarı arasında
For
yer
one
alan
of the 500 most strongest computer IP is on service. One of the strongest one.
Avrupa Birliği şemsiyesi altında
Under the umbrella of EU, we are a part of it.
değişikliği başta olmak üzere savunma, sağlık,
Starting
enerji ve
from
sosyal bilimler
climate,
alanında
in
yüksek
defense
yoğunluklu
and more,
simülasyonların güvenli, hızlı ve
we are
kritik
using
verilerin
safe,
yüksek
strong, and
şekilde gerçekleştirilebilmesine
critical
imkan tanımış
technologies for our country.
yeni proje ve desteklerle
In the coming days, with the new projects, our 250 megawatts of technology, we will raise it to 1 gigawatt.
kesintisiz enerji altyapısına sahip
For our,
merkezi bölgeleri kuracağız.
we will create data centers.
Kendi büyük dil modelimizi geliştirmek
And
için
above all,
inisiyatif başlattık.
we are created an incentive to create our language model.
Türkçe büyük dil modelini
The Turkish language model that will contribute greatly to our wealth, we are creating it with the institutes.
uzmanlık eğitimleri
And for AI, we are making education is common. We are making our human resources stronger, and we are readying our people. As Turkey, for AI, for our AI vision,
büyük bir ahenk içinde
we see that nature and human should be in harmony.
üzerinde şekillenip yükselen
This will reach in 3 legs.
doğa ile
This
barışık
will
bir medeniyet
move with
tasavvuru
technology.
inşa etmeye devam ediyoruz. Oldukça kıymetli bulduğumuz bu yaklaşımı
This vision that we find so important,
değerli dostlar,
we are solidifying it with examples.
öncülüğünde
Dear
Sıfır
guests,
Atık projesi
thanks to First Lady Emine Erdoğan, we have gained some victories thanks to Emine Erdoğan.
ülkesine artık ilham kaynağı oluyor. Sıfır atık vizyonunu üretim
For zero
süreçlerine
waste,
ve
for zero
araştırma
waste,
geliştirme politikalarımıza
and
entegre
for
etmeyi
our
sürdüreceğiz.
research, we have
Bugüne kadar
integrated
olduğu gibi
it.
Bundan sonra da yenilikçi teknolojileri kaynakların etkin ve verimli kullanımı için Türkiye'de geliştirmeye devam edeceğiz. Teknolojinin
For technology to be equal, transparent, and be ethical,
kullanımının savunucusu olmayı
we will defend
sürdüreceğiz.
this.
Zira teknolojinin vicdan ile buluşmadığında
Because
neler
when
sebep
technology
olacağını
don't
acı
meet
gerçeği
with ethicals, we see the catastrophe it creates.
Gazze'de
In Gaza,
yıllardır
for many years,
kullanımıyla
with the use of cutting edge technology, the
bu ve ahlakı ayaklar altına
destruction Israel creates is a shame for everyone, for humanity.
uluslararası hukuku
For humanity,
devam edecek.
we will defend international law and equality.
Yücelten bir geleceğe
Technology should be equal and should be used for good, and we will work for it.
Cumhurbaşkanımız Sayın Recep Tayyip Erdoğan'ın
Thanks to our president, with his words, the world is bigger than 5, and fairer world is possible.
çevreyle yoğuran bir düzen için
We will create an environment and dedicate our work for technology and humanity. And I am hoping
gerçekleşecek fikir alışverişinin
for everyone to have a great panel.
katkı sağlamasını umuyor.
And,
Sizleri bir kez daha saygıyla, sevgiyle
and
selamlıyorum.
I
Sağ
would
olun.
like to thank you all.
Sayın Bakanım çok teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun efendim. Ayağınıza sağlık. Forumuza şeref verdiniz.
Thank you for joining us.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Turkish Minister for Industry and Technology. And I think one of the most important things that he said was, as our state policy, was to use technology for a better world, for a more just world. And he concluded his keynote address on that note. We're going to move into our panel discussion which is titled A Smarter Waste, How Artificial Intelligence is Driving Impact. Essentially what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be looking at technology and how it can help sort, and stop waste before it actually happens. And we're talking across wide industries, from food systems to manufacturing lines to smart sensors, behavioral analytics, the list goes on and on. I'm going to leave this discussion up to the experts. If we can bir tane daha sandalye alabilirsek hemen. I'd like to invite to the stage Elena Mateo. She is the director of Zero Waste Costa Rica. Joining her are three innovative minds. David Jackson from Win Now. Ambarish Mitra, the co-founder of Grey Parrot, also the Chief Product Officer, and Christian Bustos Salas, the founder and CEO of BOK. Correct? Fantastic. Thank you. Welcome to all of you. The floor is yours.
Hello. Oh. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's an honor to moderate this session, Smarter Waste, How AI is Driving Impact. My name is Elena Mateo, and I'm the founder and director of Zero Waste Costa Rica, an organization whose mission is to empower individuals, organizations, educational centers, governments, NGOs, academia, everyone to work together towards a zero waste future. We are so happy to be a catalytic force in Costa Rica and in the region. And our main goal is to bring together partnerships. So that's what we really do, and that's what we strive for. So I am deeply grateful to the Zero Waste Forum, to the Secretariat, to everyone who's been so gracious and welcoming us to this wonderful, wonderful country. Our main objective today is to explore how artificial intelligence is transforming waste management, from optimizing food waste reduction and sorting systems to scaling sustainability solutions across the industries. This panel will highlight innovation, practical results, and future potential. So I'd like to begin first, and I'd like to introduce, and I'm delighted to introduce, David Jackson, Director of Marketing and Public Affairs at Winnow, a global company using AI to help chefs reduce food waste and run more sustainable kitchens. With over 15 years of experience in purpose-driven communications, David leads Winnow's mission to combine technology, storytelling, and behavioral change, helping save millions of meals from being wasted worldwide. It was an honor to accompany him today. We actually had a wonderful tour of the kitchen of this marvelous hotel, and so I was actually able to see how this technology works firsthand. Thank you, David. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much. So, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the Zero Waste Forum, it's a pleasure to be with you on this auspicious event today. So, as Eleanor outlines, Winnow develops AI tools to help chefs run more profitable and sustainable kitchens by cutting food waste in half. The field of AI that we work in is computer vision. So we're teaching machines to be able to see the food as it's thrown away in a hotel, in a staff restaurant, in a university canteen, basically any place where food is prepared in large quantities. And I'm going to speak to you for the next 4 or 5 minutes about our technology, our mission, and I'm going to give you a good news story, because I think we could all do with some good news stories. Am I right? All right. Good.
Yes.
So, in the next 5 minutes, chefs around the world in almost 100 countries will prevent 500 meals from being wasted. And by the end of this 3-day forum, they will have prevented almost 500,000 meals from being wasted. And I'm going to explain to you how we make that happen. So I'm not going to dwell too much on the problems that Meta from Too Good To Go outlined this morning in terms of how much food is wasted from farm to fork and the impact that that has on greenhouse gas emissions. I am going to talk to you, though, about the problem, and I'd like us to reframe this as an opportunity. So our data collected in almost 3,000 locations around the world shows that somewhere between 5 and 15% of the food that they buy ends up in the bin. Is that because chefs are bad at their job or they want to throw food away? No, of course not. It's because we're asking them to make complex forecasting decisions in stressful environments. Things are literally on fire with imperfect information. They have a data gap, and that data gap is what Winnow exists to bridge. We estimate that every year around $100 billion worth of food is wasted in commercial kitchens. Now, you can look at that like a big problem, but we prefer to look at it as an opportunity. If we can implement new technologies, new tools, new ideas into these kitchens, we can drive down waste and have a material impact on the problem of food waste. So how do we do that? Now, if anyone's worked in a commercial kitchen before, they're chaotic environments. It's very difficult to measure food waste accurately over time, and that's what our technology does. We'll implement a combination of hardware and software. It's engineered so the team just have to throw food away, and in real time, our AI model will identify and weigh and cost that item. The user just throws and goes. We have over 500 million images in our AI model, and we're able to predict accurately over 1,000 different food items from around the world. Now, what this does is it makes it easy for chefs to record food waste in real time. The impact then is that we can give them insights and reporting, and it pinpoints exactly where food waste occurs. We send out push reporting that they get in the morning when they come to work. What's the one thing that I should do with my team to reduce waste and save money? Typically, we'd expect to cut food purchasing costs by somewhere between 2 and 8%. And in a low-margin business like hospitality, that's material. Now, I promised you a good news story. 10 years ago, we started working with IKEA. Now, I know you probably think of Billy bookcases when you hear IKEA, but by volume, they're one of the biggest restaurant chains in the world, serving over 600 million customers in their restaurants every year. Working with Winnow, they deployed our technology, trained their team, and then led with a food waste-free agenda. And they announced in 2022 that they became the first major food service business to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal and halve food waste worldwide. They self-reported $37 million worth of savings. The business case is clear. We've now scaled this technology around the world, over 24 languages, chefs from across the globe using this technology every day. And we've delivered similar types of results with the likes of Marriott and Hilton and many others in this space. Now, I said that I would give you a challenge as well at the end. And my challenge to all of us is our goal is to save $1 billion worth of food. That's our big goal, and we'd like you to be part of it. So please, if you work in food policy, if you work with food in hospitality or food service businesses in your area, or if you're connected to this ecosystem in any way, please come and talk to us afterwards, and please connect. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, David. Now, joining us from Santiago, Chile, Cristian Bustos is the founder and CEO of BOK, a sustainability software company helping businesses across Latin America achieve environmental and regulatory excellence. Through BOK's innovative platform, Cristian is advancing a more transparent, data-driven approach to sustainability and circular economy practices in the region. Cristian, el escenario es tuyo. Thank you, Lena. Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. How are you? Okay? Or not? More power now. Yeah. It's okay? Great. When? Perfect. When? Thank you, Elena. During the next 5 minutes, I want to talk about the BOK and when the software as a service and artificial intelligence can to move and make a better, fast, and more easy environmental and sustainability management in different companies. BOK use the technology for resolve a very interesting problem.
Now we are working in Peru, Colombia, Mexico, starting in Spain, some project here in Turkey, and we are looking for a partner for this. But what is the reason? The problem is when we talk about the environmental or sustainability management in your company, in a big corporate or small and medium business, we are talking about several different problems. We are talking about maybe the compliance, but not the compliance only with environmental. We are talking about the compliance with environmental, labor, health, safety, and another issues. But we are talking about the carbon footprint. But carbon footprint for the organization, for this event, for the product, or maybe the carbon, not the carbon footprint, because we are talking about the water footprint, or the relationships with the stakeholders. Are several problems, several different problems with the team management in sustainability in every company need to move. For this work is very difficult because environmental companies or environmental management don't have a system like another areas. Finance has 20 years ago systems, logistics too, production too. Environmental management or environmental team are working with manual and working with talking maybe Word or spreadsheet. This is a big problem because we don't have carbon footprint or weight zero movement quickly with only the hands. In the world, big transition was for use the correct technology, agriculture, informatics, and another problem during our history was resolved with using the correct technology. When we developed this, SaaS for environmental and sustainability management in the company. Biogas is a system with different modules for resolve about this problem. Carbon footprint, waste footprint, compliance for the company, and make more easy, more cheaper, and more quickly the management in the company. It's very simple, 3 steps. 1, company and supplier apply the data, system, okay, use this data, standardize, calculate, and make, consolidate, and report for make a complete, in this case, report for compliance or report for management. The way is make quickly decisions. Okay? In environmental and sustainability problem, we make a lot of time selecting data, processing data, and when we have the result, the data change. We need to resolve this quickly. For this reason, we need to make decision instantly. One example of this is we are working with different corporates around the world, like bank. Maybe bank BCE is a environmental, is a bank in Chile with a lot of customers, but we move with this 100 clients and make his carbon footprint and waste footprint in only 4 months. All value chain was developed with this system. In another case, Tivit is a company for energy production. We accompany for the certification process. Bimbo is a similar, it's a very big company with producing bread. And in our program, we are very interested. We are working with a small and medium business for make his carbon and waste footprint quickly and easy, because we need to move this. Corporate start, but the problem is small and medium business. We don't know to forget them, because they are the very important in this process. One example, I want to invite to you now to scan this square, because if you scan this square in 1 minute, one very good, very simple information, we have to send your carbon footprint for assistance at this event. Every data will be collected, zoom, and we will calculate the overall carbon footprint and waste footprint for this event. We will add the energy, we add the waste, we add another environmental information, and make the complete carbon footprint instantly for this event, and make this carbon footprint zero in the possible with the organization. And the most important, we have data and information to make another forum like this with a less carbon footprint and maybe less waste carbon footprint. Okay, thank you very much.
Muchas
See you
gracias,
soon.
Christian. Now I'm pleased to welcome Ambarish Mitra, co-founder of Grey Parrot, a UK-based company using AI and computer vision to transform waste management and recycling systems. He is an insatiable innovator and a tech pioneer. Rish brings deep expertise on how AI can drive measurable impact for a more circular economy worldwide. Please, Rish.
Thank you, Elena. Thanks, David, Christian. Hi, everyone. My name is Ambarish Mitra. Really excited to be in Istanbul, a phenomenal city. I love Turkish culture and food, and I love this city. Is not only a bridge of continents' culture, but as we are noticing, it's also now a bridge into sustainable leadership. So very, very happy to be here, and thanks Zero Waste Forum for inviting me and my peers here. So you guys are you've been hearing for a couple of days the waste crisis, and maybe some of the things I'll repeat could sound repeatable, but let me throw some insight. Waste is an interesting paradox for everybody, whether you're a developing nation or a developed nation. It's seen as a failure by many because 92% of world's recyclable goods do not get recycled. That's 2 billion tons a year. But the issue is we are calling it waste. Think of the psychology of it, right? As if we are already giving it away. You know, there's no hope. Because we use the word we waste time, it's wasted. And I'd encourage, and in my jargon every day, I always like to call it material asset management. What is really waste, right? It's plastics, 60 different kinds of polymers, it's metals, it's paper, it's cardboard. We all buy these things as producers, as consumers, with a certain value. And just because we dispose it, we think the value from it is gone. And that is the greatest issue. First of all, it's a mindset issue. The next challenge, as David set the foundation for, we have solved so many problems in this world. You know, we're going deep sea, we're going space, you know, we're connecting humans through the internet. Why is this commonality, you know? Food, you know, common things between humans are food, shelter, clothing, love, and waste. Because each human creates waste, right? We cannot deny that. Why are we not able to solve this? It's a data problem. And you'll hear it again and again, but I want to emphasize it for you. Each one of you in this room, at least 10 companies know what you're doing, you know. Probably Instagram knows what you're about to buy next. Google knows how you got here. Uber knows the ride you took. Data is being shared. Fact of life. You know, I'm not going to talk about privacy. It's fact of life. Billions of dollars of data is being traded every millisecond to sell you goods and services. So you're in the middle, the consumer. You consume, zero digitization. The moment the product enters the bin, who's tracking it? You as a consumer think, my job is done. Many people don't realize the bin is the start of the waste journey. It's not the end. There is a whole world. We call it the shadow economy. Some call it the underworld, which is the mirror. You consume, sell, and where does it go? When we were trying to solve this problem, as Grey Parrot, we thought we first have to bring the culture and awareness that waste is a material
And it is the only industry where people do not calculate it as an asset when it comes in. No waste processing company in the world, if you're making a car, you know all your parts. If you're making a phone, you know all your parts. Waste is the only industry what comes in, people running those industries have very little awareness of it. So at Grey Parrot, we build the world's first eyes and brains of the waste industry, where we started the mission that we want to value every piece of waste in the world as a resource. And the only way to do it is to bring large-scale awareness what goes in the waste processing plants. Majority of developed infrastructure places in the world, the destiny of a waste product, things you throw in your bin, is not decided in your bin. It's decided in these plants called material recovery facilities. Whether a product will go to landfill, will get incinerated or burned, or get recycled, it's decided here. So we designed this camera which processes huge amount of waste. I mean, just to give you some sense of quantum, we process 25% of all waste in United Kingdom. We process just under 10% of waste in the US, and we're operating out of 20 countries. And this camera, I'll show you in the next slide, every second recognizes the material, the weight, the value, its status, whether it's food grade, non-food grade, its emissions, its brand, and its size. It's also its center of gravity because we sometimes partner with robotic companies to pick the waste up. And we classify everything not as waste but what it is, so that they could be sorted, understood, and actually educated that it could be sold in the secondary markets. So this is a very big movement. I'll give you an example how one of the largest manufacturers of MRF plants in South Korea is using the same technology to power robots in mini city-based waste processing plants. These are called the Itainers. So it's the same equipment that is recognizing all waste and using it as a brain. You know, some of you have seen companies like Waymo, that is like a self-driving car. So what Waymo does is makes existing cars into self-driving cars, same way Grey Parrot is making these existing waste processing plants into automated plants. One last thing, it doesn't end there. You know, our goal is, this is not an AI story, it's an enablement story. I'm not excited just because it's cool AI. I'm excited because one little plant in Turkey or one little plant in Indonesia or big plants in America can learn and actually share that knowledge with the world up the value chain for packaging companies to show them that they can use this intelligent and create real circular economy. So we recently launched our second product called Deep Nest, which is the world's first packaging insight platform, where we share the stories of how each brand's packaging performs in the real world. Why I'm using the phrase real world again and again, you know, imagine if car makers sold cars to you which only worked in your street, but when you drive it in the motorway, it doesn't work, or when you go to another city, it doesn't work. Packaging is a little bit like that today. You know, they tell you it's circular and it's recyclable, but in reality, it fails the infrastructure of many parts of the world. And that's why a platform like this is bringing more accountability, more responsibility, and Grey Parrot is trying to drive not only brands but packaging makers, but also policy makers to take action, you know, to take action, to take accountability, and to drive a lot more circular economy. Thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Rish, and thank you, all of you. Now I'm going to ask you a couple of questions regarding scaling AI-based waste and reduction strategies across sectors and region. So David, I'd like to begin with you. How is AI being used to reduce food waste in hospitality and food service operations? Sure. So
I think the key insight here is just how chaotic and hectic an environment a commercial kitchen is. So previous to technology coming into this space, chefs would measure their food waste by either using a pen and paper or manually entering data into spreadsheets. We'd at the beginning of Winno's journey back in 2013, we'd ask if a chef was measuring food waste, and he'd say yes, or she would say yes, and would then bring out a ring binder of kind of waste data, and we would ask, what do you do with that? What do you do with that ring binder? And the chef would say, well, I write it down every day and then I put it back on the shelf. And so that's a bit of a forced example, but what we're trying to do is use the technology to make it seamless to record the food as it's wasted. And there's real value in that. So if you go down a level of detail, like why does food get wasted in commercial kitchens? There's a couple of different reasons, right? One important data point, about 70% of the food by value in a hotel like this is going to be wasted before it gets to the customer. So 70% by value is wasted before it gets to the customer or the guest. And so really the segment that wastes and creates the most value loss for the business is overproduction. When we go and have our lunch or when we turn up to the breakfast buffet, we want to see an abundant array, and there's real penalties and costs if we run out of food, right? And we're not capturing and we're not helping teams to capture that insight when at the end of breakfast they take those gastros and unfortunately that food has to be thrown away. So there's overproduction. There's also inventory, so food that's held and spoiled, and we should try and help the teams to understand that. And there's prep waste. So again, one of our insights is when you prep a watermelon, for example, we might, and this goes back to what do we define as waste, as Rish was talking about. Well, chefs might say the rind of a watermelon is inedible. But if we know that there are hundreds of kilos worth of watermelon rind that are coming through this kitchen in a kind of factory style, if we can give teams that insights, they can use culinary creativity and they can reduce that waste and create something that's beautiful. Our in-house chef, Wojtek Vek, comes up with 30 recipes of what you could do and turn it into jellies and things that would just delight guests and customers. So you can rethink waste in terms of prep. And then we can also reduce food waste when it comes back from guests or customers' plates, right? This is the food that we leave. This is the food maybe that we don't like. And having those insights and giving them back to chefs and saying, listen, these things your guests aren't eating. Do you want to change and engineer your menus to reduce waste? And by the way, that delivers your cost savings. So I mentioned if you do all of those things, if you measure the food that's being thrown away, if you use computer vision to do that task that's really difficult, unreasonably difficult for chefs, that they can save tens of thousands of dollars per hotel while also doing the right thing, both for the environment, but also for customers and guests who get a better quality experience. So all in all, there's lots of kind of ways that AI can help, but at the core, the way Winno thinks about it is, can we make it easy for the chefs to measure the food that's being wasted?
Thank you, David. And, I think back to an experience that we do in Costa Rica. We actually work with the Chef Association and several NGOs to actually spurt innovation and these absolutely amazing gastronomic experiences with exactly, the pineapple peels or the tomato peels or whatnot. So this spurts innovation, this spurts creativity, and it also creates jobs. And it also promotes leadership amongst them. So thank you for sharing that. I'd like to go on to Christian. What role does technology play in democratizing sustainability, making carbon and waste measurement accessible to smaller companies and communities? Thank you, Elena. This is a very interesting question because in the past, if you want to make environmental or sustainability management, we need to have a lot of money for make a study, a program, and now with this technology, not only artificial intelligence, okay, software inclusive, artificial intelligence, we have to make a data analysis and capacity to resolve, have a decision very quickly. 5 years ago,
this kind of technology is only for big corporates. Today, small and medium business has a carbon footprint management or water footprint management and has a very good decision and have a lot of impact. And this is, if not a democracy, what not? I think it's very, very, very interesting. When you make the technology in the correct hands, we can to transform the world. Yeah? And in this case, we am sure this is the process. Sometimes people say, Jasper, but the artificial intelligence has a very big carbon footprint or water footprint. Okay? But if you have the analysis and compare the carbon footprint and your impact before and after your management, in general, the impact is very significant. And the artificial intelligence is very, very good. It's a good solution for resolve environmental and sustainability problem. Okay?
So exactly, you're bringing that down to the individual, down to the communities. You're scaling that to one-on-one. And that's brilliant because that's something that everyone can use. You're actually making it, you're democratizing, you're making sure that everybody has access to this technology. Thank you, Christian. Rish, how is Grey Parrot helping turn waste data into real-world action, from local sorting to global sustainability goals? Sure, that's a big question. As I mentioned briefly in my talk, we capture all this data. This data is a real-time data, so this is happening milliseconds, immediately. And there are multiple goals a waste management plant has. So number one, because they know by unit what is coming in and the quality of the output, they're able to reduce contamination, control the plant better, and on average we are seeing anything between 12 to 20% increase in recoverability. I just wanted to share the statistic with you all. Due to just introduction of Grey Parrot on top of waste management plants in 20 countries, we last year diverted around 200,000 tons of waste incrementally back in the community, which otherwise would have gone into landfill. And the second is the waste industry has a trust issue because many of you must have heard the phrase like dressing the bale, and people put nappies inside and plastic outside and they ship it in other countries. Because we make it fully digitally auditable, the output, now there's trust, hence there's an element of market stability and market pricing. So a producer who produces a 9 out of 10 quality and someone who produces 4 out of 10 quality, the market used to price them all averaged out at 6. But now the high quality people are getting higher premiums. So we have to think of it from a business perspective. And from a business perspective, this transparency by introducing Grey Parrot is actually giving incentives for the waste management industry to generate more revenues, which is good for the world. Yeah, it's a great business model, and this transparency issue and making sure that, again, everyone is held accountable to what's there. Yeah. And that's another question about what happened to a company when they didn't do that, right? Yeah. We'll get back to that. David, I'd like to go back to you. Can you share a specific success story where Winnow's AI-driven solutions made a measurable impact?
Yeah, of course I can. So, as well as the IKEA story that I shared, one of the best projects that we've worked on is with Hilton, and we're in a Hilton today. And they launched a program called Green Breakfast. So from a hotelier's perspective, breakfast is really important because it's often the last touch point before a guest leaves. And so it can have a massive impact on guest satisfaction. It's also, unfortunately, one of the most wasteful, if not the most wasteful, source of food waste in the operations. So we collaborated with Hilton in the United Arab Emirates, as well as the United Nations Environment Programme, and NEMA, which is the food waste unit in the UAE,
to try and basically throw the kitchen sink at this problem. So we implemented our AI technology to forensically measure all of the food that was coming back off the breakfast buffet. We used our technology to measure the food that was coming back off guests' plates. We provided compositional analyses of all of the waste that was coming back from guest plates so that we could then inform chefs, this is what your guests don't like. They found that guests, for example, would taste some of the pastries in particular. They found that their croissant was too big. They found certain items in the pastry section that they could take back to a pastry chef and say, this item guests don't like. Let's re-engineer that into something else. And using these insights, changing the way the food was served, and then optimizing the volumes that were produced, across 13 hotels, able to reduce food waste in a very short space of time, just a couple of months, by over 60%. And Hilton are now in the process of scaling that across their operations. If you think about how many hotels there are in the world and how many breakfasts are served every day in the millions and millions, the impact of this study could be material.
Well, you're changing decisions right from the very beginning. Right. Wonderful. Christian, what role does technology... Oh, sorry. BOK supports companies in ESG compliance and sustainability. Yeah. How does AI enhance your ability to guide clients toward better waste management or materials management practices? We support them in different ways. But one example, in compliance, okay, every country put a new law maybe every day. Okay, law, regulation, instruction, and we need to make the capability to detect, evaluate this condition, and put this regulation in her process. And companies don't have time and people for make this process every day. Okay? Our system, for example, every day reads and analyzes law papers in Mexico, Peru, Colombia, and Chile, and compare it with the process and operation and our customers. And have the capability to say, and send an email or some later and say, hey, in Monterrey and the same time in Patagonia, this law changed and you need to move. Okay? This is good because we have the possibility to make and not waste a lot of time. Well, in another hand, okay, with carbon footprint, for example, or waste footprint, when we talk about the scope 3, okay, the value chain, we have talking about make the process to 100, 200, maybe 1,000 suppliers. And companies today receive reports for every supplier with different formats, with different numbers, and they need to process it and make a one number, and here's a scope 3. Okay, only. A very few companies in the world have today this possibility. Scope 3 is a very big problem. When you have a system and put this technology for every supplier and make a training for them, supplier can have the capability to make his accountability for carbon, his accountability for waste, and alimentate directly the scope 3 for the corporate. Okay? We have a very interesting process in this case with the bank BCI, but not in this case with supplier, but in this case with the customer, with the final client. Because the bank has a big responsibility because the bank decide when put the money, they can the capability to put the decarbonization process. But in this case, this bank with BOK are working for detect clients with capability to make his carbon footprint program, bank put the money, and we can to measure before and after the process, and has the real number was what happened if I spend $1 in this client with the financing, what is the effect in the carbon footprint
or in this case, the reduction. And we get to detect a better number. We have the possibility to do finally, the decarbonization process, not only in the company, maybe in the world. Yeah?
That's brilliant. Everything in real time, you're able to change. It doesn't matter what changes, the law, this or that, and still you're able to continue with that. Wonderful. Thank you. Rish, what insights has Grey Parrot uncovered about packaging that most often fails to be recycled, and how can this help brands improve? I mean, there's a lot of insight. We can write a book about it. But I can give you some flexibles, like things you put in soft packages like crisps or chips. Anything that is in soft packaging, it's very difficult to get recycled almost with less than 10% probability. Many other things so sometimes we over-focus on the material, focus is important, but you need a lot more dimensions of truth. So things that are very small, little bigger than a credit card, a credit card and smaller in size, or a cup or smaller in size. So which industry does a lot of products that dimension in size is the cosmetics industry. Though everything they would say materially is recyclable, but in reality, from an infrastructure point of view, what happens in real life is not. And that's why we're constantly trying to drive this dialogue that one is the theory of the science, and another is what happens in practice. And what happens in practice is life, and product design has to fit with life, right? So you can't say, I made this car, but roads are not meant to have potholes. But roads have potholes, that's life. So the car still needs to navigate those roads, right? So, and there is so much nuance. So I'll give you one last example for the audience to think about it. There are several brands in the world which choose the right materials. Same category, identical material, but the men's product range recycles less than the women's product range. Guess why? Because typically men's product ranges are darker in color, and women's product ranges are lighter in color, and dark plastics recover less. That's how it works in our infrastructure. These insights are not available in any book. So if you go and search it, you won't find it. These insights can only come when you start measuring this whole industry, and that's when we can really, really bridge this insight into true circular design and make zero waste really possible. I love it because you're talking about something that's extremely important in the zero waste hierarchy. You're going way up, and we're talking about redesign, and that makes all the difference.
Yeah.
If we can continue being on that high hierarchy, then that's where everything happens. So even before it goes out into the market, we have to design products. And as you said, I mean, a color. Well, let's change the color. Let's make sure it's something that we can really recycle and really do something about. Exactly. That's great. I like that. Thank you. I'm going to ask 3 more questions, and then I'd like to open this up to the audience, because I know everybody is keen to learn more about, the impact of AI, especially in zero waste. So my last question to you is, what are the biggest barriers you see for scaling AI in the food waste prevention globally?
So talking about hierarchy in food's case, it is about prevention, right? Exactly. We need other solutions in redistribution, of course, but prevention is the best outcome that we can hope for. And one of the barriers is awareness and understanding. I was, kind of maybe encouraged by Professor Sachs's story about telling his students again and tell them again and tell them again and tell them again. And I'm a marketer, and they say when you kind of start getting bored by your own story, your audience has only just started to understand it. So we've been banging this drum now for 12 years, but there is still a long way to go for industry, policymakers,
consumers to really understand this problem and understand what the solutions are. So I think having events like these are crucially important. I'd also draw on Professor Sachs's idea of a kind of systemic approach. We need to bring policymakers and operators and innovators together in order that we drive change at scale quickly. It's relatively straightforward to launch a proof of concept. But taking one kitchen or one proof of concept and scaling that to, you know, hundreds or thousands of locations, that's what we urgently need to do. And everyone has a role to play there. So if you look at on the policy side, the EU now mandates member states that legally are required to reduce their food waste by 30% by 2030. It's really interesting to see some of the countries then come up with policy interventions and recommendations to help their countries deliver on that requirement. Spain, for example, it mandates food businesses that are kind of medium and large size to have a prevention plan. Why can't we learn from that? That's really going to drive change. Why can't we scale that? Why can't we bring similar policies to other EU member states and help drive change quicker? So bringing of people together. And then lastly, us as consumers, we have a role to play, right? When we travel, when we eat our breakfast, are we thinking about what happens at the end of that service? And are we having maybe just a quick conversation, just a question, hey, what do you do with the waste? Are you measuring it? I think these are valid questions that we should all be asking. So I think in terms of like breaking down those barriers, it's a combination of all of those things. Yes.
Systems change, you know, decision making, and just making sure that everyone asks that particular question. You know, within the Zero Waste International Alliance, we always ask, you know, if you're not for zero waste, how much waste are you for? I mean, I think that's a brilliant question, right? And then the answer would be to the public, if you're not for zero waste, how much waste are you for? Jamie? Zero. Okay, how much waste are you for? Zero. Gentlemen, zero. Ladies, zero. Okay, so that's key. That is the type of questions we should really be asking ourselves. And that makes a difference. We start by that. Education, education, education. My dear friends, we had a lovely lunch today. I mean, come on. With my students, you know, I have to ask them the same question over and over. And just like Dr. Sass was saying, it doesn't matter. Next semester, we'll do it again and again and again. I don't care how many times it takes me to make a point, but that's how they can make a difference. And if you involve youth, oh my goodness, then you can really make a difference. And that's why we started the Zero Waste Youth Movement around the world. Jamie and all of my other colleagues who are here, you know, to promote this. So I really like what you just said. And I think, sorry, I just got, you know, carried away, but this is great. Youth education, come on, zero waste, really. Okay, so one last question from both of you, and then we will open it up to the public. Okay, so could you share an example of how AI-based monitoring has improved compliance or reporting for businesses, and what lessons from Chile and Latin America could inspire other regions in applying artificial intelligence to zero waste? Wow, great question. But Latin America is a region very, very special, but it's not different to here. Okay, we have political problems, or not? You know, okay? We have social problems, we have economical problems, but this is the big opportunity. Because with this kind of problem, we don't have money to waste. Okay? This is the reason for maybe Latin America in this kind has the possibility to make this transition maybe more quickly than another region. Because we need on time, we need on money for more waste. Then if you translate this situation to this region, okay, is the relation with the last question. We need to make education and resolve, okay, waste is a design problem. Okay, this is the China's mind. We need to make this change. If we want to make the capacity to make this change, the problem is resolved.
because the scientific knowledge is available. It's okay. Experience around the world, in Latin America, here, in every country. Okay? Solutions like my partner, it's okay. Now we need to move with our special social condition, economical conditions, and political condition. And stop to make in every country, if the things will be different, we can't to move. No, move now.
What you said is so important. All of your technologies are absolutely fascinating, but we have to bring it down to the region where we're working. That's called, in Spanish, tropicalización de la información. So whatever you do, when you work in Turkey, when you work in Chile, where you're in England, when all of you come to Costa Rica, and you know you are invited, and we have a date, right, between February and because of the rainy season and dry season, right, correct? That's something that we have to make sure that we do. We have to make sure that it's tropicalizado, that it's something that makes sense in everyone's culture. We have to take into consideration so many other factors, and that is brilliant, yes. So Rish, the last question, looking ahead, how do you see AI transforming global waste systems, and what role will Grey Parrot play? So Grey Parrot is already playing a significant role by driving the movement of digitizing waste. I still want to emphasize, you'll think like, hey, what is he talking about? But AI is a tool, it's an enabler. Let's not worship it, it's a tool. What is really important is leadership, okay? AI will act as a compass, it'll create a lot of data, it'll bring a lot of insights, but decisions has to be still made by humans. And there's an element of human will that'll finally get us over the line. So I really still want to congratulate the leadership in Turkey, also Her Excellency, the First Lady, for driving this initiative and making this day possible. And some of you may know, like Turkey went from 16% waste in 2017 recoverable to 36, with the goal to reach 60% by 2035. And artificial intelligence will play a role, and it could play a role in any country, but it wouldn't have happened unless policymakers, decision makers take the owners as stewards of the society and have a vision and a view. So I would still, the single biggest enabler is human and policy, because technology always exists, solutions are always there. And second point is, as you mentioned earlier, Elena, empower the youth, young people in this room, entrepreneurs in the room. There is a lot of opportunities in the physical world. If you look at the repurpose, recycle, material flow, reusable, there is trillions of dollars of economic opportunity. Don't do it for the sake of environment and sustainability alone. Do it for profit. People who will ride this wave will be in the next rise of frontiers, and if you need any advice, come and speak to me. I love it. Empowering the youth, promoting innovation, promoting STEM, promoting women leadership, promoting men leadership, promoting all of us. I mean, that's something that we really have to incorporate in all of your models. People, first and foremost. Okay, so now I'd like to open the floor to questions. Yes, sir. Next one. Microphone.
Okay, it works now. First of all, excellent panel. Thank you so much for being here. Food waste is a very dear topic to me. One thing I wanted to ask, though, is unfortunately, artificial intelligence has a little bit of a stigma in the sustainability sector. Of course, food waste being your focus, we just want to know if you've ever faced any criticisms for using artificial intelligence when that has other environmental implications. Have you
implemented any policies or anything to offset that? Thank you.
I can take a stab at that.
Go ahead,
So
David.
I think it's a really worthwhile question. There are obviously environmental considerations in terms of building any AI tools. In Winnow's case, because of the impact of putting food waste into landfill and methane, for every ton of carbon that we emit as a business, including all of the work to train our models and then actually deliver the results to our clients, we prevent 64 tons worth of CO2 equivalent from being emitted. So the way we would look at this is to say, these tools require energy, they require water, they require resources, but where can we point them that we have, a kind of multiplier effect in terms of actually driving down overall impact. And I think the area of circular economy is underexplored in this context. And so almost I would encourage the opposite. Where can we point some of these AI tools that at the moment are creating some very interesting videos of rabbits jumping on trampolines? Where could we actually point that technology to solve some real-world problems that we desperately need? Thank you, David. We have another question. Please, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ambali. My question is to Ambarish. So you said data is very valuable, but it's also about who has the access to the data, right? So I represent civil society, and we have been advocating for decentralized waste management, community-led waste management, and one of the things that we do, with all the organizations or cities that we work with is do a waste assessment and characterization study. Of course, we didn't have the AI tools, so it was done manually. And, over the years that we did is why, we pushed for policies like EPR, plastic ban in the cities and so on. So my question is, when such kind of tool comes, it's great, it's an enabler, but can such data have access to the public and the civil society so that they can put pressure on the producer, on the local government, or whoever it is? Because if the data stays somewhere there where we do not have access, I am not sure if or at what pace can we really change the policy, right? So it's great that you're working, but is it really possible to, have that access for civil society and public also?
Oh yeah, sorry, I have the mic. That's a great question, and it's a multi-stage answer. So where we are today, we have access to trillions of data points, and that data is being used to improve recovery efficiency. Goal number 1, impacts the planet straight away, right? Goal number 2 is how can we empower the value chain, like you mentioned, extended producer responsibility. We launched a platform called Deep Nest, which is targeting brands to share insights about unique SKUs in each country, how they're performing. And they're really the next generation, which is not too far away, like don't count on my dates, but in the 6 months horizon would be a non-proprietary layer. So we will release anonymous data sets to the whole world on packaging type, product category type, and material type. So we won't say Häagen-Dazs or Nestle ice cream, we'll say ice cream tubs do this way, chocolate packs do this way, aluminum cans behave this way for soda drinks, aluminum cans do this way for alcoholic beverages. And something like that is coming, and we'll do a grand reveal and release, follow our story. But I'm aligned with you that the data can be a lot more powerful. And democratizing data creates a whole different drive of solutions, which we cannot sitting here alone control. So I'm in all sides of your thought process.
I'm so excited about that question, so thank you. Yes, we have to democratize data. I've just been told we only have a couple of minutes left. So in one sentence, gentlemen, what excites you most about the future of AI for smarter waste?
for me is large-scale adoption and making decisions based on data and not emotions, then you'll realize that some materials which we vilify are not that bad, and some materials which we love are actually villains. So trust the data, not your emotions.
Christian.
For me, it's the most important catalyst for the transformation process that our planet needs. In this case, zero waste is important, but the impact to artificial intelligence is not only for zero waste. It's they change our life and change the velocity to make the change.
And for me, I think Winnow's at its best when you combine a data point with the creativity of a chef. And I think what excites me the most about the future in our sector and circular economy is when you combine a data point with the creativity of everybody in this room, and young people coming in are going to be passionate about this cause, or campaigners, or creators, or artists, or musicians, or whatever that is, whatever your angle, like combining a data point with creativity, for me, is magic.
Again, it's the people factor. Well, today we've heard how AI is transforming waste management from identifying inefficiencies in global kitchens to tracking and sorting materials in real time, to supporting companies to meet their sustainability goals, and even helping retailers prevent food waste before it even happens. So these innovations are not just about technology. They're about rethinking how we value resources, design systems, and measure impact. What connects all of your stories here today is collaboration between innovators, governments, and civil society to ensure that data and iTools are accessible, inclusive, and human-centered. Whether in a Michelin star restaurant, a Chilean compliance platform, or a recycling line in Europe, in India, in Asia, these technologies share one vision: a smarter, circular, and more sustainable future. As we look ahead, let's remember that every byte of data and every algorithm can bring us closer to adopt zero waste if we pair technology and commitment and shared purpose. So thank you all for joining us today. Thank you for sharing your experiences. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. Thank you for bringing that down to this human perspective and for giving us an opportunity to dream, to move forward, to create a more zero-waste future. And everyone in the room, and lastly and foremost, thank you everyone from the Global Forum. Thank you, all of the organizers, all of the tech support, everyone, my dear friend Salim, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for making this happen. And I really invite you to Costa Rica.
Yeah. I'm going to come there just for that word. Tropicalización.
Tropicalización.
There you go.
Tropicalización.
Sorry.
And thank you to our wonderful moderator.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
And then thank you very much, Amarish, Christian, David, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
A photo. One last photo with my friends, please. Alisa. Oh.
While they're taking their photo, a couple of house announcements from our side. Normally we had a coffee break scheduled. Unfortunately, because of the fact that we kind of started late and there's a domino effect, as you might imagine, we're running a little bit behind schedule. So if you're dying for that cup of joe, please run out, come back in. We're going to continue with our program. Second announcement is, since we're talking about zero waste, I've come across a pair of car keys. Let's not waste a good car. If anybody's missing a car, it's not electric, but please come see me, all right? Before we move on to our next session, in which we're going to be looking at one of the key factors that's shaping the future of the circular economy. We're calling it Closing the Loop. We have two important keynote addresses that will be delivered right now. The first will be from Mr. Ömer Kocaman. He is the Deputy Secretary General for the OTS, the Organization of Turkic States. Ömer Bey, Hoş geldiniz. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Kocaman
Tanıyorum ha.
for this first of the keynote addresses. Teşekkürler, buyurunuz, hoş geldiniz. Sağ olun.
They should intervene. I think now it's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me today to talk to you about my organization, about our programs or our approach to this important matter, compostable packaging and organic waste. Organization of Turkic states today, it has members like Turkey, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and we have observers like Turkmenistan, Hungary, and Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus. And we have ministerial meetings, working groups, gatherings. We are discussing many issues ranging from education, transportation, economy, trade, environment, green transformation, and so on. Of course, waste management and compostable packaging and organic waste they are also in our agenda. We have ministerial meetings dedicated to environmental issues, where we are discussing this issue, waste management. And organic waste and compostable packaging and so on. This is very important. I mean, we are a bit different international organization, and within Turkic world, our shared cultural, spiritual heritage has always emphasized harmony with nature. Our ancestors lived by a principle deeply rooted in ecological balance. Do not take more than you can give back. This ancient wisdom resonates today and guide us in our undertakings, especially in environment. When it comes to compostable packaging, this is very important for zero waste future. When designed and used correctly, it can serve as a bridge between responsible consumption and regenerative waste cycles. And also, compostable materials can return nutrients to the soil and support agriculture and reduce landfill pressure if this dealt correctly. And still, companies, as you know, they play an important role in this issue, and especially designing an integrated system for organic waste collection and treatment is highly important. Municipalities must lead with smart policy, mandating source separation, investing in composting infrastructure, and offering incentives for business that comply. The private sector, in turn, must take responsibility not only for the products they create, but also for afterlife those products. Successful system, which I believe they should create. Such systems should rely on seamless collaboration across the value chain, from producers to retailers to waste haulers and processors. When it comes to my region, to Central Asia, Uzbekistan, for example, is important as an example of alignment between material innovation and infrastructure capacity. In Uzbekistan, for example, compostable packaging is increasingly used in the export of fresh produce. This innovation is only effective because it is tied to composting capacity at either end of supply chain, and ensuring material is actually processed, not discarded. Similarly, Istanbul's pilot program for organic separation that are beginning to accommodate compostable serviceware, but only in areas where processing facilities exist today. Here lies a key lesson, we believe. Innovation must meet infrastructure. Material breakthroughs, no matter how they are advanced, will fail without systems designed to receive and treat them. In this sense, the loop is only closed when innovation, logistic, and public behavior is aligned. To support this alignment, standards and certification are essential tools, as you may know. They help build consumer trust, guide producers, and prevent greenwashing, which undermines legitimate progress. Without credible third-party verification, terms like compostable or biodegradable can mislead consumers and distort markets. Harmonized certification systems, ideally recognized across borders, will allow us to scale responsible innovation, enhance transparency, and ensure materials are treated as intended at the end of life. Through the Organization of Turkic States, we are working to create shared frameworks for such certification. We believe regional cooperation on these matters, packaging standards, waste classification, and labeling requirement is not only desirable but necessary. Waste does not respect borders, and neither should our solutions. And yet, closing the loop requires more than innovation. It demands partnership. Partnership between governments that regulate, between companies that innovate, and between communities that care. Through the Organization of Turkic States, we are working to deepen regional cooperation on environmental policy, circular economy strategies, and knowledge sharing. We believe the challenges of waste pollution, while local impact can only be solved through global and regional solidarity. This conversation is not about packaging, of course. It's about the kind of legacy we want to leave. It's about the courage to rethink systems, to reimagine prosperity, and to act in alignment with the values we claim to uphold. Sustainability does not begin with the grand declaration, but with small, consistent acts that honor life, acts that start in our cities, in our homes, and of course in our policies. The Organization of Turkic States stands today ready, not only support this transformation, but to help to lead it. Let us close the loop together. Thank you very much for your applause. If you have any questions, I'm ready to receive. If not,
Ömer Bey, it's actually kind of a keynote. Perhaps if you do have questions for Ömer Bey, maybe we can catch him in the corridor. But thank you very much. It's an interesting perspective. Organizational skills across many countries, a regional cooperation at a national level. So thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it, Ömer Bey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Some good news, we did find the owner of that key, the car rather, so no waste there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to swiftly proceed over onto our next keynote address. I'm extremely thrilled that the organizers have actually called me here. This is not usually my regular job. What pays the bills at home is I'm a journalist, and I prepare and I present a technology show for the public broadcaster here in Turkey. And one of the companies that I've always liked to highlight, and I'm extremely thrilled, the president and CEO of that company is actually going to come on. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ahmet Akul, the president and CEO of Aselsan. Hoş geldiniz efendim.
Hoş bulduk, çok teşekkür ederiz.
Sağ olun efendim.
Hello everybody. Dear participants, I would like to greet all of you with my respect. And first of all, thank you for this valuable organization is very valuable for our humanity and our society. First of all, I am the CEO of Aselsan, which is the main defense and technology company of Turkey, and also head of
Mikrofonlar takıldı mı?
defense unit under the Union of Commerce of Turkey. So today I would like to explain our policies, our strategies as an example from our industry as a leading company of Turkey. First of all, just to describe Aselsan, this is the picture of Aselsan, the leading defense company, which is operationally active in 24 countries, having 6 campuses, and have 93 international clients all around the world. So it's a huge company. So the policies we are implementing is very huge impact on the industry. So the second I would like to mention, this is a company which has 13,000 employees, having $3 billion revenue over, but very value-added products, which is over 2,000 USD per kilo. So what does it mean? As a defense company, as a technology company, we contribute economy more, but at the same time, not only in defense sector, but also in the industry sector, we are the most valuable company of the industry. In the Istanbul stock market, we are this is the most valuable company. This is the first company which has reached 1 trillion Turkish lira in the market value. This is not the topic of today, but at the same time, as a defense company, you know, in general, environmental issues, sustainability is a bit an issue of consumer markets. You know, there is a sensitivity in the consumers to have some products from environmental friendly companies. There is a pressure to companies, but in defense industry, there is no such kind of pressure on our system. But even there is no pressure, you see we are listed in the stock market, the leader of sustainability index in the Istanbul stock market, without any pressure, without any motivation from the consumers. So this is coming from our own values, our sense of responsibility, and I would like to explain how we achieve these goals. As a volunteer activity in the sustainability index, you know, we are open to stock market. There are some independent institutions who make these assessments and listed us at the first in many different huge companies, you know, in Turkey. So the aim, the policy of Aselsan, first of all, starts from the high-level management. You see, we have a Aselsan Next transformation program to prepare Aselsan for the future. Under this program, there are many pillars under this program, but one of the main program under this system is green transformation activities like zero waste, net zero emission targets, and etc. So the main idea from our side is to make these activities from the CEO level. There is a CEO management unit under my office, directly responsible from this transformation program, which is related to the green transformation activities. So the first thing we did and we are executing is the high-level support for these activities to the Aselsan side. And the second, we launched the Zero Waste project in 2019, and with the attendance of Her Excellency, Mrs. Emine Erdoğan, you see the pictures. So we started our Zero Waste project in 2019. This is the picture from the that program. And then there are some things we successfully done, but one of the things I would like to mention is a unit under the procurement authority of Aselsan, which is fully dedicated for reuse of materials and equipments. Just last year, we established these units. You know, in huge companies, there are some out-of-use materials for some units. There are some out-of-use machines for some units, but we create a digital backbone. Now, we bring many of the materials to in-use and to reuse in some projects, and in 1 year, we save $18 million, and also we contribute for our environment and our sustainability. This is the unique activity in our case to contribute our sustainability activities, and there are many things we achieved with our employees and our shareholders. So the second, I would like to mention, we have a net zero emission target. You see, step by step, we will reach our targets, and this is now operationally active, and there are some concrete targets, and hopefully we have a program which we will reach these targets in coming years. And I would like to mention another activity. What we are doing is very high technology activities. At the same time, the operationally Aselsan is almost producing something with zero pollution-based policies, and also in terms of sources. This year, we started our solar power plants, and the next year, at the end of next year, we will reach our another target that we will be fully renewable energy-based company. This is the very huge improvement in our site. So we will produce over $4 billion maybe next year, but all of these activities will be supported by fully solar power. So this will contribute our sustainability activities, and another huge achievement from my side. Another example, we are not working for only our company side. Also, we are working for our social life by the support of high-level delegations, including our president. You see the planting ceremony with our president for Ankara, for our society, and we will have 250,000 trees in 5 years for our society. These are some examples from our transformation activities. So we are not working for only our company. We are working for cultural transformation at the same time. We have got some schools, preschools, high schools, and we are training people for their future in terms of sustainability. We have got concrete targets for all employees in their performance metrics to have some sustainability metrics, and also we have got some volunteer clubs inside the Aselsan to transform the culture in this regard. So the last topic, I know we have got limited times. I would like to mention another magazine and another popular activity of Aselsan. Just next to this room, you see an exhibition. The art of our systems, we bring together our unused electronics, machineries, and metals, and we prepare upcycling project. All of these sculptures are related to our products. You see the wolf, and we have many of them. And now this is the project which unites defense, art, and sustainability on the 50th anniversary of Aselsan. This is a project what we are trying to do some international activities, This is created by 21 artists voluntarily in Aselsan from the unused materials of Aselsan. Only problem from my side for this project, this is sometimes, these systems, these sculptures, sometimes having some greater interest than real products. The only problem is that, so every day there are many people trying to visit these sculptures in Aselsan. So this is an example, the mindset transformation of Aselsan company, the employees, how can we do better for future, including art, including these activities. So this is an example, and you can see the sculptures outside the door. And the last, I would like to mention, this is the future of Aselsan. By the attendance of our president, we had a groundbreaking ceremony in Ankara. This is new campus of Aselsan, the future of Aselsan, the leading defense company of Turkey, the leading company of sustainability index list of Turkey. We will have a new approach, fully energy efficient, fully renewable energy supported, and fully green campus will be ready in 3 years in Ankara, at the center of Ankara. Even we are a defense company, you see the mindset of our culture, the mindset of our system is to make sustainable world, sustainable country, and contribute our humanity in terms of our activities. This is a short brief from my side. Thank you so much again for giving this chance to address you. And again, I would like to thank Her Excellency Emine Erdoğan to her leadership of these activities, and hope you have a great meeting after me. Thank you so much.
Ahmet Bey, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Çok teşekkürler. Sağ olun efendim.
Teşekkür ederiz.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special thank you to both Ahmet Bey and to Ömer Bey, giving a unique perspective on their companies, their organizations, and their goals. If you haven't forgotten already, we are in the session titled Closing the Loop, Compostable Packaging and Organic Waste. We're going to get into the meat of the discussion right now with our panel discussion. If I'm not mistaken, organic waste comprises the largest part when it comes to global waste. I'm going to have the experts correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the case. So what's interesting here is that you have innovative approaches, innovative solutions, innovative practices within the field that play a vital role when it comes to reducing harmful emissions, but at the same time increasing valuable resources back into circulation. I hope that made sense. Anyway, let's welcome to the stage Corinne Tromsdorf from the ISWA, the International Solid Waste Association. She will be moderating the session. Thank you very much. Good to have you with us, Corinne. Joining them as speakers, Sebastian Arango Urbine from Conecta Ambiental, and Hua Duan from Notpla, and Miguel Angel Sanchez from Remfra. If you could please come and take the stage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a productive session. We'll be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for coming to attend this panel discussion. Before we dig into that topic of closing the loop in regards to compostable packaging and organic waste, I just want us to set the scene in terms of how are we aligning with this zero waste approach, which we've been talking about the whole time. And as Jeffrey Sachs said it earlier, it's about repeating, so I'm going to repeat it. It's first about product design, making sure that we think the product from cradle to grave and reflect on whether we really need that product, Are we building it so that it can be repaired, reused, etc.? Then it's about the life of the project. How are we going to use it? And what happens when we are finished with using it? And the third part is, how do we treat it? And in our case, is how do we return it to the soil? How do we return it to Mother Earth as composts, as organic material that goes back to the earth? And also, before we enter our discussion, I just want to clear a little bit of a technicality about biosourced materials and biodegradable materials. There is often a misunderstanding around these terms. Biosourced means that the carbon molecules that are used to produce that material actually come from plants or from living organisms. If they don't come from that, that means they would come from fossil-based materials, and that's where we get into the climate impacts. Now, for a product to be biodegradable, whether it's biosourced or not doesn't really matter. Biodegradable means that the product can actually be degraded by living organisms within a short period of time, meaning usually less than 1 year under specific conditions. So sometimes a biosourced material could not be biodegradable. Just for you to understand this, it's important. And today we'll be focusing on compostable packaging and how that relates to that huge challenge that we've heard about. We've heard this overview on what happens in the Turkish-speaking states earlier, that organic waste management is a huge challenge, and how actually compostable materials can help solve that challenge or address that challenge, and can actually also become a solution for other types of waste that we want to reduce and that we can treat together with that organic wastes. So on that, I will not speak much longer and give the floor to our panelists. We have Sebastián Arango Orimbe, CEO and founder of Conecta Ambiental. I'll give you the floor first to present what you're doing in Bogota, Colombia.
Okay, yes, of course. Okay. Hello, everyone. First, I want to thank the Zero Waste Forum for its invitation and all of you for being here today. Let me start back in 2020, when I managed a palm oil production plant in Colombia, leading a team of more than 100 people. During peak season, we produced tons of effluent material every day. But we didn't have the capacity to treat it properly. The result was the environment around us suffered. That experience changed my life. I promised myself that I would dedicate my work to protecting the environment and finding real, sustainable solutions. Four years later, that promise has become Conecta Ambiental, a company working to turn organic waste into something valuable for both people and the planet. Colombia produces around 30,000 tons of waste daily, and 60% of it is organic. Bogota alone generates 12,000 tons daily. That's 40% of the country's total. For over 35 years, Bogota has used the same landfill, Doña Juana, which is now almost full, operating at 95% capacity. It causes strong smell, contamination, and social issues. Organic waste isn't a problem. It's a resource waiting to be transformed. Sustainability starts when technology and nature work together. At Connect Ambiental, we use black soldier fly to convert organic waste into high-protein animal feed and organic fertilizer. This small larva can transform organic waste in just 2 weeks with almost no greenhouse gas emission and liquid effluent. During the collection, we split organic waste according to waste quality. For example, we separate it into pre- and post-consumption. This split is necessary to reach a premium level in the final product. Each larva consumes efficiently, turning it into organic fertilizer, improving soil and reducing chemical fertilizer use. Animal protein, replacing soy and fish meal with a sustainable alternative. Our system uses portable bioreactors that process 10 to 40 tons of organic waste per month. They can be installed directly near waste sources, like restaurants, markets, hotels, reducing logistical costs by more than 80%. We are also implementing AI to identify the harvest time for larvae, maximizing protein yield, and a traceability system on the Solana blockchain ensuring transparency from waste collection to final product. After 1 year of operation, our achievements include 600,000 kilograms of organic waste processed, 36,000 kilograms of sustainable animal protein, 120,000 kilograms of compost, replacing 20% of chemical fertilizer, and 50 jobs created for vulnerable communities. Our vision is that Bogota, the main city of Colombia, could have a lot of bioreactors for the whole city and could reduce the problem of our landfill waste. Additionally, we want to reduce the use of chemical fertilizer and traditional high-protein animal feed. We invite other companies to join this initiative, which has the potential to scale across cities in Colombia and beyond. Together, we can redefine waste. Each bioreactor, each partnership brings us one step closer to a circular, sustainable planet. The key is in believing that zero waste is not a dream, it's a decision. Our growth does not depend on a specific land, but on motivation and the belief that organic waste is not waste at all. It's a raw material capable of transforming our way of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. So we just heard about a fantastic solution to actually process organic wastes into valuable products. And now we'd like to hear from Horand, the head of impact and sustainability with NOPLA. The floor is yours to present your compostable product.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to the beautiful city of Istanbul. As mentioned, I'm Hoa, and I'm the head of Impact at NOPLA. and we are a sustainable packaging company. And we look at sustainable materials like seaweed and plants to create packaging that can replace plastic, especially in single-use application. Now I invite you to look at this picture. This was actually made the news in the UK a couple of years ago. It made national news because this wrapper was found on a UK beach. And if you look closely, we actually realize that this bar of chocolate was made 35 years ago, yet its wrapper stayed pristinely perfect. Clearly, there is something wrong here when we are using a precious materials to wrap products that we consume within 5 minutes, but the wrapper itself lasts for centuries. That's why we want to solve that. And we found the solution within seaweed. Seaweed itself is one of the most sustainable materials you can find. It doesn't require any land use, fresh water, or fertilizer to grow. There are currently 12,000 species of seaweed, and we really know only a handful of them of what they can do, so the opportunity here is endless. And within seaweed, we use seaweed extract and byproducts to create a range of packaging applications, from coating for paper, to flexible film, to replace plastic film, to rigid materials that we can create cutlery with, and also a range of edible packaging. So we ask the questions, what if packaging is so natural you can eat it? So this is an oho. This is a seaweed membrane made from only 5 ingredients, and it can hold liquid. Back in 2019, we launched this at the London Marathon, and we were able to replace 30,000 single-use plastic bottles during the race in just one day for one event. So the question is, how many millions of single-use plastic we can replace with a better materials that is more sustainable, more environmentally friendly, but also safer for the planet? To date, we have replaced over 30 million single-use plastic, but there's still many more that we can do. So I would like to invite you to come on board and join the seaweed revolution to make packaging disappear. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing this very innovative product. Now, Miguel Angel Sanchez from Mexico will be presenting us Remfra.
Remfra, thank you very much. Distinguished minister, delegates, respective colleagues, and friends. My name is Miguel Angel Sanchez. I am a father of 2 beautiful daughters, Renata and Natalia. They remind me every day why our mission must be to protect this planet for the generations to come. I'm also co-founder of Mo Solutions, a company born in Mexico with a clear purpose: to accelerate the transition toward a zero-waste and circular economy. We are a group of entrepreneurs and scientists committed to sustainability who develop political, scalable innovations that prove circularity is not a dream, but a real, measurable path. At Mo Solutions, we design and manufacture 2 sustainable solutions. EcoBasket is a double basket system support that is made from 100% consumer recycled plastics that replace traditional metal systems in concrete pavements. And Remfra, our line of certified compostable resins and products that return to the earth as nutrient-rich compost. That's what I want to share with you today. At Remfra, we design and produce the next generation of compostable materials made from renewable bio-based components, such as PLA, PHA, and cellulose fiber. We have developed a patented compatibilizing agent that molecularly integrates different compostable resins, enhancing their performance and stability. Every component adds its own personality. PLA provides structure. PHA, born from microorganisms, brings flexibility and home compostability. and cellulose fiber, adds texture, balance, and accelerates biodegradation. The result is a new generation of compostable materials that completely decompose into compost, feeding the soil and supporting new life. We transform innovation into regeneration. Our goal is simply yet powerful: to replace single-use plastics with solutions that are functional, safe, and truly circular. We have manufactured reusable and compostable cups, bubble wrap for packaging, bags, straws, thermoforming films, nets for fruits and vegetables, and loofahs. Remfra doesn't work alone. We collaborate closely with international resin developers, additive companies, and certifications bodies, such as NYCE, Einplast, and TÜV Austria, to ensure our materials meet global standards while adapting to local realities. We also work hand in hand with composting and waste management companies to ensure that our materials truly close the loop from production to regeneration. We believe collaboration is the true key to a waste-free future. No single company can solve it alone. At Remfra, our mission goes beyond replacing plastics. We aim to actively contribute to carbon drawdown, the point where the planet absorbs more CO2 than it emits. By developing Remfra, we close the carbon loop. Our resins come from renewable resources that capture carbon during their growth. And when composted, they safely return organic matter to the soil, enhancing its ability to store carbon naturally. This creates a circular system where materials don't just avoid pollution, they help restore the planet's carbon balance. At Remfra, we see waste not as an end, but as a beginning, a resource that, when properly managed, can nourish life again. But we must face a hard truth. We, the adults of this world, have turned this beautiful home into a place of chaos. Now, we must think of our children, Renata, Natalia, and all the children around the world. They deserve to inherit an habitable planet, clean, safe, and full of life. That's why movements like the Zero Waste Forum here in Turkey are so important. Zero waste is not just about recycling. It's about rethinking our systems, redesigning new products, reducing what we take, and reusing what we have, also regenerating what we have lost. We must act urgently, but not with fear, with hope and purpose. We must educate, inspire, and lead by example. So let me point at you a picture. Imagine a stadium, a concert or festival. Thousands of young people celebrating. Every drink is served in a reusable and compostable Remfra cup instead of single-use plastics. The next morning, what remains is not waste, but compost. Compost that regenerates soil, reforests lands, and supports community aid programs. That's how change begins, not overnight, but through consistent action, learning, and collaboration. We are fully aware that this is an immense and global movement, and that requires collective effort and long-term commitment. Our mission is simple, yet meaningful: to contribute in a small but definitive way our grain of sand to this world of innovation and sustainability. We must keep trying, because progress is built on learning, persistence, and unity. When we collaborate, we can achieve what once seemed impossible. So, the earth is calling us. Through floods, droughts, and wildfires, she is no longer whispering. She's crying for help. From this stage on the Zero Waste Forum in Turkey, I invite you all to move from awareness to action, to make decisions that protect, educate, and regenerate. The earth doesn't need us to be perfect, only to participate, to care, to act. Mayday, Mayday, the earth is calling. We need to answer. Let's act. Let's act now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these inspiring speeches. Before we talk more about these compostable products, I'd like to turn to you, Sebastian, because you have to deal with organic waste in a big city. What's your biggest challenge to actually get the waste to your facilities?
Okay, the main challenge in managing organic waste in cities like Bogota is the cost, the transportation cost. It can reach up to 70% of total expenses. Traditional methods move more water than organic waste, making the process inefficient. Our solution places bioreactors are inside the cities, but away from residential areas. They emit no greenhouse gas and liquid effluent. And by treating waste near the source, we can reduce the logistical cost by more than 80%.
Okay, very interesting. So even though you're very close to the source, your costs are already 70% of the whole product or the whole business model. There's maybe another challenge is the quality of the product that you're getting. How do you ensure that you're getting good quality product? Who do you take it from?
Yeah, the other challenge is separate effectively the waste, because we are not the culture to resolve this problem. Yes, and we are trying to incentivize and learning our customer to resolve this problem. That beginning of the problem.
Yeah. But I remember you sharing with me that your customers are mostly restaurants, markets. Up to now, it's been difficult to actually reach out to the citizens and have the citizens actually sort their organic waste so that it goes to your facilities. So it's a different level of problems that we could get in terms of source separation. And even when you work with professionals, it's also a challenge. Yes. One more question before we move on to the packaging interaction. One topic that emerges more and more around organic waste management is the sanitary risks associated to having organic products remain in a city rather than being taken out of cities, which is the history of waste management development, is to take out of the city organic and other wastes so that the pests would not proliferate in a city, so that you wouldn't have disease spreading and all this. So with this approach where you're actually relocating organic waste management within the city, what are the safeguards that you put in for that?
As I mentioned before, we are inside the cities, but away of residential areas. We don't not affect the people because we are located in places near, but not inside in his house, for example. It's all.
Yeah, and I think also the closed containers that you're proposing.
It's ever closed, and we maintain the environment condition inside the container.
Exactly. So that limits a lot the issues of rats or other or insects actually coming into it. Yeah. So thank you very much for making these things clear. And I'd now like to dig into that quality of the source material sorting and turn over to you, Hoa, for another question. You've presented some amazing products that can help us prevent food waste because they package food that needs to be packaged so that it can be preserved longer. But then there are other packages, like plastic-based packages, that do that otherwise, so this would replace those. That's fantastic, because your packaging can actually return to the earth safely. But how would people know where to throw this packaging? How do you manage this? How do you inform?
So I think we have been doing a lot of work around designing, but also labeling and making sure that our materials signaling to consumers that our materials are different and where they go to. So an example is that actually a lot of our packaging, we work with stadiums, very enclosed environment where we have a system that we actually label every single bin. With very clear signage, even with pictures of the products, that this is where not pure packaging need to go, and that is normally within all of the food waste, included with our packaging that could then have be able to go to a composter that could be processed. But I think with a lot of these things also come with familiarity. So that's why we want to start with a system like stadiums, events, festivals, where consumers are starting to get used to the material and be able to understand they're slightly different. But actually what we're finding is that we also work with a lot of retailers, and retailers understand this too, in terms of they have to inform their customer if there's a packaging change and there's a process change needed to be highlighted. So we actually design leaflets and also sometimes included printing on any of our paper packaging that this material is not plastic. Please put it in your food waste bin or dispose it in a dedicated bin area.
Yeah, very smart to start with those events and where people are captive in a way in a space. Okay. And another question that arises, I mean, you kind of mentioned that there was no land competition when producing algae, but are there limits to how much algae-based materials we can actually produce to replace packaging? Like, should we still be careful in reducing the amount of packaging that we need, or would that be kind of, there's no problem anymore? Can you shed some light on this?
I think definitely. We crunched some numbers around how does our materials compare to plastic, for example. The life cycle analysis is showing that our materials, even when compared to bio-based plastics, is still about 70% lower in terms of carbon footprint. And if we were to replace all single-use plastic with the seaweed-based materials, we would need around 0.06% of oceans. Now, 0.06% of ocean is still a lot of oceans. So I definitely do not advocate that, now we have a new materials, we can keep everything as single use. It's definitely not going to be the case. I think we are working in a system here where there's going to be reuse and refill system, as well as innovation like ourselves that improving the materials that we already have and find the appropriate use for them. And that is actually what we're finding on the ground is when we work with a canteen or in a stadium, we are finding that our packagings are also used alongside reusable packaging as well. So people are finding way to incorporate different solutions in different applications.
Yeah. So what I'm getting out of what you shared is that there's a really good potential for producing a lot of algae-based materials, but obviously that is still not a reason for not reducing the amount of things we produce, because there's always energy needed to produce, there's always impacts, and so making sure that we do reduce, that we do promote the refillable, the reusable materials is still what you're advocating for.
Definitely.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to turn over to Miguel. You shared how your biosourced materials actually can replace plastic packaging, and I think you even have a little sample here that you can show what the packaging material and then another type of material it looks like. So we're moving away from the food grade type of plastics here, but it actually can be composted with organic wastes. But how would I, as a customer, actually know that if I'm getting this wrapping, I should put it in the compost bin? And what happens if you just throw it like this in the compost bin?
Okay, thank you, Christine. That's a great question. We manufacture a resin to replace the single-use plastics, so single-use plastic packaging. For example, the bubble wrap normally is made by polyethylene, a low-density polyethylene, with a nylon barrier. So it's very complicated to recycle also. You can recycle, but it's a mechanical recycle or chemical recycle. But at the end of the life of the product, is if you don't recycle, this is going to go to the trash. So, and our products are made from biosource, and we deliver that it complains. It has a certification, TUV Austria. You can use it in your packaging, and at the end of the life, you can mix with the compost. We need to inform the customer that this product can be in the organic waste. So that's a challenge, because we have to educate to the people to know how can be this, how can they can dispose this product. So that's a great question. So there are a lot of products, compostable products, that are very helpful because they are made from bio source, and they reintegrate in the soil without any harm. So that's the point with this.
Yeah, so these products are a fantastic solution for the future. There is still not so many of those, so people don't know that they should put it in a compost bin rather than the recycle bin. It actually can cause problems if it's mixed with plastics that go to recycle. So we do have a collective challenge here that we need to address. I mean, you are a product manufacturer. You need to rely on many other stakeholders to make this whole business model work. Yes. Because we do need to inform customers, we need to inform recyclers, we need to inform people who manage composts that it can work that way.
Yeah.
Very challenging.
Very challenging. And you know what? We have to challenge our packaging designers to reduce the amount of packaging, to rethink how can be more sustainable, how can fit more product in a pallet. This is the beginning. We have to think about all the cycle of the life cycle of the product, and how if the customers can reuse the packaging or how to reduce the product, and finally think at the end of the life of the product how is going to be the final
disposal.
Yeah,
definitely. And can you shed some light also on your business model? Like, how do you make this product more attractive? Like, who buys it from you, and why would they buy this from you rather than a normal fossil-based plastic?
Okay, yeah. For example, we have some, this is a reusable, recyclable, and compostable cup. This is always in all the stadiums. We have seen reusable cups, and they are reusable and reusable. It's okay to recycle it or to reuse it, and at the end recycle the product and keep it in the circle. But at the end of the life, the problem is that the product goes to everywhere. They take as a souvenir, and takes for everywhere, and you don't even know where is going to be the cup. So we have some customers that are worried about that they want to have a final solution, or we help them to with some companies like Sebastian, the compostable facilities, we work with them in order to make a solution. Since the use of the product to the end of the product, we make the compost with the composters, and at the end, we help them to make with the compost. We can make a social program, or we can make a reforestation program with the product. So we are giving a total solution to the customer, not only a product.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the.
So that's what makes it attractive.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely, yes. All the experience.
Yeah. And very interesting that you mentioned that it's not just compostable, it's also recyclable. So the material itself can be remade into that cup before it ends up in the compost in a future life.
Absolutely.
Very interesting. I will take questions from the audience in a minute. So just letting you know in advance so that you prepare for your questions. I do have one question for you, Sebastian, before we move on. Actually, you've heard about these compostable packaging now. For you, as a organic waste manager, how would that affect you to receive these products in your feedstock? How would your soldier flies react to that?
Yes, organic waste only works when it's clean. Separate smart and cycle stay strong. Fossil plastics contaminate and harm the process. Only certified compostables, such as plain paper, cardboard, or these products, can be processed. Proper source separation ensures premium quality compost. Yes, that's it.
Yeah. So we definitely need to make sure we don't put any like fossil-based plastics in the compost.
Yes.
In the feedstock that goes into the compost. And I guess you still need to kind of test how these materials would behave in your compost, but they wouldn't harm the bugs. They might not just be degraded as fast, or there are still some questions.
Yes.
And then you might also need some special equipment to actually shred these materials that are harder and compared to just organic food waste that you're gathering.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So there are some adaptations to your system that
yes,
you need.
We have an agreement with him to test, make a test with his products.
Perfect. So this is one of the outcomes of this panel already. They've made a business agreement to work together. I will take some questions from the audience. I see one question here. Can we get a microphone? And then we'll have another question here. The microphone here, please.
I will just say Rafael Bassiano from the European Waste Management Association. So we represent the private sector in waste management in Europe. I will just emphasize what Iswa said already many times. I think that compostable packaging are like a big issue in our plastic recycling facilities because they are not made to be there, and the consumers usually doesn't know how to dispose them. So. And at the same time, sometimes we say compostable packaging, but it's not really verified like this, like compostable in industrial facilities. That goes like much faster than compostable in the garden when you can leave it a long time. So before like putting on the market such compostable packaging, like do the job of assessing where it will finish actually in the waste management system in your town or on your markets. And is it really compostable? And so what is the added value at the end of life of these materials? So it's more I understand that you did the job, which is great, but everybody should.
Thank you very much for this remark. Indeed, it's the impact of compostable materials mixed with plastics actually disturbs the plastic recycling industry. So we do need, and we said it, it's a collective challenge. We'll have to find the right way to make the transition happen so that plastic recycling is preserved for the needs that still require plastic, and that compostable packaging finds its place, and that people know to direct it towards composting bins. We had another question, sir. Microphone there. Yeah. And then over there. Yeah. Oh.
My name is Phil Reagan. I'm from EcoSafe Zero Waste in the United States and Canada, and this presentation is very, very good, and we love what's happening. Surprisingly, while the United States is probably one of the least advanced in recycling, particularly of organics, they do have an infrastructure that is a collaboration of the biodegradable plastics industry for the certification to ASTM standards, ASTM 6400, 668. So basically, the materials that are being used are certified as compostable in the composting facility. The other part of that is that it is the challenge is in the collection and the identification. The BPI certification requires clear identification of the marking that this is a compostable product, and it's not to be recycled. And typically, recycled plastics don't get into the recycling stream because they're expensive. And so nobody's buying them other than for the handling of organics, whether it's in packaging or in the collection of the organics themselves. So the other organization, two actually, the U.S. Composting Council has worked diligently to basically develop best practices for the collection and composting of materials using what we call composting 101 processes, which is basically the windrows and what you're seeing with big piles that basically can have leachate problems, odor problems, and rodent problems, as you mentioned. With new technologies that are coming on stream now that are industrial size, they're as big as 10 by 60, I'm talking feet, and basically they will produce the same quality of compost as you get in matter of fact better, in just 5 days, because of the way the system works and accelerates the biodegradation of products. So, and the last thing is the composter's involvement and the hauler's involvement. If in fact you leave it to haulers, they will never give you clean collections other than in controlled environments like stadiums or events or restaurants where you control it. Working within the public is a very difficult activity, because typically what happens is you spend millions of dollars advertising what to do to the householder, and she has to teach or he has to teach the children. That never happens. Basically what has to happen is that your education has to be at the point of disposal. So if you're 3 years old and you walk up to put something into the bin, the picture's right there, oh, it goes here, not there. And so these systems are actively being worked on. We have programs from where I come from, since I've retired in my own home province of British Columbia. We have collection systems and composting systems whereby we are getting 95% diversion of food from the community with 0.06% contamination, all because it's a cooperation of the hauler and the composter putting the standard in place that he has zero tolerance for contamination. So I just say that there are systems out there. We can look to North America for some of these, whereas other parts of the world are typically ahead of us. So,
thank you very much. This is inspiring, and indeed, there are always very good examples to take, even if the government itself might not be going in the right direction. There are very good champions who can do things locally that are fantastic. What I'm taking also out of what you said at the very beginning is that there are some bioplastics that are biodegradables, or there are some plastics that are biodegradable that are fossil-based. That's what you wanted to say at the very beginning? Yeah. Yeah.
PHA.
Yeah. I just wanted to make this clear for everybody that some compostable materials can be fossil-based. That's something that people need to understand. Yeah. We had a couple other remarks or questions. I think Mr. first, and then. Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Johannes Hambia. I am from the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, that is Namibia, Southern Africa. I was actually caught, one of the presentation caught my attention. It's about the packaging made from the seaweed. That's quite a very, very interesting one, hearing it for the first time. I would also like to thank other panelists for their presentation, which was very good. But my concern is, how would you make sure that you have optimal production of such packaging material without causing any significant environmental impact to the marine environment, and also eventually causing or maybe have impact to marine ecology? Thank you very much.
Do you want to take this?
Definitely, I'd love to take that. So seaweed extract is actually quite a big industry, and you find seaweed in food, in cosmetic and pharmaceutical use. Actually, you all probably have eaten some seaweed today, because seaweed is also in toothpaste. So you brush your teeth, that's you had consume your milligram of seaweed. But what do we find is that actually a lot of this industry doesn't look at sustainability of the seaweed industry. So that's why one of the work that we're currently looking at is setting out a sustainability standard for seaweed. And the seaweed we use, there's two options. It either could be wild seaweed that could be beach cast that is collected, or you could also farm seaweed as well. So both of those has their pros and cons, but they can both definitely be sustainably sourced. So one of the main things that we look at is making sure that the collection and harvest, we don't over-collect them, essentially, and also the fact that we can support the communities and pay the community fairly for the seaweed that are collected, and making sure that the extraction process doesn't use more energy than, for example, the processing of the fossil-based plastic. And one of the interesting facts is that a lot of the seaweed farms currently drying seaweed naturally, so on just using either solar energy or by just purely by the sun. So it's then help reducing the energy use. And on your point specifically about the marine ecosystem, we work with small seaweed farms as well, who are actually actively measuring the impact of their seaweed farm on the local system. And one of the main things about seaweed is that wherever you grow seaweed, it actually then regenerates and help to expand the marine ecosystem itself. So in a way, it would actually bring a net positive impact to the environment in general.
Let me add something. We also make sure with the certifications of our suppliers, the resins that we use, we double check that they are certified by TUV Austria or BPI. They has a very strict standards like ASTM, D6400. So that's very important for for packaging and also for the other products.
But that question of the environmental impact is critical, and it is definitely something that we absolutely need to keep in our heads. I'm really happy to hear that you are actively looking into this. We had another question.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kennedy Michael. I'm from the Malaysian CSO SDG Alliance, co-convener for the Planet Pillar, so SDG 12 comes under what we do. A lot of my work is dealing with river waste in the Klang River, the world's fourth largest contributor to marine plastic pollution. We used to be number 2, nothing to be proud of. We're also a fossil fuel-based economy in Malaysia, and so I hope this is being captured so my government can hear it. It's wonderful, all the stuff that you're doing. There are lots of my friends who are working on plant-based plastics and alternative packaging. But I want to go back to the time when, if any of you remember, when you could refill your milk bottle. You just put it out, somebody came and took it, right? And you were responsible for what you produced because there was no municipal waste. Now, I know it's counterintuitive for the both of you, but do you consider that one of the things that you could, since you are advocating, is for people to be responsible for not generating waste, so that then we don't have to invest so much time and money messing about with the environment looking for alternative solutions when glass works perfectly well. The system existed. In fact, the entire pre-World War II system existed just like that, you know, and we used to go to the market with a rattan basket and jute bag, and you just cleaned it and washed it and it worked. But we want so much for convenience. So I know it works against your business model, but have you considered advocating for that?
Thank you very much for this remark. And I don't think it is against their business model because they're producing such a small percentage of the overall materials that we are using worldwide that is not renewable. That I think they still have a business model, but in their business model, and I've challenged them quite a bit on that they need to make sure that the first step that they go through is the rethink. Do I really need to put that product on the market? Is it really needed? Yes or no? And if no, then let's do something else with that fantastic material to use it for something that's really useful. So our society is not quite there yet. We still have a lot of superfluous needs, and
yes.
We're transitioning slowly.
Yeah. I'm hoping they'll replace all the fossil fuel plastics. That's the game, right? Because then you have the economic scale to do it and then bring down the amount of harm. Yeah. There's no two ways that we're going to spend carbon to get there, and I don't think anyone should question it because you're all doing it in a very responsible way, but eventually, how do we get people to just do away with packaging? And I think that's an infrastructural thing embedded in the current economic system. So maybe care to share your thoughts?
Do you guys want to?
Yeah, I can. So actually, what we find is that our customers, so the brands that work with us, the stadium and the events are investing in us. They are actually investing in multiple type of solutions. So they are looking at refills, returnable packaging, as well as more renewable, non-fossil plastic-based packaging as well. So the early adopters are actually looking at all the solutions that was presented throughout the day today. And and I think nobody is hoping that we would just use single-use packaging forever, because I think we all know that we're going to need a whole host of different type of solutions to solve different type of problems and application that we need.
Thank you very much. We're about to wrap up on this fantastic panel. Thank you very much for sharing all your insights. The discussions can obviously continue on afterwards. I'd like our IT support to bring in a last slide on the ISWA Congress, if that's possible. We are, as a summary, I want to say that we are in the transition to reduce waste generation, to recycle as much as possible, and to recover materials and energy. That's the 3 R's that we've been using as a motto for now 15, 20 years, I want to say. And we've made progress, but we're we're progressing a bit slowly. So we do want to accelerate this, and we're very thankful that we have people like you, innovators, who want to accelerate that. I also want to bring up a new dimension to these 3 Rs. I brought up this slide of the ISWA Congress that's happening in the next couple weeks. And ISWA is a strong advocate of those 3 Rs. But we're also wanting to anchor these 3 Rs in what we're calling the 3D vision. It's about decoupling growth from the use of resources and hence the generation of wastes. It's about decarbonizing and decontaminating our economies. Whatever we do, circularity in itself is not the objective. It's these 3Ds that are the objective. And these are the types of discussions that will be happening at this ISWA Congress, where a lot of professionals are actually meeting to discuss technical issues, but also have a vision on where we need to go next, reimagining wastes. Thank you very much to all of you, and thank you very much to our panelists.
Corinne, a very big thank you to you and your speakers for this wonderful discussion. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, of course. Go for it.
Can you bring the ISWA Congress slide in the background, please?
Bir slide'ı tekrardan alabilir miyiz arkadaşlar? Arkada. Bu son slide. Aynen öyle. Süper. Okay.
Merci.
Okay. We're going to move on to our last session of the day. I know it's been long, but I feel it's been very fast-paced, exciting. I've certainly been listening with full ears, so I'm very happy. Fix the system, repair as resistance. That is the title of our last session for today. I want to see a show of hands. How many of you here in this room feel that we live in a world where there's a lot of stuff that's designed to break? Huh? Does that sound fair? Yeah? And what do we do when things break? We generally throw them away, right? I'm also betting that a lot of people who raise their hands also feel that the concept of repair should go beyond fixing a torn jacket or a cracked phone screen, right? I think a lot of us feel in this room that repair should actually challenge this throwaway mindset. And I'm hoping in this next discussion, which is going to begin momentarily, we can bring the concept of repair from the margins and into the mainstream. That being said, it is my pleasure to invite to the stage the moderator of this next session, Ana Almeida. She is from Circular Economy Portugal. Also joining her on stage as a speaker is Josephine Phillips from Sojo UK Textile. Also Daniel Buchle from AFB Social and Green IT. And also Teofilo del Toro from Full Circle Electronics. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon. Is it working? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very, very excited to be here today. Thank you to the brave ones that are staying with us until the end of today's very long and interesting conversations. I'm Ana Almeida. I'm president of Circular Economy Portugal, and I'm thrilled to welcome you all to this panel, Fix the System, Repair as Resistance. So just a little bit about Circular Economy Portugal. We are a non-profit, and this theme is very dear to us because
one of our main focus is on repair and reuse, and we really think that this is key for systems change. And we actually started our organization by bringing the Repair Cafe to Portugal. So the Repair Cafe is kind of a community repair event that was born in the Netherlands. And we wanted to create a space where people could share tools, could share skills and stories, and rediscover the power of repair. And they could bring their toasters, they could bring their computers, they can bring their clothes and even their musical instruments and just get repaired. And what we found is, during those community events that happen monthly, half of them we were actually able to repair. Maybe not that same day, maybe the month later, because we needed a specific tool or a specific spare part, but half of them we were able to repair. And interesting enough, these results were similar to a survey that was done with 31 other countries where there's repair cafes happening across those other countries. And they found, as well as us, that one of the main reasons the other 50% did not get repaired was that spare parts was just unavailable or overpriced, or the designs were too complex or too fragile to fix, or there was just a lack of knowledge or of documentation to be able to repair. And for textiles, what we found also interesting is that some basic skills like darning or patching were no longer passed on. So across the world more generally, there's millions of products and textiles, electronics and textiles alike, that are discarded far too early. And not just because they're truly broken, but just because repair is often inconvenient, or, we said earlier today that it's too expensive, or just completely impossible. And these aren't just technical issues. There's systematic barriers that just are designed to make repair harder than just replacing with a new item. So I'd like to start with a little experiment. And because it's the end of the day, I know everyone is tired and hungry, so I'd like everyone to stand up, please. So okay, thank you. Please raise your hand if you have a piece of clothing in your cupboard that you haven't worn in years, because it's too tight, it's too large, or it's missing a button, a zipper, and you ended up buying something new instead. And please raise your other hand if you have, or keep your same hand, if you have an old phone, computer, iPad, whatever device, gathering dust at home. Thank you. You're not alone, as you can see. Just before I finish, repair is one of the most powerful levers that can drive systemic change. So it keeps the items in circulation for longer. It reduces the pressure on ecosystems and also eases, and this is something we talked yesterday, our geopolitical dependence on critical raw materials. And at the end, it makes also economical sense. The good news is that the repair maintenance market is now worth over $1.6 trillion and is growing 8% each year. So today we have 3 remarkable leaders across electronics and textile that are showing us that fixing is not only possible, but is also transformational and is the future. So I would like to welcome first Josephine. She's the founder of Sojo in the UK. She is based in London, and Sojo is a fashion tech platform reinventing the clothing repair and tailoring industry, launched in 2021, and it's UK's first clothing repair and alterations app. So over to you, Josephine.
Fantastic. Yes, thank you so much to Global Waste Forum for having us, but also, like Anna said, thank you to everyone who's here. It's been a crazy long day. I know everyone's really hungry, so I'm really, really glad that we're talking about repair, and you guys are here to hear us talk about that. So as Anna said, I'm the founder of Sojo, which is a startup that is modernizing the clothing repair industry. And if you guys had been in the session this morning, you will know that our clothing waste on this planet is absolutely out of control. We are creating 92 million metric tons annually, but I also know that it's really hard to conceptualize what big statistics mean. And so to make that kind of more understandable, if we basically took every single person who lived in Europe and you brought them together and put them on a massive weighing scale, they would be just over half 92 million metric tons. And this is annual, and it's every single year, that amount of weight, and it's growing, and it's growing, and it's growing. So there's a massive problem. I was part of that problem. I'm absolutely not here to wag a finger at anyone when it comes to fashion and fashion waste, because I've grown up as part of the fast fashion generation, meaning I would buy a dress for a date and I would throw it away. But when I discovered how problematic that mindset was, the mindset that I'd been sold, I decided to stop that kind of fast fashion habit, and I turned to resale. Now, what's really great is we've seen resale boom. Billion-dollar startups have grown in the resale space, but I realized that the repair landscape was completely untouched in fashion. It was still local tailor solutions. I don't know if you guys get your clothes repaired, but if you do, it's cash only, it's paper ticket, you don't know where to go, you don't know how much it should be, and it's certainly not convenient. But then you've got brands who are being required to, embed repairability into their business models, but how are they going to do that with a very decentralized, fragmented industry that doesn't have any digitization in it at all? So Sojo was born. And what we do is we power the repair services for fashion brands. So we give them the technology that means their customers can book on their website any repair they need doing on their branded clothing. And then we also have the repair facilities to actually fulfill those repairs as well, meaning we've got the tailors doing this incredible work. And what that means is we are now working with some of the industry's biggest brands like Ralph Lauren, Selfridges, Marks & Spencer, and most recently we landed a contract and have launched with Westfield, which is one of the world's largest shopping centers. What I'm putting brands' names up there for is that we are trying to embed repair at the center of where people engage with fashion, which is with brands themselves, and I think that's really important. But what I'll end on is just saying that what we're doing in fixing the fashion industry is trying to change culture, which is no mean feat. We're fighting against a culture of consumerism, and we really hope that you guys are on board with slowing things down and valuing what we own more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Josephine. So our next guest, Daniel Bunchel. He's the CEO of IFB Social and Green IT. It's Europe's largest non-profit IT company. Daniel started in the business as a student 21 years ago, when the business just started, and today there are more than 700 employees and with a social impact in the ADN. So please, Daniel, over to you.
Yes, thanks for this nice introduction, Anna. Hello and merhaba. I'm so glad to be here in this nice forum. And of course, I don't know if you noticed, but today is the International Repair Day. So we have to talk about repair. My name is Daniel, CEO of AFB Social and Green IT. I want to start with one question. What do you think? What difference can 1,200 notebooks make? 1,200 notebooks can save 120 tons of CO2 and create one job for people with disability. That's what we do since 21 years. A company based in Germany, France, Switzerland, Austria, and Slovakia, founded as a small non-profit startup to prevent waste by collecting IT and mobile devices that are no longer needed at companies or governmental institutions. You see here some pictures. We started with 4 persons Now we are 700 employees with 21 branches in 5 countries and about 50% people with disabilities who have jobs on the first labor market. So I know that preventing waste is a big challenge, but perhaps it wasn't enough for us. We need a second challenge with the social inclusion on the first labor market. I told what we do is collecting IT hardware. We are wiping the data. We upgrade the devices. We deploy them with a new Windows system. And of course, if necessary, and it's very often necessary, we repair them. And then we sell it to private customers, to NGOs, to schools, to traders in Europe, but also throughout the world. Let's look at our impact. Last year, we handled about 670,000 items. As I already told, we have almost 700 employees. We have a reuse rate, so the devices which get a second life, about 70%. We saved with all the devices 62,000 tons of CO2, of greenhouse gas emissions. You see the KPIs here, many megawatt hours of primary energy, many tons of raw materials, and many liters of waters. We are partnering with about 1,800 companies and also governmental institutions, very small companies, but also global players like Siemens, for example. And we created this business from a startup to a really functional business which is more than ready for scale. We will have a turnover this year from 100 million. So yes, we are a non-profit, but we are a very big non-profit. And why are we a non-profit? Because if you are a non-profit and you have profit, you have to invest it. So, and I think it's more important to invest in scaling economical, ecological, and social solutions instead of giving this money to a shareholder, for example. So, these are some views I'm glad to discuss with you, and so far to me and my company. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Daniel. And last but not least, I'd like to introduce you to Teófilo del Toro, coming all the way from Colombia. Teófilo, he's the CEO of Full Circle Electronics Latin America, and has spent the past 15 years leading the company's mission to extend IT assets life cycle. Over to you.
Thank you, Anna. So it is an honor for me to be here, and I am the CEO of Full Circle Electronics for Latin America. And it is a pleasure for me to be sharing about our experience in Latin America. So repairing for us is not about fixing a device itself. Repairing for us is more of a circular model that will give technology a second life and our planet a second chance. So far we have processed in the last decade about 1.4 million devices in Latin America, and the way we have done it is through a model that has 3 main stages. So the first one is about auditing and classification. So through this process we are repairing the system of consumption. So every single asset is properly audited and classified under international standards. So what we are trying to do is making sure that there is a mindset shift from e-waste management through resource management. So it takes that instead of defaulting to discard devices, we default to reuse every single device. The second stage is data security. So through this process, we are repairing trust. So in today's world, we know that data is more valuable than the devices itself. So it is essential to deal with information security for circularity. So we ensure complete data security, data erasure and certification, giving individuals and organizations the confidence that they require so that sustainability and security can coexist. And on the third stage of our process, we do refurbishment and reintegration. So through this process, we are repairing the economy. So through professional refurbishing and testing, so we have been able to reintroduce into the market more than 1 million devices in Latin America. This is giving individuals, small and mid-sized businesses, the opportunity to get access to high-performance technology at an affordable price. So there are some challenges, of course, that we will be sharing more details through our discussion here. But I just want to highlight that, sorry, let me get back to it. I just want to highlight that our goal is to make sure that we achieve 100% reuse of every technology assets that we process, or we perform a proper recycling of those devices. So repairing is about rebuilding the system where technology, sustainability, and trust can coexist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So as you guys are rewriting the rules in your sectors and you're showing that repair is progress and is possible, I'd love to ask you, as a topic of our panel, what does repair as resistance means to you? So I'll start with you, Josephine.
Yeah, so I think we've kind of all actually touched on it when discussing our businesses, but repair as resistance to me is resisting the resounding culture that has been kind of put upon us. It's resisting this notion of like, buy more, buy new, buy quicker, buy now, this like hyper consumptive kind of culture that we've created, whether it's from media to clothing to food or to whatever it is. There's just so much consumption that's pushed on us based off of like capitalism. So I think that fundamentally repairing, which means slowing down, deciding to value what you already have, deciding not to buy new, is really resisting the status quo, which I think is really powerful and is also, as I mentioned, not easy to do. So that's why I think it's such an act of resistance and something that is really can be formidable.
Yeah, valuing what we have already. Sorry, someone applauded. Teofilo, do you want to go?
Yep, so for me, repairing it is about fixing or repairing a system instead of repairing a device itself. But for that to happen, we first need to deal with some issues like data security, auditing, and refurbishment. So once we have accomplished or overcome those kind of issues, so it will be possible to have a mindset shift from e-waste management to resource management and make sure that every single device has a plan for the life cycle to be extended.
Yeah, I think from e-waste to valuing the not calling waste anymore.
Exactly. So yeah, making it a resource. Actually.
A resource. And you, Daniel?
I think when we ask ourselves, when we look back to our parents, I think it was quite more normal that things were repaired when they are defect. They repaired shoes, they repaired other things from the kitchen. It was quite normal 20 years ago, perhaps 30 years ago. And what came since then, I think globalization came, mass production, mass consumption came, and that's one of the biggest problems, that it's cheaper to buy a new devices instead of repairing the devices. So we have other problems, we will talk about it, some practices of manufacturers that prevent repair, but one of the main things I think is it's too cheap, and I think Tim told it earlier this day, as long as the costs for the social costs, the environmental costs are not in the product price, it won't end. So, and what we do in clothes, in electronic, is to show that it's possible, that it can make a business model, and so fight against these systems, I would say, yes.
Thank you. Indeed, because when we're buying new, it seems cheaper because there's all these hidden costs that are not taken into account. Let's start talking about as well, taking that note on the benefits, I guess, that can come, not only environmental, but what would be the other advantages gained from repairing more? Do you want to?
Yes, of course, we have a big benefit, and we told it for the environment, for saving greenhouse gases and so on, natural resources, conflict minerals. That's pretty clear, I think, for all of us. What we did in the last 21 years, we created many jobs in Europe, in several countries, by reuse and refurbishment and repair. So, and that's a quite local thing, I would say. So, who repairs can create jobs on the first labor market, and that's important, I think, for every economy. So, this is the economical effect we can have when we repair more, when people have a job.
Thank you.
Yes.
Geoffrey, do you want to build on that?
Yep. So over the last decade, we have processed in Latin America about 1.4 million IT devices. So to put it into a better example, that's like at least around 30 football stadiums at full capacity. So from which we have reintroduced into the market about 1 million devices. So similarly to the rate that Daniel shared with us, it is about a 70% reuse rate. So that's the main benefit of it is that it is allowing us to empower individuals and small businesses to get us access to high-performance technology at an affordable price. So when a new device could be worth like more than $500, a used one could be around $100. So there is an important benefit out of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just say that on Daniel's point around often buying new is cheaper than repairing. That happens in fashion because you can buy fashion for £5 these days. But at the same time, I would say that there's an economic benefit to repair when the repair is cheaper than the item. So often, if you want to mend a hole in a jumper, for example, and let's say it's £10 or £15 to do that, that's less than the cost of the jumper. So particularly in the UK and cost of living crisis, choosing to repair has a literal economic benefit. But actually, and I know this isn't the one that kind of we usually talk about, but the more intangible benefits as well, like for example, preserving skill set and craftsmanship. If we're speaking about knitwear repair, we really have struggled to hire knitwear repairers because it's a lost and dying art/skill in the UK. Like, it's been really difficult for us. So we have now implemented training for knitwear repairing and ensuring that visible mending and invisible mending on knitwear can happen. And so I think there's value in that, and craftsmanship being continued to be passed down. And then the other intangible element as well is actually more around like the sentimental value and the connection to clothing, and the fact that you've repaired a garment, but the stories that we've heard from our customers are so emotional and plentiful. And I think that again, it's qualitative, it's not quantitative, but it's powerful. And I think that's a beautiful element of repair as well.
Sure. And I guess for you, Daniel, as well, for your company, there's the fact that you have this and you're employing people with disabilities. There's a direct impact as well in the community, I guess, that you're operating.
Yes, we have additional to the ecological impact, a social impact to bring people with disabilities in work in the IT sector, and that's very important. But the status as a non-profit company also gives us the chance to do things for-profit companies won't do. For example, a company has to earn money, has to make profit, and it is venture capital, and the shareholders want to see many euros and dollars at the end of the year. So, and as a non-profit company, all our profit stays in the company, which means for us it's no problem when we have not a big profit. So we can do refurbishment, repair, when we want to do it. Also when it's a little bit more expensive, too expensive perhaps for the market. Therefore, it's good to be a non-profit company, I would say.
Thank you. I'd like to take on your what you're saying, Josephine, about I guess, say like the tailoring and bringing back that ecosystem, right, of tailors. So, how do you see the future of repair ecosystems?
Yeah, so I think the future of repair, and particularly the ecosystems, is really thinking about modernization, which again I mentioned in my initial talk, which is thinking about bringing that industry into the 21st century. In reality, when I went to a tailor shop for the first time, it is exactly the same as 100 years ago. The same machine, the same piece of paper, like even the fact that they said only cash, only cash. I really was just like, how are we going to make this scalable? How are we going to make younger generation engage with it when we're obsessed with convenience and obsessed with technology? And when, fashion is now one click on Instagram and it can be at your door. For me, it was really thinking about technology has to be at the center of the repair ecosystem, whatever that looks like, whether it's connecting marketplaces or whether it's having a centralized repair facility and technology. I mean, in our repair center, it's QR codes, tailors scan it, they find out what to do, they get imagery of what it should look like at the end, which is our Sojo standard, and there's all these different ways that you can use technology, but I think that's what will bring it into the mainstream. And then also as well, one element of what we've done with Sojo is trying to build a brand around repair. So again, brands in different industries, but you don't necessarily know a brand around fashion repair. And for us, again, it's about connecting people, getting people behind a mission, getting customers to buy into a brand that they want to engage in, because that's ultimately going to drive behavioral change, which I think we've seen in resale with, like, let's say Depop that made, secondhand cool when it wasn't before. And we're trying to do that same thing. And I think that brings together the ecosystem as well.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the audience, who has, over the past year, had something mended, or went to a tailor to fix something, their clothes, or... Yeah? Okay. A few. Okay. Good. I'd like to ask you, Teofilo, what are the biggest barriers for scaling repair in your context? In this case, in Latin America.
Yeah, so manufacturing a fully repairable device brings some challenges, such as like the technical design limitations, the lack of spare parts, as well as the mindset of consumption that we have there. So what we are doing, and actually has made a great difference, is that we are working hand to hand with manufacturers, resellers, to make sure that there is a one-to-one model. So every single device that we process ends that being either proper recycled or properly reused. So that's the way we've been like overcoming those challenges. But I also want to add to it that I truly believe that there needs to be a true alignment or a true systemic alignment between all those parties that I just mentioned, the manufacturers, the resellers, and the e-waste managers, so that there is a life cycle plan for every single device from the moment that it is manufactured. That makes a whole difference, instead of like trying to get to fix the problem at the end of the device life cycle.
100%. We found that in fashion as well, where we just find the like irreparability of garments really, really difficult. And
And ultimately as well, if we're speaking about challenges, the complexity of repair is like with manufacturing, you're doing the same thing over and over again. You know what spec you're getting, you know what pattern you're doing, and it's, you know, you're creating, let's say, 100,000 of those units. With repair, it's you actually don't know what device from what company, on what material. I mean, it can be literally anything, and that is a massive barrier to us in terms of scaling and operations. But one part of that is like, repair isn't being thought about at the beginning of the creation journey. So designing for durability, but also, I mean, one thing we recommended to one of our brand partners recently was if you get a rip in a puffer jacket, for example, and we replace the entire panel, it's completely invisible. It's exactly the same as the puffer jacket was before, if the material's the same. And what we usually do is we get the material from inside the pocket, because if you pull it out, it's often the same as the outside. Great, other than when you then get jackets where you pull it out and it's a fleecy material or it's a red material, and then we have to source a material, so then you're using, you know, raw fabric that's maybe not matched and it won't look as good. So it's small things like that, where if you're thinking about the future repairability, you've just got spare fabric inside the garment with pockets, so maybe you could use that to then use to repair it down the line. So it's thinking about repair when it's created to help us out, and not like 7 years later when we're repairing it, it's, oh, these people did this for us, and now it makes it a more circular kind of, ecosystem and world.
Yeah, and that makes me think about the conversation we had maybe 2 days ago, Daniel, on certain brands that are more fixable than others. And some that you, if there's a small part that you're mentioning that was broken, that you had to, in this case, I think was Apple, without wanting to say names. But
we are alone here.
But you had that you basically needed to throw the whole system, right? So there is difference between manufacturers and
yes, exactly. The practices of manufacturer are one big barrier, I would say. And when we look at manufacturers, how do they earn their money? They earn it in bringing products on the market as fast as possible. So if they don't control the repair and refurbishment by themselves, they're not interested in making products repairable. And there are some who do it better and some who do it not. When I look at, for example, on tablets, smartphones, or notebooks, the most things we repair is changing the battery, changing the hard disk, changing the display, for example, and the RAM. So, and that's not only a repair, it's often necessary for a reuse, because perhaps after 4 or 5 years, this hard disk is not defect, it's too small, the capacity, and you need a larger one. So, and 20 years ago, every device, you could open it with a screwdriver in half a minute, and you could change these parts during 3 or 4 minutes. So today, we have more and more manufacturers, more and more devices where these things are glued and yes, directly on the mainboard, for example. So you can't switch it. That means if a hard disk is defect, you have to throw the whole mainboard away, and with it the whole notebook. So, and this is the bad thing we have to handle, and it happens very often, I would say. Another big problem is, of course, I think 25 years ago, there was free software or less software, so software was not a problem. Nowadays, this week on Tuesday, we had the worldwide end of life of Windows 10 support, which means millions of PCs went from using to waste. So from one day, because Microsoft said no more support for the system. And it's not only Microsoft, every device has a software, and the manufacturer says when they don't give support. And often the support is necessary because of data security and other things. So that's also one of the biggest problems, where we have millions of devices, functional devices that people could use, but that you have to throw away because of these practices. So that makes us quite angry every day when we see it, and it's quite challenging, and it's a great barrier, and it's preventing more repair, I would say, yes.
For sure. A good example, I wanted to use this iPad and bring it today, and I bought it 11 years ago, and it was not functioning, and I tried to bring it to repair, and they just mentioned, I had to really insist for it to reprogram, and they said, that iPad is already vintage. I was like, what do you mean? So I do really think that is indeed, as you say, like there is the design for recyclability or repairability in this case is key upstream, basically at the beginning. So. And that brings me to there's a lot of barriers such as planned obsolescences as well, and the lack of spare parts, I think we must mention, and the limited consumer rights make repair the exception rather than the norm. I'd like to ask you, Teofilu, what needs to change to make repair the norm?
So definitely a serious commitment from all the parties involved in the asset life cycle, as well as our ownership on our consumption plan. But hopefully, with the adoption of technologies like blockchain, I do believe, or I truly believe, that traceability of the asset's life cycle from the moment it is manufactured to the moment that it needs to be recycled, hopefully because it was already reused, should facilitate this process and give us this certainty that all the materials that were used to manufacture those devices are reintroduced into the manufacturing process again.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to ask the audience again, who has a refurbished mobile or computer or something bought? Okay, a few hands.
Now you know where you can buy one.
After this one can be more people in the audience. One thing that we talked about yesterday as well was on policy. Certain speakers saying maybe, we need policy, we don't need policy, but I would like to bring this on the importance of having policy that will help shift and accelerate the adoption of repair practices. Josephine?
Yeah, I'm just so pro, mainly because I think the whole role of legislature and governments is to look at things from a broader picture than what the individual consumer wants or finds easiest or finds cheapest, and says this is the way that it should be done for the betterment of everyone, for the betterment of the planet. And I just think it's what needs to drive change. I mean, there's so many different parties involved, but I really just think that when you legislate against something or you tax something, it immediately has effect. And I really just think that as we live in a world where, money talks, taxing, like we see actually in France with extended producer responsibility, the brands are acting. I mean, most of our brand partners have come inbound to Sodro saying we need a solution, we need a solution. The reason being is they get a lower kind of waste tax because they've got a repair service as part of their brand. That's the exact type of thing we need to see, but we're only seeing it in certain pockets and in certain ways, and I think that kind of change needs to be rolled out so much more because it drives corporations to act the second that you involve money in it in some way. They're like, we need to minimize the amount of money we have to pay because of how much waste we're creating. So I do think that it affects change, and I think that we need more of it, especially in the UK. But I'd also say we should, I think it was Tim from Vital saying earlier, it's not just taxing the bad, it's not taxing the good. Mm-hmm. I'd love a tax break. I'm just even thinking about resale and the fact that you're paying VAT on the same garment twice, there's something objectively wrong about that, and it would bring the price down. Price is a barrier when it comes to repair, so being able to kind of make that a bit cheaper for the consumer and also support the business more as well, where our operations are so complex and things. I think the government should be doing more and policy should be doing more to support the good and penalise the bad.
And actually bringing it attracts business like startups like yours who are in the UK, and now you're launching soon in France.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I guess incentives in France has made that as well.
Completely. I mean, honestly, France is way, way, way ahead of the UK, and it definitely was our second market. Mainly as well because there's something they've got called the refashion bonus. I don't know if people know of it, but basically France has just a whole pot of money to basically give you a discount on repairs. So if you get something repaired, you can claim back between €5 and €20 just from the government, essentially, because they're trying to incentivize reducing waste, which is incredible. It's the government saying we're actually going to put money where our mouth is. We want to reduce fashion waste. You can get money back if you repair it, which is amazing. So obviously France was kind of, a next stop for us, because we're obviously incentivized by the fact that the consumers, instead of paying €25, are now paying €5 for the same repair, but we get the same amount of money.
Thank you, Josephine. Daniel, is there what's next for, is there any intent to further scale your impact from an impact level on the social side? On the social side, how do you plan to
I think that's one of the positive things when you have a non-profit company. If business goes well, and we have, especially in Germany, quite a good year, you have to scale, because you can't put the money into your own bank account. And so, of course, we want to scale. We want to go in other regions, in other countries, because it doesn't care which region it is. You see, Latin America, everywhere are devices, IT devices, mobile devices, which are waiting and which should be reused and which should get a second life. So we will scale up in other countries, and perhaps there are also other devices from the kitchen, or e-bikes or e-scooters or whatever. So we are more than open to scale and to refurbish also other products. If someone inside is interested in doing business with us in some countries, we are more than open, I would say.
He's coming for Latin America.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
Thank all three for this insightful exchange. I think I will open the floor for a few questions, if there is. Any questions for our speakers? Great.
My question is, let's see. I have so many questions, so I have to choose from one. We often talk about products at the end as waste. And that's basically why all of us are here. But often when we're talking about the product, we're not talking about the beginning of that product. We're not talking about the impact that extractivism is having in communities. I'm from Colombia, and we have serious issues with illegal mining, and even illegal and what some call sustainable mining is not a clean business. We have indigenous people, women, and children disproportionately affected by the toxicity of these extractive systems. Same with fashion, labor, and children in Asia is a reality. So my question to you is, are you embedding that message of the problem with extractivism to get people to get more excited about your companies and your projects?
Very important. I always say in my sector, there is no sustainable IT in the world. So not with that kind of mining and so on. Everything which is produced new is not sustainable. And I'm really a fan of showing everyone how things are produced throughout the world, and what's the raw material, what are the emissions, and so on. That's very important to know for everyone, I think. And then how can you make progress? I think the problem is that manufacturers have a big lobby. So we are in Europe in an association, and we're also talking with politicians, but with very small budget. But we handle with manufacturers like Apple, Lenovo, Dell, and so on, and they are lobbying with much more amount of money, and it's really hard to build something up to talk to politicians and convince them. Yes, and there are many. For example, France is a good example with progress, also with the repair index, for example. you have to tell it to the communities, to the politicians, and that's why we, for example, at events like this, we sometimes make kind of a refurbishment challenge. We put some notebooks to repair it, and we show to the attendees, to the visitors, how you can repair it, that it's possible. We also show why it is sometimes not possible. The people have to know this. They have to know the whole supply chain, what happens, and they have to know that a device can live 15 or 20 years if you want. The normal way is 3 to 5 years in a company, then perhaps the next 5 years with a private customer or in a school, and after this there are many NGOs. You can't use Windows then anymore because it's end of life, but you can use a Linux systems, for example, and that's what we have to show, typical for the IT sector now, how things are produced and how they could live longer.
Yep, I want to add something brief about it. So, yep, as we are from the same country, I want to share an example I just mentioned about blockchain. So I just hope that these kind of technologies, which didn't mention it at the beginning, but yep, I've been very passionate about technology since I was very young, and well, luckily ended up in the circularity side of it. But the adoption of technologies like blockchain, what we'll do is that we'll give a lot more traceability into the very beginning of the production change. So a good example is if there is already a solution in place that gives small coffee growers in Colombia. So they are using blockchain with the main association that we have there in Colombia for the coffee. And so any consumer in the US or here in Europe is able to know what was the small farmer that produced it and the logistics that it took to get to the place where it is being consumed. So something like that, if you replicate that into the production of technology, so that will give more transparency on the materials used and so on.
Thank you so much for that wonderful question. Very important. Do you want to add anything?
Yeah, just add something really quickly, which is I think what happens in the fashion industry so much is there's a complete dissociation of the people who are making our clothes and a complete devaluing of the work they're doing. And I'm pretty sure if you had a pair of jeans and you saw the entire life cycle of how it got made, and you saw a video of the person who made it, and you saw all the process, all the dyeing, all the water, all the, everything that goes into it, you'd feel a bit closer to those jeans. I think with what we're doing with Sojourn Repairs, we are trying to connect people back to the people who are working on their garments. So each of our customers gets a note from the tailor when it gets dropped back, so you know who cared for your item, etc. And I think that's building a bit of a culture around care and the people who are doing that. And I also think just counteractively as well as, our tailors, the reason that repairers may be expensive is because it's not happening overseas, and we're paying London living wage to everyone who works at Sojo and up. And I think that making sure that we make that clear to our customers, the price is this because this is the true cost of everything that goes into it, it just feeds into helping them understand culture and thinking, okay, this is what this costs to repairs. Why does that cost £4? Something's gone wrong there. Thanks for the question.
Oh, one more question, please. Oh, there's 2 questions. Let's just hear the 2 questions and then we'll have... Oh, is there another microphone there? Or is this... Okay.
Thanks. I'm the salt and hazardous waste management. Yes, coordinator of my university. My solid and hazardous waste management. Yes. Evet. We currently manage nearly 12 hazardous and 20 hazardous and non-hazardous waste sustainability. Okay. I do waste management at my university. We use the waste that we accept into temporary warehouses with official records in partnership with the maintenance and repair coordinatorship in the repair of laboratory or IT waste, waste that needs to be repaired at my university.
Okay.
Because we make successful repairing using a small button, a small circuit that can be synchronized. We have made idle device, large or small,
Can I ask to
usable.
go to the question, please?
Yes. Okay. Sorry. Sorumu çevirmiştim ama şu anda kayboldu.
Tamam, okay, sorry.
Thank
I think
you.
she may have lost her question, so we'll maybe
no
move
problem.
on to the last question.
Yes.
But thank you. Çok teşekkür ederiz.
Thank you so much.
Tamam, aynen öyle. Okay. She was just making a comment on e-waste from her organization, so
Okay,
maybe we can just take
wonderful.
that into
Okay.
consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have maybe one last question from the end of the room. Yeah.
Merhaba, ben Türkçe konuşacağım. O yüzden kulaklıklarınızı takarsanız.
Can you please? Yeah, thank you.
I will speak in Turkish if you put on your headsets.
Aslında çok ani
Well, it has been very abrupt. Normally, I prepare my questions, but I haven't had the chance for this time. In the public side, in the state side, and the regulation side, the policy side, you said you are a great supporter, and I would like to say something about that. In nearly all the countries, I suppose, in electronic products, there are some taxes. The consumption taxes, etc. What if the government didn't take these taxes and instead they say, okay, you can buy this product at a reasonable price, but you have to use it for 10 years, or if you want to change the product, if it gets broken down, you have to repair it, etc. If you don't, use it for 10 years, then you will have to pay taxes. What do you think about that? Would it be a good idea? I mean, in traffic, in traffic fees, there are such rules. There are limits. If you, exceed the limit, then you are fined. And what don't we do? Something like that in waste management, etc.
Yeah. So essentially, did everybody get that? Maybe for you, Daniel. I think that we're saying that when we buy electronic products, taxes collected by the state. Would a policy be possible to be implemented by the state to go to the consumer and saying, all right, if you buy this particular electronic piece of equipment, I'm not going to collect tax from you, but you're going to have to use it for 10 years. And if it breaks in the meanwhile, you're responsible for repairing it. Is this an implementable policy?
I think this is discussed very often in the past, but with no succeed. Everyone, perhaps Mr. Boris Palmer could make it in Tübingen, could try it, I don't know. But with the other politicians, I can only speak for Germany, and the politicians are not interested in doing it. But it could help, of course.
They want the money now.
But it is an interesting idea. Thank you for bringing that. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for our incredible panelists. And what we heard today was importance of policy, importance of incentives as well. We talked about infrastructure and education to bring repair skills back, and the ecosystems. But overall, I think what we need is to stop subsidizing this throwaway model and start investing in a true circular economy and make repair not a niche, but and not a trend, but as part of our everyday lives as a consumer, as a companies. And just to finish on a light note, or just as I'd like to wrap up to ask you if you could repair or stitch back together one thing in our system, what would it be? In one word or one short sentence?
One word is not possible, perhaps one sentence. Would it make mandatory that everything that a private customer or company doesn't want to have anymore has to go to a specialized company which proves if there is a chance for a second life or not? Some company who is focused on refurbishing, repairing, whatever. So when they decide it's waste, okay, perhaps it goes to recycling. But I think with this we could save many devices, many things from waste.
I love that.
Thank you.
Love it.
Thank you, Daniel. Teofil, Jana?
Well, I just believe that, like I said, we need to switch the mindset from e-waste management to resource management so that there is always a life cycle plan for every single device that is manufactured.
Thank you.
I will just give you one word, which is I think we should repair our culture. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Anna, thank you very much for moderating the session. To Daniel, to Josephine, to Teofil as well. No, I'm done. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, should we do a picture?
Yeah, thank you.
Well, we made it. It was a long day, but it was exciting. You know, from a personal perspective, at the end of day one, I was kind of feeling, change is possible. But after listening to, I think, 8 sessions today, 30 plus speakers, especially in the last 2 or 3 sessions in the afternoon, I'm in a position of feeling that change is already happening. Maybe you feel that way as well. Circular economies can thrive, sustainable policies can work. This is great. I'm not fooling myself. Yes, the challenge ahead is great, but my understanding, my feeling is that the collective power is also great. We'll end it on that note. Thank you very much for a wonderful day. We'll see you here bright and early, hopefully tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for day 3, the last day of the Zero Waste Forum 2025. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
To carve, he can't rewrite the aggro of my furied heart. I'll wait on mountaintops in Paris, called Dubai.